And there it is. Here we are. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. Come, one man went to mow. There it is. The session has started. I had to delay somewhat just for the Nations Cup to come to an end because I wanted to see who took the Nations Cup. So congratulations to Senegal, our first-time winners of the African Nations Cup. So that was what that delay was all about. And thank you, Buhari, for your bad luck phone call to the Nigerian team to truncate their any possibility of ever winning anything. Buhari, the bad luck president, of course. Uh, roll up, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta come and join. One man went to mow. You know what we're doing. You know what is going on. If you want to participate, just click on the hyperlink. If you're a new voice, we especially want to hear from you. If you are a northern voice, we'll delight in hearing from you. And if you're a northern female voice, if you come on screen, we will love you forever. But everybody welcome. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́ni akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bá ẹgbẹ́ lọ́dẹ. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Ìgbàlà tí àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there you heard it. That prayer, it can never grow old. Iku koniriwa gbese, is there a more potent prayer than that? So Iku koniriwa gbese, as guys, I bring you this. SIRAP gives Buhari 7 days to stop government's move to access personal details of Nigerians using national ID number / SIM card linkage. So your NIRM, which is the new thing that they rolled out to capture all your data, has now been linked to your SIM card because they compel it by law. And through that, now they are monitoring your every activity. So anybody that they are not pleased with, they just send you so beat around to go and gun them down. And this is the space that syrup is allowed. This is the space rather that syrup or syrup is alarming too. SIRAP gives Buhari 7 days notice to stop government's move to access personal details of Nigerians using an national ID number and SIM linkage. So that will explore just the abuse of privacy. What is the meaning of privacy in Nigeria? That even drawing breath in the country is a privilege that you have to consider that is at the whim of Aboki from Daura. So Aboki from Daura, though, TikTok, is time nearly up, but who replaces him? 2023, Wike moves against former best friend Tambuwal as retired generals reportedly back Saraki over Atiku. So the Saraki name is now so slowly bubbling up to a boil in the build-up now to the decision moment of who gets tickets. Buhari was quite, not Buhari, Babangida was quite glowing about his praise of him just not that long ago. But it looks as though it might not only be Babangida that is off the thought that this guy should be the next president of Nigeria. So his name is now being brought firmly into the front seat, the front stage for consideration. So let's consider out of all of the field, would Saraki be the worst choice, or who really a better candidate than Saraki out of all of the known runners and riders? This is now the question we're being forced to ask. 2023, Wike moves against former best friend Tambuwal as retired generals reportedly back Saraki over Atiku. So quite what is in play there and who those retired generals are, we find out just shortly. Still with Saraki, why I parted ways with Buhari was persecuted as Senate president by his government. So it is Saraki opening up to space. So this is always an interesting read because this the makings of, I should say, an interesting read because Saraki, a very articulate man, a very worthy, that's W-O-R-D-Y, a very worthy man and very pointed in how he chooses his words. Highly intelligent too. So we find out exactly what he's saying and what the underlying messages are. So we find out all of that out shortly. Amaechi for president banner floods Buhari's hometown. So it is never over to the fat lady sings, and the people celebrating Tinubu for president should hold that champagne and not pop the cork just quite so quickly and so readily. Again, Amaechi for president banner floods Buhari's hometown. So there it is right there. He's launching his campaign from the very heartland now of the Fulanese. To the next headline, Nigerians in diaspora don't want to come home because of insecurity. Gani Adams, so we've discussed even this narrative endlessly on this platform, just why we are stuck abroad, essentially refugees, even though you may be born in whichever country or you may have whichever country's passport, the fact that somewhat you're against your will in that country because you'd rather, all things being equal, be back where you are most a person, because you are most a person in Nigeria and in your own cultural and ethnic setting than anywhere else. And that applies right across the board. A Chinaman is most a person in China than he is in America, UK, Nigeria, anywhere. In Nigeria, so you get that narrative. So it is that space now that Gani Adams speaks to. Nigerians in diaspora don't want to come home because of insecurity, a headline attributed to Gani Adams. So we contend with that as well. So now these last two stories, I may or may not get to them, but I'll give you the headlines anyway as I make the decision if I'm going to read them out. Real reason I turbanned Amaechi, Emir of Daura speaks. So that's a follow-on from the Amaechi first intro. And the last one probably would be IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu told me he never issued sit-at-home directive for the Southeast. A trusted voice from the East saying this, Senator Abaribe. So quite what is in play there, we may find out just shortly. So kick back, lean back, take it easy, relax, and please thumbs up the platform or click the like, as Tony told me to tell you guys now, because he says that you people are somewhat illiterate, and when I say thumbs up, you don't understand it. So if you are illiterate enough not to understand what thumbs up means, it means click on the like button. That is always required of you, and if you choose to subscribe, then you become a champion. So all of that in the mix, and as you set about doing all of that, we come in now via what is now tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and of course, another Python dance.
Mama Daura,
Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wo n'izu ngiro ya. Abakare Mama Daura, una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boogie Mary Nnamdi. Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3.
And there it is. They continue to spread that rumor in the East, Python dancing, Nnamdi wins the war. An assertion that runs contrary to fact, of course, but that when have they ever let fact and truth get in the way of an interesting narrative in the East? Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. SARAKI gives Buhari 7 days to stop government's move to access personal details of Nigerians using national ID number SIM linkage. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project SARAKI has urged President Muhammad Buhari to urgently review and rescind his reported approval for security agencies to access people's personal details via NIN-SIM linkage without due process of law. SARAKI also urged the president to send executive bills to the National Assembly to repeal and reform all laws which are inconsistent and incompatible with Nigerians' rights to privacy, dignity, and liberty. We would be grateful if the recommended measures are taken within 7 days of the receipt and/or publication of this letter. If we have not heard from you by then, SARAKI shall take all appropriate legal actions to compel your government to comply with our request in the public interest, it added. SARAKI's letter followed reports that some security agencies have received presidential approval to access people's personal details via the database of the National Identity Management Commission in the course of carrying out their duties. In the letter dated February the 5th, 2022, and signed by SIROP's Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare, the organization said, if your reported approval is not rescinded, millions of law-abiding Nigerians may feel that their private lives are the subject of constant surveillance. It continued. The interference entailed in the unlawful and arbitrary accessing people's personal details is far-reaching and must be considered to be particularly serious. The reported approval to allow security agencies to access people's personal details via NIN-SIM linkage without due process of law directly interferes with the privacy, dignity, and liberty of individuals. Interference with an individual's right to privacy is not permissible if it is unlawful or arbitrary. The letter also reads in part, the power to access individuals' details raises serious concerns as to their arbitrary use by the authorities responsible for applying them in a manner that reduces human rights and democratic principles by the monitoring and surveillance of millions of Nigeria. It is crucial to rescind the approval and respect the autonomy of individuals to receive and share information of a personal nature without interference from the authorities if unintended adverse consequences are to be avoided. The risk of arbitrary or abuse interference shows the importance for your government to comply fully with the requirement of legality, necessity, and proportionality. The right to privacy allows Nigerians to hold opinions and exercise freedom of expression without arbitrary or illegal interference or without arbitrary and without arbitrary or illegal interference and attack. Private conversations of individuals which belong to their intimate sphere and contribute to their personal development also enjoy strong legal protection and can only be limited based on the principle of legality, necessity, and proportionality. Syrup describes such a move as illegal, saying, unlawful or arbitrary access to people's personal details would contravene Section 37 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, Article 17 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, and Article 5 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which protect against arbitrary or unlawful interference with one's privacy. The letter was copied to Mr. Abubakar Malami, SAN, Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, and Mr. Issa Pantami, Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. So there you are, mass surveillance, the Fulani style. So we are in Soviet Union now, or we are in Nazi Germany, whichever one, whichever your preference is. Or maybe we're in we're with Kim Jong Un in North Korea. So this is North Korea, Nigeria style, Buhari style, Aboki style. So to the next, 2023, Wike moved 2023, Wike moves against former best friend Tambuwal as retired generals reportedly back Saraki over Atiku. With the 2023 presidential elections getting closer, it brings with it political intrigues that will see old allies go their separate ways and many broken friendships as politicians position themselves for new alliances that will serve their interest. The main opposition party, People's Democratic Party (PDP), has so far proven not to be immune to such intrigues, with many expecting the party to organize itself properly ahead of wrestling power from the All Progressive Congress (APC). According to reports, a cold war is brewing in the PDP over its decision to throw its presidential ticket open to allow all regions to contest for who emerges its flag bearer. It was gathered that a camp of PDP governors led by Nim-Sim Linkage of Rivers State is pushing for the resignation of long-time friend and ally Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State as the chairman of the party's governors forum. Wike and some governors are basing their demand for Tambuwal's resignation on the instance that he cannot be chairman of the influential governors forum and be a participant in the contest for the party's presidential ticket. Recall that Tambuwal had during the week revealed that he is consulting across the nation on joining the 2023 presidential race. Tambuwal had in 2018 contested for the PDP presidential ticket with the backing of Wike, but lost out to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. The alliance may be dead as Wike is taking the lead in pushing for the PDP's presidential candidate to be picked from southern part of the country. The division amongst them was sharpened earlier in the week with the announcement by Tambuwal chairman of the PDP's Governors Forum, that he would be consulting on his 2023 presidential prospects. You cannot be chairman of the PDP's Governors Forum and be part of the process that you will be expected to arbitrate, a source privy to the angst of the governor told correspondents. A message sent by Paulinus Insirim, the Commissioner for Information Rivers State, on the issue had not been replied as at the time of going to press. Reports that Governor Wike had earlier indicated that he was the best person to lead the party to victory in 2023. People take the South for granted, saying that they cannot. People take the South for granted, saying that they are not together. No problem. If we don't know yesterday, today we know, the River State governor had said, affirming the capacity of the South to grab power. He added, when we come out, we will choke them. They know it. So everybody should relax. Let the South do their homework and then they will make a proper statement. Meanwhile, reports have also emerged claiming that the powerful clique of retired generals, largely seen as the power brokers in the country, have thrown their weight behind former Senate President Bukola Saraki, striking a blow on the ambition of Atiku. Excuse me. Let me just take a swig of water. Sources revealed to correspondents that the generals, comprising some former heads of state and influential retired generals, may be looking beyond Atiku despite backing him in the 2019 election. Senator Bukola Saraki, it was gathered, may have become the retired general's preferred candidate, as evidenced by developments in Mina earlier this week when Atiku visited. Atiku visited General Ibrahim Babangida in his Mina residence on Tuesday, February the 1st, 2022, but no communique was issued at the end of the meeting. However, days later, a group of emissaries from Saraki were with the former military president, during which he gave an elaborate endorsement of Saraki. I am glad to have found people who have defined who a true Nigerian leader should be. This definition was lacking. I am happy you have identified someone who can do the job. The narrative has changed. I know your client very well. I am part of him. His father was very close to me. You have zeroed on a good candidate. I call him SP. In the artillery, we have a self-propelled gun called SP with strategic responsibility and functions. This is who he is, Babangida had said. So it looks as though now Saraki is suddenly popping up now in that narrative, and it looks as though he's going to peep it at the post. So he's moving. I'm not sure if you've seen a marathon. When you see that runner that is constantly at the back, suddenly as they get to that final lap, he lands in the middle, and then as they get to the final furlong, he then edges towards the top three. So this is Saraki now coming now from the sides to now challenge the topmost contenders within that space. So still with Saraki, why I parted ways with Buhari was persecuted as Senate president by his government, Saraki. Nigeria's former Senate President Bukola Saraki claimed he suffered persecution from the executive arm of government simply because he was for the independence of the National Assembly. He stated this during a Twitter space discussion on Saturday, hosted by an NSAS campaigner, Rinu Oduala. Saraki, a former governor of Kwara State and president of the 8th Senate, said he stood for the independence of the National Assembly, boasting that his tenure was the best in the history of the National Assembly. He commented particularly In response to Aisha Yesufu, activist and co-convener of Bring Back Our Girls, who described the 8th National Assembly under Saraki as being the worst until the coming of the 9th Assembly. Yesufu read out messages she shared with Twitter handle of the former Senate president and responses given. According to her, the 8th National Assembly under Saraki did not stand for the Nigerian people with reference to the open NAS, a campaign on openness, transparency, and accountability of the National Assembly. She stated that the legislature under Saraki was not independent of the executive, alleging that the Nigerian president during the 8th Assembly was taking money out of the excess crude account without the approval of the Senate, but nothing was done about it. She said it was very easy for politicians when they are out of office to speak on what can be done rather than actually doing it when they are in office. And that is particularly true. The Nigerian politician out of office speaks a good game, but in office is always fouling and on the floor. Responding to the activist comment, Saraki rebuffed Yusufu's claims as he said the 8th Assembly was transparent. The former Kwara State governor said he was persecuted because he stood for the independence of the National Assembly. On the hashtag Open NAS campaign, the former Senate president said the National Assembly under him made the budget a public document. So, okay, let me just read it all through because it's a bit labeled this one, so I'm just seeing if there's anything interesting. But let's just plow through. We made it public for the first time in the history of the National Assembly. That is one of our achievements. The time she was talking about was maybe at the beginning of the process. Not only that, the budget process for the first time had public hearings. It has never happened in the history of this country. In the history of the National Assembly, go back and check, loans that were being requested by governors were being asked questions. We say, tell us what these specific loans are for. It has never happened before. It is not happening now, is it? When you talked about curry favor, one of the things we went through is because we were not currying favors. All the personal persecution I went through was because I did not curry favor. All I went through for 4 years is because I was standing for the independence of the National Assembly. We made sacrifices for the National Assembly. If you go and look at appointments, we stood our ground for the appointments that we felt were right or wrong. That is standing for the independence of the National Assembly. Today, the most important bill in the health sector were where we all allocated 1% of the CRF for health had never been done before. So it goes on to defend its tenure. I think it's essentially a defend my tenure sort of a thing, a battle with Aisha Yesufu. So let's move swiftly on to that, to Wiki. But before we go to Wiki, let's have like a short video clip as an entree to the Wiki narrative. So this is Wiki now being welcomed to Daura. So that is Mukhtar, Danladi, and Laraba making the usual empty head noise as only they can. So from Mukhtar and Laraba to this, Amaechi for President banner floods Buhari's hometown. So that is where he is launching his thrust towards that seat. The Emir of Daura, HRH Farouk Umar Farouk, yesterday in Daura, Katsina, prayed for the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amaechi, to attain. So now listen to this. So listen very carefully to this opening paragraph. The Emir of Daura, HRH Farouk Umar Farouk, yesterday in Daura, prayed for Amaechi, prayed for the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amaechi. So now listen to this, to attain a higher position in his political pursuit. So let's just pause there for a moment. So he's praying for Amaechi to attain a higher position in his political pursuits. So what more higher position can Amaechi attain? Let's look at his political trajectory. He has been the governor of his state 2 terms. He has been a minister in one of the cushiest, they call it juicy. They call it a juicy portfolio in Nigeria. Why they call it that, I don't know. But one of the most prime portfolios, the transportation, he has had that. So how can he attain higher? So what's higher than that? There are only 2 other positions that are higher than that. And the Emir of Katsina, MALLAM Buhari's own monarch, is direct monarch that superintends his community and himself inclusive. Is saying to Rotimi Amaechi, a man from the creeks, that is praying for him to attain a higher position in his political pursuits. So that's 2 positions left, the vice president and the president. So if that is not the launching of a thrust towards Aso Rock, then I don't know what is. The Emir of Daura, HRH Farouk Umar Farouk, yesterday in Daura, Katsina, prayed for the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amaechi, to attain a higher position in his political pursuit. The Emir prayed for the politician whilst conferring him the title of Danda, meaning the trusted son of Daura. The occasion, and I want you to also listen to the attendees, then you know that this is a real move that is being made. The occasion was attended by eminent people from various parts of the country and those supporting the minister's presidential ambition in the upcoming 2023 election flooded the town with banners. The emir said, "We are gathered here to reciprocate the kind gesture done to us by the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Chibuke Rotimi Amaechi, for his wholehearted love and support for us. Therefore, it is binding on the Daura Traditional Emirate to acknowledge the kind gesture. My prayer is for God to give you a higher office. We don't give titles because you have money. We give you considering your sacrifices and impact on people's lives and impact on community and the nation at large." So here is now the interesting paragraph that I want you to especially pay attention to. Those who graced the occasion were Governor Aminu Masari of Katsina State, so you expect him to be that, being the host governor. So nothing to raise an eyebrow over there. So you might raise a minor, just a little flicker of the eyebrow for the next one. The Ooni of Ife was also there, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwesi. So Alhaji Mohamedu Nuhu Sanusi, Emir of Dutse. So that Emir of Dutse is one of the paramount emirs in the Kano Emirate. You know that after Lamido Sanusi, they broke up the emirate into 5. It was one emir for Kano, but they broke it into 5 emirates, and that is one of the paramount ones. So the next one, Irim Edit Ekong. So that one of his own people. And then the next one, Abdullahi Lamido Sunusi, Magaji Garin Kano. So that's the next one. And then a minister from the east. So that's another one. So another one from the east. Let me just land on the interesting names. So the next interesting name, Alhaji Yusuf Tukar Burutai. You all know who Tukar Burutai is. Mallam Isa Yuguda former Bauchi governor, and on it goes. Yusuf Buhari, so he was there as well, and on it goes. So there you are. That is a party move right there. And Tinubu for president. TikTok, dream on. It is not over till the fat lady sings. So on to the next. Nigerians in diaspora don't want to come home because of insecurity. Gani Adams speaking. The area on Okakanfo of Yoruba land, Iba Gani Adams, says the security challenge in the country has prevented Nigerians in diaspora from coming back to the country. Adams stated this during the 10th anniversary of Odua Progressive Union and presentation of the book titled OPU Globalizing Yoruba Values and Culture. He said, since its inception, OPU has morphed into a global brand with a diaspora organization in 96 countries across 6 continents of the world. But we still have about 40 countries that are yet to launch officially. In the coming years, all these countries will be inaugurated officially. Our message is that of hope and to encourage our sons and daughters that no place like home. Here in Nigeria, we help them to protect their interest and ensure that they are not defrauded or victimized on any ground. Adams, the global convener of OPU, said the intention was to encourage business opportunities and also project the ideas of Yoruba cultural promotion. He said, through our initiatives, many who have lost interest in coming back home because of the security situation in the country are beginning to change their mind. The idea behind OPU is to improve the socio-economic prospects of all Yoruba sons and daughters abroad. Speaking on the idea behind the book, so I think it goes on to speak about the book, but the thrust of it, of course, is that Nigerians in diaspora are staying away for reasons of insecurity. So I'll read this one as the last story, and then I'll come into the room to see who is willing to take it on. IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu told me he never issued sit-at-home directive for the Southeast. Senator Abaribe, Senate Minority Leader Eyinaya Abaribe, has said that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, informed him that he never ordered nor knew about the weekly sit-at-home directive Southeasterners have been subjected to every Monday. While speaking during the investiture of the 16th president of Enugu Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Barrister Jasper, I won't attempt his last name, on Saturday, February the 5th, Abaribe said Kanu told him this when he, alongside some other persons, paid a visit to the IPOB leader in detention. According to him, the sit-at-home has caused businesses to relocate to other regions as a result of insecurity in the region. What is happening in the Southeast is a tragedy. Every Monday, people sit at home in what they call Holy Monday. What is holy in making people suffer like this? IPOB has said countless times that they are not the ones enforcing the order. We don't know who is enforcing it, neither does it seem like we have a way to solve it. I went to Ike Ikiremadu and 2 bishops. I went with Ike Ikiremadu and 2 bishops to the DSS to see Nnamdi Kanu, and he told us I never said people should sit at home. I told him that nobody believes you outside because people have said they don't like it, but they keep sitting at home. There is no way we are going to survive like this. You are sitting at home, and people who you are doing these things for are in Lagos and in Abuja and everywhere, and they don't care. And you are here killing your own. Aba is known for bringing and opening containers of imported goods on Mondays. So the problem we are having today is that because of the sit at home, people now go to Port Port Harcourt, Uyo, and Calabar to open their containers. They are leaving Southeast and moving out to Lagos. When we all leave, who will you blame? The captain of industries are no longer there. So that is Abaribe reporting back from DSS headquarters to inform that Nnamdi Kanu did not actually request the sit at home. So Thomas, I see you. The mighty Jane Lekoko, I see you. Ayo, I see you. DOG, I see you. Ola, I see you. UK, I see you. Baba Korea once upon a chief. Oh, look at that. Yeah, want to resign, Abi? Ola want to resign.
One man. That's something we no go here for years.
I'm just waiting not to hear something that I'm anticipating that I might hear, but I don't want us all to hear. So this is the thing. So Jake, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So I'm going to go to Ayo first, but before I go to Ayo, let me just quickly address DOG. So DOG, are you there?
Yes.
DOG, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, good to have you. I've been trying to get hold of you for quite a while now. I heard that you have some good news for us.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife had a bouncing baby girl.
Fantastic, well done.
Yeah,
is that your first?
No, that's the second.
Oh, brilliant, well done.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Ajali Koko. I appreciate that.
Congratulations, my brother.
Yeah. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, thanks everyone.
So DOG, if you go into the private chat, on behalf of the whole platform is sending you just a little Amazon gift card, just to get maybe whatever it is. It's nothing fantastic, but if you go into the just copy it.
That's thoughtful of you guys.
No. So that's it in the private chat. So just copy that and then use it on Amazon. So that's from the platform to congratulate you. So we're all happy for you. So that's brilliant. So well done. So now let me go on to Ayo then. So Ayo, to you.
Yes.
Politics is opening up, and but where is it going is the question, because we can speculate all the time, but every day a new news comes out that makes us recalibrate long-standing thoughts. So everybody was of the thought that we are headed towards a Tinubu-Atiku fight, but then that no longer now seems to be the case, because Atiku somewhat winning in PDP and Tinubu somewhat being edged out in APC. So the name SARAKI now being conjured up, and all of the generals are backing him. What are you then making then of the emergence of SARAKI to the front seat at the 11th hour?
Yeah. Hey guys, congratulations, D, on your baby. I hope you're getting some sleep, because I remember my son, the first 6 months was hell. There was no sleep at all. But
tell me about it. It's crazy.
But it definitely gets better, man. There's no joy. Thanks. There's no joy like the joy of a newborn. So congratulations, man. Yeah. Thanks, so and as far as SARAKI goes, it's funny because I was actually on that Twitter Spaces talk yesterday, and I think there were about 12,000 Nigerians, 12,000 plus Nigerians on there at its peak point. And I don't know much about SARAKI. At least I didn't know much about him until I heard him speak for the first time yesterday. And I obviously know his name. I know that he was the governor of Kwara State, and then he was the head of the Senate. I think the 8th Senate or something. But beyond that, I didn't know much about the guy. Now, these are my observations based on listening to the speech. The person who hosted it, Reno or whatever her name was, she did an excellent job. And I heard, was it Aisha? What's her name? Yesufu, right. I heard her question too, and I'll get to that. But on first impression, he seems to be a pretty impressive guy as far as his thought process,
He's clearly very smart, very well educated. He could articulate himself properly. He's definitely presidential material on the surface. On the surface, this guy would be he would be good president material for any country, even a Western country, just based on his presentation and how he speaks. Now, but digging a little deeper, he and even beyond that, he definitely seems to know what Nigerians want. There's something that he said that struck me. He said the youth. He's pretty aware that Nigeria is a very youth-heavy country. I think he may have actually quoted a statistic about the youth being 70% or something like that. And he's super aware that the next president has to harness the power of the youth. So to me, I mean, he's very politically astute as well. He knows, and this is probably why he was on that Twitter space to begin with. And then he also mentioned that he knows the youth are not looking for handouts from the government. They really just want the government to get out of the way so that they can excel and innovate without any government interference. And that was profound. That was pretty profound. Now, having said all that, and this guy obviously is a natural politician, and I can see now why he's been so successful in his political endeavors. Having said that, you can really only judge a man by what he's done and his history. Now, I don't particularly know that he was such a great governor in Kwara State when he was governor. He didn't do anything that was that mind-blowing.
Did you follow Kwara politics at the time?
I didn't. I didn't. No, I didn't. But I do know that I didn't follow Rivers politics or what was that guy? Dike, whatever I think he was
Wike.
No, not Wike. There was another guy who
Dixon. Dixon. Is it
was it Dixon? There was another guy who was the governor of, I think it was
Duke.
Cross River State, exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is in Nigeria, when governors are doing well, you hear about them. You hear, I mean, you heard about Fashola, you heard about Duke, you heard about there's another guy. What's his name? I think he was in River State. Not this wicked guy. I think some other guy. Was it even Amaechi?
Odili did well in
Right. So you hear about these guys, but I don't remember.
Fabio, you are trying to say.
Right. Yeah. I don't remember any conversation by anyone at any point in time that SARAKI was a decent or even average governor. And that's really the only true metric you can judge the guy by. So presentation-wise, clearly, if this guy intends to bring his talent to help Nigeria move to beyond this sort of like crazy cycle we find ourselves with, old, illiterate, criminal minds that just feel like they can keep on rotating the country between themselves. He does seem to have the muster to bring us out of that era. But who knows his heart? And judging by his history, he says the right things, but he doesn't seem to have the pedigree, as the performance pedigree, to back anything that would suggest he would be better than anyone else. Now,
it was a qualified success as the governor of Kwara State, given that it's a middle-income state. One of the marquee things he did in that space was the agricultural sector. And one of the things that especially impressed me when he was the governor of that state was when Mugabe was kicking the white farmers out of Zimbabwe.
Right.
And he was bringing them en masse into Kwara State, giving them land that if you are getting rid of this knowledge base, then we certainly can use that. He went on to form sugar farms, which is one of the thriving industries in Kwara State. So he did that. And then I also liked how he presented himself as the Senate president. Willing to go contrary. Remember, he blocked Ibrahim Magu from being confirmed DFCC chairman for reasons that guy's file contained just copious allegations of corruption.
Corruption,
So,
right? Right.
he stands up, and he was a
Right.
virulent critic of the Buhari administration as well as the
Yeah.
Senate
Yeah.
president.
Have you heard that guy speak? I mean, he's.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I mean, the
God,
guy. The
I'm
guy
not
is.
sure there are many people I enjoyed listening to more.
No, the guy is brilliant. He's truly brilliant. But then again, you can have an evil genius. That's just very common. I think some may argue that Tinubu is an evil genius. He might not be the best orator. That's Tinubu, but at least his political ideas seem to gain traction. But the only problem is he's very self-driven. He's not driven to help anyone. This is just my opinion. But now, he's a non-starter. I mean, if the competition is SARAKI and Atiku, even though I kind of don't, there's no way for me to fully embrace SARAKI just because I don't know that. I don't know. I'm glad you mentioned, because I did actually hear about that situation in Kwara State where a lot of the Zimbabwean farmers were offered a package.
Yeah.
But I didn't know he was the governor. So yes,
it was,
that's even more encouraging that that was actually him who did that, because I actually did hear about that at that time. So if the choices are Atiku versus this guy, that's a clean, easy choice for me.
If it's a choice between Tinubu and this guy for president, what would your choice be?
That's easy too. Tinubu is he's an unquestionable criminal. That,
yes.
He may.
And SARAKI is a crook too, but he's a balanced crook.
Right. At least I mean they're all old school. They're all going to, and I'm not condoning corruption in any form, but right now we just need a visionary leader, and this guy is capable, in my opinion, just based on what I was hearing. He is capable of putting together a vision. This isn't just naked ambition. And he is at least aware of what he can and should do. Now, whether he does it is a whole different question. Now, the other issue I don't know about this guy, I've heard certain things in the past. How does he identify? Yes,
that's the ambiguity of his being. They say it's a Fulani man, but with a Yoruba name. So how is that even a thing from Kwara?
This is problematic. It's hard to trust people who are not very forthcoming about their identity. No, it doesn't matter. He could be Igbo, he could be Fulani, he could be Yoruba, but pick your identity and stop trying to play games. It doesn't make any sense to me that a Fulani man would have a Yoruba name. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And if anything, that just makes me feel very sort of like distrusting of him. Is he trying to play games? I mean, how many
it's not his choice. That was the name given to him by his father. I mean,
right. But the thing is,
an adopted name.
So maybe maybe other few people have some sort of Fulani influence, but it doesn't mean that Fulani. They're still. I mean, every Yoruba in Kwara State, I know this for a fact. Every Yoruba in Kwara State would identify as Yoruba before they identify as a Northerner. This is just fact.
But,
can
I interject 1 minute?
Sure, go ahead.
You see, Yoruba in Kwara and the Fulani are interwoven.
Right.
They're becoming a long time together. So the Saraki is a Yoruba man. The father's name is Olushola. I mean, what's the father's name? Is it Olushola or what's it?
Olushola, yes. His name is Bukola. His sister is Wemisola.
So they are Yorubas, but
please.
Okay.
Okay, go on. No, I'm just telling Ajale Goku, Saraki, they've said that they are not Yoruba, they are Fulani, that they only bear Yoruba name. That's why I just say, let me just
and I think I've heard.
Let me tell you, it's for political reason.
Right, and exactly, and therein lies the problem. Therein lies the problem, because there's nothing wrong with him claiming or identifying however he chooses to identify. That is not my problem. The problem is he's trying to be twice as smart about it. And this is when, like, okay, is that really necessary?
Ayo, let me tell you something. You see, for political reason,
right?
They have to talk like that so that they can.
No,
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Hold on.
Sure.
Yoruba people have abandoned those Yoruba in Kwara. Yoruba doesn't speak for them. They are like in the middle of an ocean. Where is the ocean carrying them to? They don't know. So the people that are closer to them are the Fulani, and they are interwoven. And geographically in Nigeria, Kwara State is in the north.
No.
How Kwara State is in the north? It's not in the southwest. So what I'm trying to say here, for political relevance, and they have to play some game.
Right.
Sorry, Ayo, let me quickly infuse a paragraph just into that space that you're discussing with Ajale Koko. Right. SARAKI was born on 19th December 1962 in London to his mother, Florence Morenike SARAKI, and his father, Olushola SARAKI, who was a senator of the Second Republic. But Bukola SARAKI is married to Tony and SARAKI, Ni or Ojora. They have 4 children together. So that's just a little tidbit to what you're discussing.
And then again, I mean, how many Fulanis grow up in London or even go to London? I mean, he's clearly a Yoruba man. From my standpoint, I mean, obviously he can choose to identify however he wants, but just based on his name and the situation he's found himself in mirrors a lot of other Yoruba families, prominent or otherwise. That the fact that he was born in London and he grew up there and he married a woman called Twing, it's just not something that you would associate with anyone who's Fulani.
His mother, Morenike.
Right, exactly. So clearly these people, I mean, he's obviously a Yoruba guy.
His father, Shola.
Right, exactly. Now the issue becomes...
Can I say something, Ayo?
Let
Ayo just run through. Yeah.
The issue becomes there's nothing wrong with being politically expedient. If you have the goods that people want, no one's going to expect you to jettison your identity. Did Buhari jettison his identity before Yorubas voted for him in 2016 or 15? He didn't. So there's really no reason to try and be twice as smart, because if anything, it just sort of like gives people a reason to not trust you because they feel like you're trying to be smarter than you need to be. Sure, you can be pro-North, you can be pro-Muslim, you can be pro whatever you want, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to morph your true identity to fit into some sort of peg that you feel will give you the political experience you need to be embraced by a different constituency from where you were born. So that is, for me anyway, that is a little bit problematic. Now, finally, the last thing I'm going to say about the open NAS, and I know when Aisha, I can't remember her last name. Yusufu was challenging him on the open NAS, that because he did say that he actually came out and spoke to people who were protesting open NAS, and Aisha said no, she was there, she was one of the protesters, and he didn't come out. Now he was talking about open NAS, and then eventually she said she meant Occupy NAS, not open NAS. Those were two separate protests that I think she confused the fact that he said open NAS with Occupy NAS, but she eventually corrected herself and she said, yes, it was Occupy NAS and not open NAS. And he did say that he pushed forward legislation that actually made the National Assembly pretty open, and it at least it was open until the 9th. I'm not sure if it's still open or not. So I suppose in a nutshell, this guy definitely seems like he's got the gray matter. He definitely knows what's required of him. And it does seem like he's got the political savvy to
I would not object to him being president.
Right.
Just for reasons that I find him articulate, and I like, because it's not because he's speaking for now or anything, no. But he's articulate is the thing. And somebody that is articulate, it speaks to a mind that coheres, because your mind has to cohere for the words to rhyme with reason. So if it speaks well, then it thinks well. So that's halfway. So if it thinks well and speaks well, so the only thing then we have to label him to do is to do well. But
Right.
the rest of them, you need subtitles to understand what Tinubu is saying in any language? If he's speaking Yoruba, you
Right.
don't understand. If he's speaking English, it's like German, and then he says, it's just some idiot, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I see what you're saying, and I feel the same way too. I feel like if the choices before me are Tinubu, Saraki, Atiku, who else? Who else is in Oshibajo? Atiku and Tinubu are non-starters for me. So I may have to look at Oshibajo versus Saraki a little more closely. But I was super impressed. I mean, I didn't know much about this.
Okay. So weigh the two of them and make a choice.
Yeah. So based on, I don't know. I mean, based on as far as vision goes, I know Saraki could likely have the vision. Now, whether that would materialize into selfless action, to have that vision come to fruition is a different thing. I know he does seem, on one hand, because I know there was a guy who challenged him pretty frontally, and the host was super skilled. She cut the guy out. She didn't allow him to go on, but he challenged him frontally. It was like, what is your net worth? What is your net worth? Why did you support Buhari before at the outset, and then change your mind later? Why did you change your party twice? And he didn't shy away from addressing those. He didn't say what his net worth was, but he did say that he followed the declaration process like everyone else. I mean, he doesn't seem like, this is no Buhari we're talking about here. This isn't a guy who can, even put sort of like the most basic policy in words. This is a really, really sophisticated guy. But in some ways, I feel like him and Tinubu may have a similar level of brain power, even though he's so much more articulate. But Tinubu clearly, to me, is so self-driven that his political
skills... How are you concluding that? How are you concluding that he's self-driven?
Because Tinubu, he's the definition of an evil genius. In that
this obviously all subjective views. This is just your subjective view.
I don't think so. The fact that he got Ambode out of power because Ambode refused to approve his pre-selected contractors for a lot of contracts.
How do you know that? That's speculation, isn't it?
Ambode gave a speech recently. This is first-hand account. Ambode gave a speech. I don't know how closely you follow Lagos politics, but I do pretty closely. Ambode, for the first time, came out, I think this was about 3 weeks ago, and gave a speech, and he pretty much outlined why Tinubu cut him off at the knees. He wouldn't approve Tinubu's pre-selected contracts. He wouldn't allow Tinubu to raise the amount of the percentage of income he was getting from the Lekki toll gate and some other what's that thing called?
Ambode said this. Ambode that is begging to come back in.
No. Well, Ambode is going to run, but I don't think he's looking for Tinubu's support. He knows he's not going to get it. But Lagosians like Ambode because he actually did a lot of good things for Lagos State, as opposed to. But Tinubu has his own private evil army, the Agberos, that we all know about. And these guys don't really do any good for anyone. They only do Tinubu's bidding for the most part. So, I mean, I don't even think we should be comparing Tinubu with Saraki. They're just very different.
But the parallel I was inviting you to draw was between Ambode, Saraki and Oshibanjo, both whom you said you admire somewhat. But I'm saying who stands more forward, who thrusts more in your view? I
mean, at this point, I would need to hear more from both of them. I would say I'd probably be in a deadlock if I were forced to choose. If you put a gun to my head right now and said, pick one for president, you would probably just have to shoot me because I would be completely deadlocked. And I feel like our next president is so important.
You don't feel SARAKI carries more aura, he has more presence that
I feel
whatever Oshibanjo, he doesn't have presence.
He absolutely has presence. Especially after listening to him. After listening to him yesterday, I feel like he hasn't just become a smart man. I feel like he could have been so much more. He could have left so much more of a tangible mark than he has, based in the Nigerian political space. This guy shouldn't be. I mean, with his clear intellect and the fact that he's operated in major positions of power.
Are you conflating articulation with intellect? What intelligence thing as Oshibanjo ever said or done?
Everything that excites me about the next Nigerian president, or things that I would like to see in the next Nigerian president, this guy knows, because he pretty much just said it. Now, saying it is one thing, and actually believing it and
implementing,
doing anything tangible to sort of like bring that to fruition is a whole different thing. And I don't think this is news. I don't think for him, he's just all of a sudden had this light bulb moment.
You know, Nigerian politicians, they have a unique gift of talking a good game. Most Nigerian politicians, Buhari talked a good game, 2014.
They talked a good game for him. They talked a good game for him.
Yeah,
he didn't actually say anything.
But the Nigerian politicians, everybody will talk a good game now. So a lot of people talk a good game. Even Mamadou talks a good game. Everybody talks a good game in Nigeria. But when it comes to then doing the good deed, is where it falls apart.
I don't know. I haven't heard any good game from anyone. At least anyone who has a real shot of becoming president. And this is why I kind of like Oshibanjo, because he does seem like he's a smart man. He's not just bound by some archaic ideology that, just do as I say. I don't get that vibe from Oshibanjo. And recently, listening to SARAKI, I don't get that vibe from him either. But SARAKI, he doesn't have a pedigree of performance that I feel matches his political skill, I suppose is what I'm saying. I'm not saying he hasn't done anything, but his pedigree does not match his political skill. Now, typically when you find that, it usually means they're very self-serving. People like that, or people that are very self-serving, tend not to perform in a public space as well as they probably could. So this is the struggle that I'm having. But, like I said, I'd rather him than Atiku, I'd rather him than Tinubu. Him and Oshibanjo would be a very close call, and I would definitely need to hear from both of them a little bit more to
all right, brilliant. So let me take you to another talking point. You're saying that you're liking the sound of SARAKI for the PDP, but are you liking the sound of President Amaechi from the APC? So he got turbaned, the Dandududu or whatever in Daura just recently, but the roll call speaks for itself. The way he was ushered in, I played the clip, that speaks for itself. The tone of the Emir of Daura, wishing him and praying for him a higher office, that speaks for itself. So Buhari also sends congratulatory messages to him, that speaks for itself. So Tinubu, we are saying, is an unstoppable force, but it looks as though there are other plans in the works. Ayo.
Yeah, so Amaechi is a non-starter for me. He just oozes corruption. I mean, just listening to that guy, he just seems a little slimy. I've watched a couple of interviews where he just got super defensive. They were asking him specifically about the railway project. I think the Lagos to the Ibadan railway project, and the one from is it Kano to Niger, and what the contract actually says. And it was alarming because he claims that he doesn't know, but it's his job to know, and approve. It's like, I don't know what it says. I don't know what it says. Well, you had someone sign it for you. I think he had an assistant or someone, some sort of administrator signed the final contract with China as opposed to him. And they were challenging him on that. They were like, this is a super important project. And you are the guy, you are the minister whose signature should be on there. How did you delegate this to someone else? And then he didn't, he just got super defensive. He was almost shouting, and I was like, this, whatever was going on there was super corrupt. And he didn't want to have to take the fall for it. And that's why he had someone else sign as opposed to him, so he could claim ignorance or, the fact that he didn't really know the details as well as we all know that he does. So he's a non-starter. He's an old school politician. He's very self-serving. He's not even slick about it. Sure, if he wants to run for president, go for it. But I don't think people like that fool anyone anymore. And he doesn't really have any allegiance to ethics or morality, in my opinion. He's just super self-serving. And didn't they recently find a plane in Germany that he was trying to
hid away since 2012?
That he hid in Germany for his own personal use. I mean, this is the kind of problems we're having in Nigeria. All these guys need to be jailed. I mean, this is just crazy.
But I'm even wondering if Rotimi Amaechi is the joker in the park. Yes, how is that going to play out? How are they going to unveil him? Because he has no constituency, he has no base, he has no strength of support. He's just a walk-alone man. He's a stand-alone man. He's from River State. They've abandoned him there. Nobody likes him in the Creek areas. The Igbos don't even know who he is. The Yorubas are saying Rotimi who, so he doesn't have a constituency. So how are they going to present him above Tinubu in that space? Tinubu that already has momentum and cuts the swathe of the country in terms of influence and support. So how are they going to, at their primaries, tell us that Rotimi Amaechi defeated Tinubu to the ticket? That would be just an obvious orchestration, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, and it kind of makes you think maybe he's just a fall guy. They're just putting him in there just to fill in the numbers, to say that you had other choices besides Tinubu or whatnot to finally choose from or whatnot. But I mean, he's not going anywhere, and I don't think he's expecting to go anywhere. Likewise, Tinubu definitely has the ambition, but I suppose the analogy for Tinubu would be a Ferrari that has the engine of maybe a Mini Cooper inside. He's got the mind of a Ferrari in that he wants to go, but he can't physically attain his ambition. Ambition is great, but you got to be able to handle the rigors required of you at this level, especially in politics in Nigeria. And he just doesn't have it. And he's so singly focused on his I don't want to say greed, but the fact that he just wants to lead Nigeria for whatever reason, that he's not even being realistic and logical about it. There's just no way in hell anyone is going to put Tinubu in power. Even if they wanted to, he's an old man and he's not very coherent and he's sick. And I mean, he's not a good image. I mean, especially in the digital age where everything now is visual and video driven. He's not a good image for any country, not to mention, a country as powerful as Nigeria is in Africa. So he should just back someone, bow out gracefully, and give someone else a bit of a push and stop these silly dreams of him becoming president. I mean, anything is possible in Nigeria, but I don't think that's possible even for him as good a politician as he is.
All right, let's hear from Charlie Boy, who wants to come in.
Right.
Charles, you wanted to say?
I think Amaechi is a good pick for the APC. You know why I think so?
He's not Igbo, Charles.
Yeah,
he's not Igbo. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I think the reason why APC were to pick Amaechi because they know they're gonna win easily. Because they know Tinubu is not popular in the southeast or the south. So Amaechi is a good pick for them. You never think about that? Amaechi is a good pick. Amaechi is liked by the north and by the south.
Yeah, but Amaechi is not popular anywhere. Nobody knows who he is.
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody.
if Amaechi is the best guy they can come up with, then APC doesn't really have a chance. I mean, there's just no way APC Amaechi is going to win. I think. I mean, it would make more sense for them to field with Shibajo, right? I mean, he would. I mean, to me, I mean, I don't know what the average person in Nigeria thinks on the street, but to me, Oshibajo would seem like the strongest candidate. Realistically,
Can you imagine an Oshibanjo versus Saraki campaign? It will be dictionary at the ready, isn't it? All
Well,
this
that would be great.
big grammar. It will be
That
big grammar.
would be awesome because hopefully they'll propel the political discourse of Nigeria to a completely new era where guys are communicating and they're asking each other questions and they're responding to real questions asked by real people. That would be the impression I think would become super obvious to everyone if Saraki or Shibajo actually won. I think it'd be pretty good for the country if you could have that, but that's two Yoruba men, so it's not very likely to happen. Just based on our
I disagree.
Well, don't be quick to dismiss it because the clamor is for power to transit to the south, which essentially to Yoruba land.
Well, I mean, I don't know. And the other thing
is, the expectation is for the two parties to field southern candidates, and every likelihood is that those southern candidates will be Yoruba men.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's a really good argument anywhere for not having an Igbo candidate. Let's not even say an Igbo president, but a major Igbo candidate. There's just no real credible argument anywhere that anyone can make. Why?
Apart from the fact that there's no forward thrusting one. I know you said Peter Obi.
I think Peter Obi. I think Peter Obi would be a great candidate. I mean, I personally like Mogalu, but I don't. I think he's
I would certainly want to see him now doing more. Because it's dilly-dallying and wishy-washy and saying if, buts, and maybes when others are just marching solidly and even running forward. He's still if, but, and maybe.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate because a lot of the potential Igbo candidates, I think would do a great job, but I just don't think in the grand scheme of politics they're that good at it. At least not the.
They're not visible enough at this stage of the politicking. When people are already strategizing, alliances being formed, people negotiating, there's no name in play. The only name we're hearing, Peter Obi, is telling us that he's putting conditions on him putting himself forward. And he's saying he's waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for Godot?
Sorry, Jake. If there was sort of like an Igbo candidate that's credible but has the sort of political skill as Saraki, that would be.
I'll be singing his praise because it is the turn of the Igbos. There's no equivocation in that.
Yeah,
for balance, we must have an Igbo president.
Right.
But who is he? Who is he?
Otherwise, Nigeria really just loses the argument on national cohesion and the whole one Nigeria thing everyone is trying to push. It loses that argument if you can't really even. I mean, the Igbos they're a major ethnic group in Nigeria, but we can't have a credible candidate from there. There's no real argument that I can see why at this point there shouldn't be a front runner who is of Igbo extraction.
All right. Charles, come in, and then I'll take out another talking point you wanted to say.
Yeah, I said the reason why Amaechi is good because River State is close to Igbo and Amaechi is popular in the north and the east. I'm saying Tinubu is not popular in the south or the southeast. So Amaechi is a good pick for APC. APC he's popular everywhere.
He's popular.
Popular in Yoruba.
Amaechi is popular amongst whom?
And plus, River State is close to Igbo land. River State. So that's
it's not popular in Igbo land, though. I can tell you that for free.
I'm just saying.
I don't even think they dislike him. I just think they're just not interested. And I think that really is the thing that hangs on Amaechi's neck the most. People have no strong feelings. They don't really like him, especially. They don't, with passion, dislike him. It's just like a blah, it's just They're just not interested. It's just not somebody that people give time to or fight time for.
Yeah, because PDP pick Cherokee, Tinubu's gonna lose. Woefully. He's gonna lose.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Now, Charles, let me take out your talking point. Ayo, this especially bothers me. You know, they are compelling Nigeria now to register for an NIM, a National Identification Number or something. So
Yeah.
they have compelled them to do that. But what they have now done is they are now compelling them to link that NIM to their mobile numbers, to their SIM. So they're able to, through your phone, identify who you are. So Buhari has now signed for the security agencies to be freely accessing that data base to use your phone to identify who you are for whatever reason. So this, of course, I mean, we're talking about privacy, we're talking about freedom of expression, we're talking about the most fundamental of rights, the right to share thoughts and whatnot. So this now a space being attacked now by Buhari. The usual suspects are up in arms, but is it fait accompli? Buhari captures your data, and if you say a word against him, he will send Yusuf Bichi round to shoot you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's. I think this was always going to be an issue. I mean, I suppose when they first launched this NIN initiative, and they were like, "Yeah, well, you have to get an NIN number or whatever it was, or register with, get an NIN. What's the word? Get an NIN membership or whatever it's called, and before you can operate your phone, which in turn makes it impossible for you to open a bank account or whatever. I mean, it was very obvious that was sort of like Big Brother trying to pry in on your personal information and your day to day. But in any other country, sure, it's a privacy concern, but I think it's a little more insidious in Nigeria because they don't really care about, I mean, geez, trying to actually talking about human rights in Nigeria is first of all a joke. So I'm not even going there. What's more concerning to me is with that sort of information on pretty much everyone in the country, you could use it to, if you were a forward thinking country, you could use it to sort of like track down criminals and create a database of criminals or people who are likely to commit a crime. But that's not what it's going to be used for. It's 100%, especially with this particular government we have in power. This is 100% going to be used to quell dissidents, activists, people who speak up against the government, people who have opposing views. Even people legitimately elected into government that may pose a threat or pose a challenge to sitting incumbents. This is what this is going to be used for. It's going to be used to sort of like marginalize their attempt and pretty much just criminalize people who don't need to be criminalized. So it's kind of sad, and I always said to myself that if I ever do find myself going to Nigeria at some point when it becomes safe and when I don't think they're going to pick me up at the airport and detain me for 4 years, I will never ever get an NIN card because I don't want those fuckers tracking me, because it's nothing good is going to come out of that, and they're not going to use that information for anything beyond trying to sort of like prevent you from exercising your rights and preventing you from holding them accountable. So it's kind of sad, but we're just in the digital age right now, and it's going to be impossible for anyone to really fight that, and especially if they're if they have sort of like made it where you can't even open a bank account or you can't own a phone without registering with the NIN or whatever it's called. So yeah, I mean, it's sad. It's a huge privacy issue.
Do you think this is one of the reasons that is actually keeping the people away from Nigeria? Because people, obviously, for obvious reasons, critical of this administration and often instances on social media, are people fearful of being held hostage for committing the crime of having an opinion.
Right. So yeah, I mean, I don't know that. I mean, are you talking about people going back to relocate to Nigeria? You're talking about people going back to visit?
Or going at all? Because Baba Kore came back now and he told us that they have this DSS now scanning people's passports at the airport and pulling aside the ones that are for shooting.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what is keeping me from going, because I don't want, I mean, I got a life here. I got a family. I got a business. I got employees to pay, and I don't want Nigeria ruining my life. You know, so I want to go there on top of some stupid crap that is never, that nothing's going to come of it. They lock me up saying that, oh well, we have evidence of you blasting Buhari on Twitter, which I do a lot, and I'm never going to stop. Or we have evidence of you speaking up against the current government, or calling Fulani terrorists. I only call the Fulanis that are terrorists. I don't call all Fulanis terrorists. So, and I'm not going to back down from that. So I don't want to find myself in that situation where I'm giving them the opportunity to have any effect on my life directly. So yes, I mean, I'm not going to go to Nigeria until it's absolutely, until I feel at least 80 to 90% safe that I won't be picked up by
brutalized or traumatized.
Now that they're running your credentials as soon as you enter the country. I mean, that's kind of crazy. That's
imagine that. I don't even think they do that in North Korea. They don't even do that in North Korea.
Exactly. And I don't know how it works if you're using a US or British passport, but I suspect if they're going to try and pick you up, they're going to try and pick you up anyway. And once you're in their jurisdiction, they'll make an excuse for anything. So it's probably just best to just avoid going back.
I don't think, from Nnamdi Kanu experience, I don't think the British passport protects you from anything.
Exactly.
They just shoot you. That's just all they do.
Exactly. But the bigger problem isn't. Yeah. 1 second, the bigger. Yes. Go ahead.
You don't have to be scared of these people.
What are you talking about? Are you not scared of them?
I'm not scared of them. This isn't fair. This is a practical logical reason. I don't want them impeding my life. I love my life right now, and I would love to go to Nigeria, especially during December, but I'm not going to risk being detained by these
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say here is that so if we have another person after Buhari that is more draconian like Buhari, so we're not going to go back there again. And if we have another one after that is draconian like him, so we're going to run
the chances of us having someone more draconian than Buhari is negligible. I don't even know that person exists. I mean, Buhari, his whole worldview is very authoritarian. He doesn't understand why people shouldn't do as he doesn't consider himself a leader. He considers himself a ruler. And this is the problem with a lot of old school politicians. They don't understand that leading is different from ruling.
I'm just suggesting something here that if somebody want to travel, maybe you can go with your American passport, get Nigerian visa, and then you go. That protects you better than going there with Nigerian passport.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to some degree, yes. But I just don't want any headache.
They cannot harass you with your American passport. They can't. They know that for sure. So
maybe they can't, and I suspect they can't. But it's just not a risk I'm willing to take. It's just that the downside for me at this point is just way too high for me to risk something like that.
Yeah, I understand. So, but if you have something important that you want to do, or maybe your dad want to do something,
no, I mean, this is not a question of. Yeah. I mean, it's not even just.
What about when they are giving daddy a chieftaincy title? You won't go because
if your dad want to do 80 years birthday and all family.
I will attend by Zoom. I will attend by Zoom.
Come on, man. Come on, Ayo. Just carry your American passport and go. They cannot harass you with your
American passport. They will gun you down. Your American passport.
No one wants to go to Nigeria.
American passport to
my son has never been, and I want to bring him. I want to show him, his heritage. I want to go to Ibadan, go to my grandfather's compound, and show him, And this sort of that sort of information is super powerful, especially in the West, especially in the US, for a kid to have, and I just know, where they come from.
It gives him bragging. It gives him bragging rights, doesn't
Right,
it? It will tell
right.
you that, look, I am from proper. I'm not
Yeah.
some. I'm from proper.
There's too much headache. Too much headache going to Nigeria, and there's too much headache. Yeah,
it's just a risk I'm just not willing to. Maybe the next president, which I'm hoping will be a little more
Will be a
level-headed
human
and
being. Yeah.
less authoritarian. It's worth that risk. But with this guy, I'm not even risking it at all. No way.
Are you dreaming?
All right. Thank you. So, Ayo, let me go on to UK just to progress the conversation. I think UK has limited time with us, so let's catch him quickly before he leaves. So UK, thank you for that. As ever, Ayo always articulates, but the logic behind whatever he says, is subject to your, Let me just leave that. Let's go to UK. So UK, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, quickly then, let me take you to this space. The Senate Chief Whip, he visited Nnamdi Kanu along with the great and the good. And he put the question to him that, look, the weight of this seat at home is now turning into a negative within the East. And Nnamdi Kanu told him pointedly that he has never given any order for anybody to sit at home. But this now something that's become a tradition. Even though IPOB has said they are no longer enforcing it, people are just too scared to come out. So this sit at home now, Nnamdi Kanu says it's not his directive, but it's something that has seized charge of the eastern space. One, that questions still Nnamdi Kanu's authority over that organization. So is he still as large, looming as we once thought he was? And two, who is orchestrating these moves and acting to the detriment of the people? So to all of that, UK.
Yeah, this sit at home. I mean, it was good, but now it is going even against everyone, because people who do their business, those ones who do like petty trading, because even I've been calling and asking them, they said the thing has been making them, their business is not going the way it should. And everybody's complaining about it. For me, it is getting out of hand. It's not supposed to be that. I wish if they will, because according to what I hear, I mean, from the horses, from people from the ground, when I call them, they say even if you try to go, you see some. It's not even the men IPO, even like the talk, they take advantage of it now. You know how Nigeria is. Anytime there is something, you see some people. That's how they make money.
What Senator Baribe is saying is that it is spiraling out of control. Nobody seems to be able to control it anymore. So IPOB has said, okay, don't do it anymore. But it continues because people are not willing to run the risk. Like I was just saying, people are not willing to run the risk of coming out and being weighed upon by hoodlums who are nothing to do with IPOB, but are using that window to just wreak havoc on the space. So the thing now, running out of control, is affecting business now.
Yeah, that exactly. I mean, you already said it all, because a lot of people have, lost their goods, as a result of sit at home. But if you look at it, this sit at home is not like, the thing is that even if you want this, I mean, you can still create another strategy. I remember one time you said one man, because sometimes you need to change. You don't keep using one strategy to achieve something. I mean, you can create another strategies for you to achieve something. Even, I mean, for me, I don't like it anymore, because a lot of people have been complaining, and the bad boys, they are taking advantage of it. Because if you try to like go out on Monday, even your car, they might even burn it, your goods, even your own life, if even at risk. So for you not to, put yourself, in that risk, it's better that you leave that one day, and sit, because if you go there, something happened to you, nobody will even listen to you, But for me, they need to cancel it. They need to like checkmate it. They need to like, stop it, because the reason why they did the thing have no for them, they might think it is truthful, but at the same time, it is not, because it's affecting the common people, you know. So for me, I don't like it anymore, because they need to change strategy. I mean, that's how you work. As if you think you're a smart person, you need to be changing your strategy, you know, because by changing your strategy, that will even make you, you know, more solidified, because people you are against them, they are also always changing their own strategies, you know, for them to achieve their own aim. So as a group, they need to change, and they need to like come out and start looking for all those ones who have been, you know, against the people, because even as you are fighting for the people, you don't want to like suffer them at the same time. So they need to like cut that thing off, so that people can go back to their normal business, you know. Then,
all
but they
right.
will still continue, you know, chasing what they are chasing. I mean, that's all I can say.
All right, thank you, UK. So now, UK, Gani Adams at a book launch recently, he asserted that the insecurity in Nigeria is keeping people from diaspora away from the country. And we all know what that means, because that means investment, money pumping into the economy is not going in. So he says that. But then it was quite curious that he said that, because over the last few days, we've been discussing endlessly about why people are not going to Nigeria. And some people will come here and tell us that we are spreading fear and whatever. But then the narrative coming out of Nigeria, and nobody has to spread fear. You only have to pick up a Nigerian newspaper any day of the week, and there's sufficient enough reason for you to put your passport away and say, maybe not now. We heard that you say it just now. So insecurity he is pointing to as a reason why people are not coming home. I know you go home, or you want to go home, but do you share those fears? And what other reasons do you think people in diaspora are not going home as frequently as they should?
Yes, I mean, everybody shares the fear, but just when you're going, you have to like pipe low. You have to go in a very low key, you know, because if you want to like show maybe you are coming from here or here, you know, you're exposing yourself. So it is true. There's a heavy insecurity, because a lot of people, even I have some couple of friends, they say, except when Buhari leave the office, before they will even step into the country, you know. So it is. So if you're going, you know, you just have to go with. And
If we
also,
are if we are looking at the things that people should be cautious of visiting Nigeria, you have to look at that insecurity, because it's perpetually, constantly in the news, and it's so brutal and so brutish. But that's not the only thing. You are also running the fear of the security operatives who will just gun you down for no reason. And even your own family members and neighbors, they are circling around you to exploit you or do away with you. How many people have you heard that they've gone to see the property that they built and they ended up being buried in that property? So plenty to fear about our visiting Nigeria. Are you okay?
yeah, like as I said, is everything is in the hands of God now. I mean, you might. I mean, some people go, they come back, they say there's nothing is going on. Then some people go there, then they become a victim. So as it is, it's 50-50, you know. Either you go without any harm, or maybe you face, you know, some serious problem. So everything is just in the hands of God. I mean, this one, nobody is even protecting anybody in Nigeria. So either when you go with you pay like some military people. If you're staying for 2 weeks, you pay them now. You know, at least you can do whatever you want to do, then and come back. Or, as I say, you can go in a very low key. Maybe even your location, you wouldn't even disclose it to anybody. You know, which a lot of my friends, that's what they do. They don't disclose their location to anybody. You know, whatever thing they want to do, you know, they will call one or two people, then they will do it, and just remain low key until you finish what you're doing, then you come back. But that joy of going as it used to be, like, when you're living here to Nigeria, people doesn't have that joy no more. One man. So that
Yes.
joy that you are coming from US or Europe or wherever place you are coming, people doesn't have that joy.
Because the way we are now.
Yes.
Let's be honest with ourselves. When people are going home, a lot of people go. They want to go and flex. That's the thing. They want to go and flex. They want to go and do big boy for that 2 weeks, and they get all the babes, etc. But you go to Nigeria now and flex at your own risk.
Yes.
That's just it.
Yes. So, well, like me, as I said, whoever person that is living, you just have to maintain your circle. But usually, even the family circle self, you have to be very careful because you can't really trust any of them. For the fact you have that strong currency, all of them, that's where their minds, So once you're leaving, just plan yourself. Do you know that me? I prefer going into Lagos self. Do you know sometimes when I go one man, I work really in Idumota because those are like boys. I will just pay them like this thing. Anywhere I want to go, they will direct us. They will give them money. They will park our car. Once you give them that money, they will help you everything you want to do. Sometimes I feel so safe in Lagos, but now nobody really know what is really going on because every day the security is just going down now. So it is what it is now.
All right, thank you. Let me take you to the Rotimi Amaechi space, him being turbaned in Daura, and the clamor now, posters everywhere, Amaechi for president, etc., etc. So none of this would have happened outside of Buhari's knowledge, because Rotimi Amaechi cannot go to Buhari's own hometown to go and launch a presidential campaign without the tacit approval of MALLAM Buhari. So are we now seeing the beginnings of the side swiping of Ojuyobo, as Rational Mind calls it?
Well, that's his paymaster. So for the fact, I mean, it's what we talked about it yesterday. Now we talked about the chieftaincy yesterday. We know why that chieftaincy came now. It's because of that railway and other things they have done over there now. Because it's not even only the railway, because there have been so many infrastructure in that area, which not everybody even know. Because I know there are so many things that are going on there. I think even Rochas or Okorocha even go there to build some Islamic school for them.
This same Rotimi Amaechi, he built a university there.
Exactly. So
because as part of the package with China for the trains, they said they had to transfer technology, and they made them donate a university or an institution for train technology in Nigeria. And he went and cited it in Daura, of all places.
Okay, you see it. So I mean, he already belongs. I mean, they already assimilated him. So we don't know, because this thing we are even talking about Tiku and all these things. Don't get me wrong. The person that is going to be the president of Nigeria, everybody will open mouth and shout, "Is this person?" I mean, that's my own permutation. Those people we are even looking up to, they might not even be the real people. One man. I mean, let's just keep it that way. I mean, we can come here and talk, but these people, they already know the person that is going to be there, whether we like it or not. It's selection now. For the fact you will dance to their tune, you're already selected now. Because they know that you are one of them. So let's see how it goes. That's all I can say.
All right. But if Babangida had the decision, that person that will be sitting in that seat will be Bukola Saraki. So they are saying that a lot of retired generals, retired head of states and generals, they are backing the Saraki narrative for president. So Saraki now, his name now starting to bubble up within that thrust towards the seat. So what are you making then of Saraki's emergence now as a front runner?
Well, they will still come after him now. You remember when they said that he was in the FCC net now? Eh? I
He's
mean, the
always
thing
in. You remember they seized his house in
that's what
Victoria
I'm saying. Now.
Island. I think, yeah.
They will use that to truncate his race. You know, because because he's still on he's still his name is still in FCC file now. You know, so let's see how it goes. But I know that I mean, no matter what they will say, he's not the one that are going because if he goes there, he's not going to even respect those Aboki people. You know. So that's all I can say.
Is this the most keenly contested or the least predictable presidential race that we've had yet in Nigeria?
Well,
Because somewhat you have a good sense of who's going to be president, but in this instance, we can talk and talk, but we don't really know what's going on. Another name will come into permutation, and you just
yeah. Let me tell you, one man, the person that is going to be Nigerian. I mean, that's my own prediction. You know, and that's my own opinion. It's gonna be maybe a last minute. They will push that person, and they'll say this person is gonna be the president of Nigeria. Forget all these things we are even talking about here. I mean, that's my own permutation, and that's my own prediction. You know, it's gonna be somebody we never thought of. You know, like all this big name that is coming out. Their bookies, they already know who they will put there, either from Igbo or Yoruba, or they already know. You know, but
do you think that name will be a southerner?
Yeah, to me, yeah. I mean, it could be a southerner, it could be a northerner, but maybe, or it could be within that. When I say North Central, within that North Central, the North Central now, you know, maybe from that.
Oh, yeah, Bello for president.
Not Yaya Bello, but I know within that region, you know, up to that Kwara or come down a little bit. I mean, within that, I mean, that's my own distance. That's where they're going to pick somebody, you know.
All right, thank you, UK. I, for one, I'm starting to like the thought of a SARAKI presidency. We could do worse. We could do a lot better, but certainly we could end up with Tinubu or Atiku, which would be worse. You know. So in that hierarchy, just you know that round robin we do. Let's do a quick round robin for hierarchy. So just a quick 1, 2, 3. So the names that we're conjuring with Tinubu, Atiku, and Saraki. So in an order of 1 being the highest and 3 being the least for Nigerian president. So we quickly run through that, and then I'll go then on to Ajanle Kokos. Just a quick run through. So we start from Thomas to land on Black League. Just a quick run through. For the presidency, your preference choice with the names in contention: Tinubu, Atiku, Saraki. Give us your running order, Thomas.
Okay, should I go first?
Oh, okay, you go first then. Thomas seems to be, he's from Australia, you know.
Okay.
Maybe he's...
I will say Atiku, Tinubu, and Saraki.
All right, brilliant. Thomas, are you there now? Okay, Ajanle Koko, are you there? The running order. Everybody's...
one man.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see...
Yeah, I know you don't like all of them, but just for the humor of it.
Well, Atiku will be the number 1 because I believe he have the structure to win the ticket in their party. And whoever win the ticket of the party is the one that is...
No. Sorry. I'm talking about your preference for president. So who would you prefer of the 3 of them in order of 1, 2, 3? So not who can win, but who would you personally prefer?
At this time, Saraki look, because he is younger among them and is very articulate. So I would say him number 1, Atiku number 2, then Duyaba number 3.
All right, brilliant. Ayo, same question. Okay, we've lost Ayo. Babakure, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So did you hear the question? Give us your running order.
Yeah, it would be Bukola Saraki, Atiku, and Oduyobo, like Ajanle Koko said.
Brilliant. Ola, same question. Ola, are you there? Okay, DOG, if you're there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Yeah, I said it's a very dicey situation for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I will look at it from the point of view is going to be the deputy, right? So
No, not the
naturally,
deputy, just those three
I'm
figures.
just
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
the reason I want to go the other, because naturally I would have
Mm.
picked Tinubu, but now I will pick Sharaki just because of whosoever is going to be the deputy. So I will pick Sharaki. Then where Atiku, after Buhari, this thing and all this MALLAM, Fulani, all this story, it's going to be difficult to. Where just because the deputy might be from the south, I will pick him second. Then Tinubu will be the last, even though I think he's the most competent among the three.
All right, thank you. And DOG, your running order.
I'll go with Sharaki, Tinubu, and Atiku.
All right, that seems to be what everybody thinks. Ejiro, are you there?
Everybody think is Sharaki, Atiku, and Tinubu, but I think I will go with Sharaki,
Saraki, Tinubu,
Tinubu,
and
and
Atiku.
Atiku.
You
Yeah.
can't. You just cannot leave that Yoruba blood
No,
alone.
it's
You
not
just
like that.
look at that.
I'm giving the second place.
Son of the soil. Is it? Look at
I'm
that.
giving the top place to Sharaki.
Show. Look at this guy. Show she on the. All right. Thank you. Ejiro, to you. Okay, we don't have Ejiro, so let's go to Black League, who hopefully we do have.
Yeah, my preference would be Saraki, Atiku, then Tinubu. But that's if I have to pick the three. But if I don't have to pick the three, none of them will make my list.
All right. Why Tinubu before? Why Atiku before Tinubu?
Well, because Atiku to me has more of a national appeal than Tinubu.
And what ethnicity, by your consideration, is Saraki? What ethnicity is he, by your consideration?
Saraki is a Fulani man.
All right. Okay, thank you. So let's go on to Ajande Koko then. So Ajande Koko, to you, let's take you then to this now covert move that they're using to access people's information and spy into your WhatsApp conversations. The girls that you're toasting, the business that you're doing, the people that you're trying to shaft, everything, Buhari has his microscope on it. So this now law that enables the security agencies to pry into your private data via your SIM card. What are you making of that then, Ajale Koko?
That move is unconstitutional. We, the people, are going to lose our constitutional right of freedom. Freedom of speech and expression. That means we are going to lose that because we're going to be under the surveillance of the government, and our privacy while on the phone. We won't have our privacy when we are using our phone. So where is the freedom of speech and expression as guaranteed by the Constitution? This administration is an administration that consistently run that country with action of illegality. Even if you want to do this, he has to go through the parliament. The assembly have to approve it. You have to put before them why he want to do such thing, but not going through the parliament and want to use the power of fear to do it is grossly unconstitutional. And Nigerian people up against this, because when we don't have the freedom of, when we don't have our freedom and liberty as guaranteed by our constitution, that means we have lost everything. We are turning to a feudal state and not a democratic state. It's unfortunate that we have administration like this in Nigeria that does not respect the rule of law and does not what the constitutional presidential system of government does not practice it in any way. It's quite unfortunate. So the Nigerian people should stand up clearly and stand up against it and make a very strong come out strongly against it. And I believe one man and his organization that will do it. I know Omoyele Sowore will jump on the street for this.
Is that guy not tired of? Yeah, go. You go, Black League. Yeah, go.
Ajale Koko, let's leave Sowore out of this. In talking about security and privacy, don't you think it's happening all over the world? You think you're being fair to the Nigerian government by singling them out?
Oh, yes. It's not happening around the world. And that's why I said, even if you want to do it, they have to go through the parliament. As the parliament approve it, the parliament represent with the people. And there must be justification. I mean, there must be a reason for taking such steps. So he has not presented, he has not consulted with the our representative, but he wants to do that. That is grossly illegal. And that is why I said, I know I have one person that will fight for my right while I'm in America, but it's over there. We jump on the street and fight for my right against this criminal we have running our country. Omoyele Sowore. I have my strong belief in him that he won't let it go. He will jump on the street, and the Falanos and the rest of them, they will take them to court, and I believe they will win for us. One man.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay, so, can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Ola.
Yeah, on this data collection, the thing I want to chip in is, I just see it as a way of some people that really want to make money. Why did I say that? This data that we are talking about, privacy, I think they're already outside there already. So the only thing about Nigeria is this: we have data flying everywhere, but nobody is trying to enhance all those data pools. So it makes that environment even more dangerous. So whatever they are going to do now, honestly, is not that one that we expose any privacy, in my opinion. It is all those you've done before, even right from where you collect your passports, right from where you even register the birth certificate for children, and where you've done this same card registration, or where you have all this data with your bank. So the data in Nigeria, you find data everywhere and carelessly so. So
sorry, Ola, that's not the conversation. The conversation is that Buhari has passed a law or a policy position that allows the security agencies to access people's personal data outside the due process. So that's it. It's not that there's not data everywhere.
Okay. Do you know the truth is that they've been accessing things before? That's just the truth. It's what they be accessing.
Well,
do you know the way they be assessing that is they be assessing it by force. Now, what they want to do now is that they just want to give them a almost automatic full access. It's just like Nigeria today. Once you have auto-reg, for example, if police want to get your data from auto-reg, they go to that place, they have access. If they want to get your data from Nigerian Communication Commission, they go there and get your access. Because you'll be wondering that once they want to get their target sometimes, how did they get the information? So they know how to get this thing. But what Buhari is doing now, I understand what we are saying, is granting free access. But whether he's granting it or not, it has always been like that. That's just my opinion.
Well, so if it's always been like that, then it's been outside. It's been like that outside of the law.
Yeah. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. So, but you know that whenever these people get data before, they are not going to tell you how they got the data. But the point is that they get it. Because if they go to banks and harass the bank managers and harass the staff there, by the time they arise and fall to the chief security at the head office, before you know it, they will give you that access. So, to me personally, Nigeria is what Buhari is doing. You should not be afraid. It's not be so. After all, it's happening. The only thing he's doing to now is that they are just doing the dressing, just to grant that access. And I don't see any way they are going to stop it. Even stopping him through the courts, this guy will still go the illegal way. That's just my opinion.
Well, yes, but then they are doing it illegally, not legally. Is the point?
Exactly, that's the point.
So, one man.
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah, go on, Jane.
Yeah, bro. Good evening to all of you, and I'm happy to be here right now. You see, one man. What I would like to say here is that the day this same government place national interest above your human rights, above the human rights of every Nigerian, was the day they were preparing and softening the ground for this draconian policy that the president is bringing right now. The same thing happened here in Ghana. We fought it here. We fought it through our parliamentarians, and today, before the government of Ghana will access your call logs or your data or whatever, or snoop into your private, telephone system, they need a court order to do that. Without that court order, they will not do it. That is what we fought for. If this kind of draconian policy is being thrown at you, Nigerians, and you accept it hook, line, and sinker, then I don't think that there is people in Nigeria that can challenge most of these things. One man.
All right, thank you, Viv. You did start. You did start as you usually start, though. Here in Ghana, here in Ghana.
I am in Accra. I am in Accra, right?
Very good. You travel a lot. So that's been. Yeah, go on, Ajane Koko.
So this draconian move by the government will definitely kill voices of dissent against them, and anybody that criticizes them or discuss anything on the phone about them, just like the way we are talking, we call them criminal administration. You do that in Nigeria, they will come after you. And it will get worse. Once they start it, if this is allowed, it will get worse. And what that will do is that when people cannot speak, cannot challenge people in authority or bad governance, then they will succeed in governing you not in line with the Constitution, but according to their own will, the will of man, the rule of man, rather, and the rule of force. That is what they will use on you. Under democracy, it will be challenged. It should be challenged. And what I'm telling you, if they get anything, if they do it secretly, I'm saying this in response to Allah, if they do it secretly, get information about you discussing over the phone or something like that, they have to present it to the court. If they're taking you to the court, or if they are arrested and they have to end up at the court, they have to present their case before the judge, how they come about the allegation against you. What have you done wrong? Where did they got it? And then the defense or whoever they arrested will challenge it that it is illegal. They don't have the right to tap on your phone. So that is why it's trying to bring out a policy so that they can, but it should be challenged. We are going to challenge it. And I keep saying, the human rights activists that you see right there, that some of you that are yam-head will criticize most of the time that, oh, it's just what's it doing on the street? They need to go and do this. This is where person like Amaechi and some others, this is where they protect our right. This is what they do.
Has that guy not taken enough beating for you? Do you want them to beat him to death? Every time we see images of him, he's on the floor with a jackboot on his neck.
This is a patriotic
He's
citizen.
not the young man that he once was, you know. It's time for him just to go to New York and go and be eating burger with his children.
Wait, he's a patriotic Nigerian fighting for better governance, fighting for the right of people. And he has said it. He doesn't mind. Whatever happened to him on this struggle, he's okay with it. What else do you want? Somebody fighting for your right? You don't want to stand by him? And this is what you want us to continue with this kind of government? Everybody should stay behind and be scared of challenging them, and they will enslave you. They are gradually trying to enslave you, enslave me and you. This is a feudal system. This is the way it works in a feudal system. They are trying to use it.
That's why I always
the
refer
whole country.
to MALLAM Buhari as a warlord. He's not a president, he's a warlord.
Yes, and this is what they want to effect on all of us, all over the country. No, it's impossible. I know my men on the street over there. They will fight. They will challenge it. We will challenge it. And they will win at the law court because it's a constitutional move. That's my submission.
All right, thank you, Ajande Koko. So the turbaning of Rotimi Amaechi as the Dan Mariah Joss of Daura. So just a odd thing, you know. And the names of the people that turned up even speaks for itself. Yusuf Bichi was there. The Emir of Kano was there. The whoever and everything. So all of the permutations of that northern politics, the people, the real decision makers in the north, they were there. And you saw the clip that I played. They even hired an orchestra of celebrants to usher him with chants of Amaechi, President Amaechi. It's also Tinubu, don't pop the champagne too quickly. Essentially, what MALLAM Buhari is saying to the man from Lagos State.
I don't know if the turbaning of him will affect Tinubu in any way. I don't think so. I don't know if he's going to do anything against Tinubu. But the Emir of Daura said it clearly. He didn't hide it. Why they gave him the title? The meaning of the title is the trustworthy son of Daura. So now, to those of you in Rivers State, Daura has taken over your son from you. So you have to what do we call it? You have to the citizen Amaechi from Rivers now, because Daura people have adopted him now. So, but the so
do you think they would have given him that title outside of Buhari's knowledge?
No. I mean, that guy has done great thing. It took federal
railway
there, and railway, and then School of Transportation. Yes, I mean, federal government presence is in Daura now. That's it. I mean, just for one town to have all of that, that's a huge success. That's a huge favor, rather, for them from this guy.
And what do you think the Emir of Daura means when he says his prayer and wish for Amaechi is to attain higher political positions?
Yeah, that is. It sounds political, but it's a statement of encouragement that if he can move further on any position you want to.
But Ajanle Koko, does Amaechi has the power to put university, railway, and all those things in Niger State by himself? I think that man is just looking for excuse to justify all the whatever they've done. I don't know.
Actually, he fought for it. As the minister, he was in the forefront fighting for this thing to be taken there. If he didn't have any input into that to that move, it might not be possible. But as the minister, minister is closer to the president, and he can push a lot of things to happen at anywhere he wants it to happen.
Let us forget that the president is from Daura. He's from Daura himself, the president himself. Hello?
Have we lost Ajanle Koko?
Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Oh, okay. I think we lost Ajanle Koko temporarily. So let's go then from that.
Can you hear me now?
No, we couldn't for a moment, but we can now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying the president himself is from that same place. So are you telling me is Amaechi has to persuade the president to take that, or the president has instructed Amaechi to go and do that?
No, it could be by his initiative. It could be by Amaechi's initiative, and he could advise the president, "Oh, president, this is the way we're going to do it." And and the president will say, "Okay, go and do all the paperwork, everything you want to do, and I will approve it." And he will go and lobby the those legislators. You go and lobby them and settle them in any way you feel you can do it and make it happen. So they must have recognized.
As long as he's going to his place, he will.
Yeah. So he might have done something that they sees that he make it work. To take those institutions there. So I don't think they are just praising him for anything. They have seen what he did, that the way he favored them by bringing those schools. I mean, there are some other states that I think some states in the south were challenging it, that they are the one entitled for such thing. But this guy, he didn't make it happen for those, and he took it to Daura. So Amaechi's political power is no match to Tinubu. So the Emir, I think, is just praising him, and it's just encouraging him to go higher, because he believes somebody that can work hard to make and favor them with what he has done, will definitely do more if he get to a higher office in the future. And it could be signaling as well to him that, look, we will back you. Go and do something about presidency, you know. They might be signaling to him, go and do it, we'll back you, and we can take you around to some other people too in the north that, you know, you're our son, because already you have been adopted as a trusted son of Daura. So it's a Daura man now.
All right, this is it. What is it that the Bible says? A prophet is not without something in his own homeland. So this is it. A prophet is not something in his own homeland.
A prophet can never be a king. A prophet can never be a king in his own land.
What? Oh, all right. Okay, so Adale Koko, let me move you on from there. Let me move you to PDP politics and the sudden emergence of Saraki as a frontrunner. Bukola Saraki we're talking about, who, for whatever weird reason, Black League thinks is a Fulani man. Bukola from Daura. Is this where we are now? Rotimi Amaechi from Daura, Bukola now from Daura, according to Black League. But what are you making of the emergence now as a front runner? All the generals are backing him. He is now traversing the media spaces, selling his wares, just like Ayo described earlier on. And suddenly now people are giving him consideration and people are thinking, why not? So Bukola Saraki as a serious contender, Ajale Keko, what's his?
Well, Bukola Saraki, for him to emerge as Bukola Saraki's structure in PDP is not strong like that of Atiku. Atiku's structure in PDP is the strongest. How Bukola is going to emerge as the candidate of the party if Atiku is contesting as well will be very, very tough for him. Except the leadership of the party. If the leadership of the party, the people holding the national offices and all the governors pull their weight behind him, that could be a very serious problem for Atiku.
Ajale Koko, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think Saraki is a Fulani man? One man appears to disagree with me on that.
He's not a Fulani man. He's a Yoruba man.
How is he? He does have Yoruba blood. I can concede to that. But his ancestry is from Mali. Fulani is the Mali, which is where the Fulanis actually originate from. That Gambia, Mali, deep West Africa region. So that's where
there are other tribes in Mali, not just Fulani.
You can ask Saraki this himself. He'll tell you about his family tree. His father, Olushola Saraki, his grandfather came from Mali. He's a full-blood Fulani man from Mali who married a woman from Oyo State, Isenyi, in Oyo State. So that's where the Yoruba blood comes from. It's from Olushola's father marrying a woman from Oyo State.
How would a Fulani man adopt Yoruba name and not the first name of all his children?
From the mother. I've lived, I've interacted with Yorubas a lot. I've seen where there's a Yoruba wife and then the children bear Fulani names, but they also bear Yoruba names. Like Bukola is called Abubakar. So when Bukola goes to the north, he drops the name Bukola and bears Abubakar. He is Fulani with Yoruba blood. I can concede to you he's Yoruba, and I can tell you precisely where in Yoruba land is Oyo State. And that comes from his grandmother.
Isenyi.
Yes, Isenyi in Oyo State. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then his grandfather is not a Nigerian Fulani man. He's closer to
What's
the
his grandfather's name? Do you know?
He's a Mali Fulani man. I don't know his grandfather's name. I know his father's name.
This is the way it is. His father is from Mali, but they've been in even the tree. They've been in
he migrated to Nigeria. He migrated to Ilorin.
Years. You know, they've migrated from almost 100 years, even the father of that particular person. Yeah. But Bukola Saraki, Olushola Saraki, that's his father that was Fulani, but his father from
the Fulani man, the Mali man is Olushola's father. That's Saraki's, the Saraki we're talking about, Bukola's grandfather. So if I can trace you this man's origin, just 3 generations, and I'm pointing it to Fulani in Mali, and I'm telling you, I can concede to you when you say he's Yoruba, I would say he's part Yoruba from Oyo State. Not even Para, Oyo State. But his grandfather settled in Ilorin. That's what makes him Kwara today.
Blackley.
Yeah.
He just like this man called Baba Ahmed, right?
No, Baba Ahmed's situation is even is worse.
That one also is from Mauritania, I think.
No.
I think I was just deliberating whether to settle whether or not he's Fulani and why I say he's Fulani, because one man made it sound like I brought it out from the blue, you know.
Blackley, even I was saying Fulani too, but I think now I can reason with Ajale Koko too that we can say Yoruba now, because it is true that Patana from grandfather's side, you know, from grandfather's side, we can say, look, it's Fulani, but where we see that the father acquire his Nigerianness from his maternal side, then Shola Saraki, even then, we can't call him a first generation Nigerian, for example, because his father happened to be a Nigerian, then his mother too a Nigerian. So that's why I said full-blooded Nigerian now. So I think let's say they've lost that lineage to Fulani. Let's just assume they've lost it, because if a child has father's side, the child must have the mother's side, right? So, well, let's say for now, because of the years he has stayed in Nigeria, let's say it's Nigeria.
I think we're trying to complicate it. If I say Bukola Saraki is Fulani, am I wrong or am I right?
You are right.
Okay.
I want to ask Ola a question.
And if you say he's Yoruba, you're also right, because his grandmother comes from Oyo State.
Yeah, so, and that's where they acquire citizenship of Nigeria through an indigenous person, right? So
he acquired the citizenship from back then. We weren't strict on borders, so you can find Fulani people in Gambia, Futajalon area. You find them in Mali. You find them in Senegal. You find them in northern Nigeria, some parts of Nigeria. So they move along where they have relatives. It wasn't in Nigeria at that time. So he got his own citizenship there from moving from where there were Fulanis in Mali to where Fulanis migrated to in Ilorin. And then after then Nigeria happened, and then they became Nigerians.
Yeah.
But so I'm talking about blood now. When we're following blood without all these migrations and all that, when you follow Saraki blood, he is Fulani. And then he does have Yoruba blood. I would like to
ask Ola a question.
Okay, what's the question?
Ola, do Yorubas, practice or recognize matrilineal or patrilineal?
Both.
Oh, okay.
That's why Yoruba will say you can't have father side without mother side. But when you want to claim property, you want to settle, okay, you settle with your settle with your father's side. Even when you read one of the dancing in Yoruba Songo, you know when, okay, Mike is not there. So, you know, when some kind of rebellion out just came, you know, he has to leave his father's side to go and take side with his mother. So, in Yoruba, we recognize both father and mother side, but the father side is more pronounced. But if the father side is having issues, some people will know them to have moved to their mother side. So Yoruba will say we can't have father side without mother side. So we recognize both. And I think
Bola, you know the father side is more have priority than the mother side.
That's what I said. It's more pronounced. That's why even there are some kind of argument that we say people will say now bastard we just take a mother side, right? But over time we've lost that kind of narrative. So today we have both father and mother side. So to me, yes, Saraki has a Fulani blood, but I think it's a Yoruba man too. So
I think what Vin is really talking about is that Scottish guy that used some maternal something to nobble them and take their country.
Here in Ghana,
Here in Ghana, you have Scottish presidents. What is that? You don't have Ghanaians that can rule themselves. Scottish president. And it tells you mother side. Mother side. What is mother side?
One man. See, in Ashanti region, they practice matrimonial. What we call it ofase, uncle's side. And today, people, you are sitting down there, you cannot work with your wife, struggle in the UK, live in snow and battle all the days, make money with your wife, and your sister's children or your brother's children will now come and take all the properties you made with your wife and leave your children, outside. So people are now doing their will, what they feel that is good for them. So those things now they are taking it off from the penal.
How can you let a Scottish man come and rule your country?
That was those days. And the circumstances surrounding that period. He was jailed. It was his boys. He was jailed. It was his boys that came and freed him and plotted that coup, brought him out of prison, and made him the president.
And that worked well for Ghana today.
Yeah, but exactly. Is Rollins an African or a Scotsman?
The mother is an Ewe. From that is
no, I wasn't asking about the mother. I'm saying Rollins, is he an African or a Scotsman?
He has both African and the Scottish blood in him.
That's the mother. Is Rollins an African or a Scotsman?
Oh no, you see, he is just like one man. I do not know how I'm going to answer you, but this is what I'm going to tell you now. He has.
You can neither answer that is an African or answer that is a Scotsman.
You see, for me here, where the mother comes from, they give much emphasis on matrilineal than patrilineal. The father is a Scottish. The father is a Scottish man. The mother is from Ewe, where they call Ewe tribe in Ghana here.
Well, all right. Okay. Thank you. So, Adaneko, let me take you to the space of Ghanaian Adam speaking about people in fear of insecurity. That is why they are not now able to come home to Nigeria. Do you recognize that as a thought, as a thing? Or do you agree that what is preventing a lot of people from visiting Nigeria as often as they would like to is the fear of the Fulani bandits?
Yeah, it's true. Everybody, you just told us that he won't go to Nigeria while this man is in power until after maybe if another person is with govern the country with the rule of law, that is when it will go. A lot of people have that fear, and you don't see the government trying or doing anything to, improve on our human rights and do better on the human rights program that we have in Nigeria. But rather, they just want to force their will on the people and then just rule and not govern. So that is the fear. A lot of people, insecurity, and the fear of the government too, that you have government that you dare not criticize them, you can get in trouble. And look at the new policy is trying to come up with. Everything is just to government to control everything. They want to control our life. They want to control our business. They want to control everything that we want to do. Government have to be in control of it. What kind of country is that? So people doesn't like that. You wouldn't like. I mean, for people like us that live in a democratic society in abroad, that love their freedom and liberty, you wouldn't want to go to a country where your freedom and liberty is not guaranteed. You wouldn't like to go there. That's the fear of everybody. Insecurity, particularly by, what is caused by this criminal Fulani herdsmen that have killed people in various places across the country on their home, on their farmland, and the government is not doing anything about it. Banditry you see across the northern side of the country, and the government is not working hard, to subdue them. And these are the fear. These are the fear. People are, that fear is there. People have fear for their life. They don't want to go to where your safety is not guaranteed. If you are in Nigeria, you go to Nigeria, your safety is not guaranteed. Anything can happen to you. You could be killed and nothing going to come out of it. Nobody will be held responsible. Anything happen to you, maybe you just run into a car crash or accident and you call for help. You cannot even get no help. Help will not come to you. What kind of country is that? And you want to brag around that you are the best economy in Africa, you are this, and basic amenities are not there. You're going there, you know that you are going into darkness. Who want to go live where there is light and go into darkness? Who want to do that? Nobody want to do that. That is why a lot of people living in Western world and around the world haven't seen the way country is run well. The way society is governed, the way human right is protected, the way everything is done right. And you want to go to somewhere that is just anything goes. Anything goes. You don't want to go there because of your safety. Safety first before anything. So we have government in place that have failed in guarantee safety of life and property. And that is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for people that live in abroad to go there. It's like you are taking a risk, and we're just taking a risk. UK just said if you go to Nigeria, just keep it low. You want to disguise. You don't want to show. I'm not saying that you be flamboyant or some. You don't want anybody to see you because you're scared. You don't know who's going to be after you, who's going to plan for you to be kidnapped. What kind of country is that? Why do you want to go there? You don't want to go.
And they have this expectation that because you are coming from abroad, you are coming with some vast wealth. They don't understand that people are just a lot of people that are just managing to keep it steady in their blood, even, you know. It's just
Don't want to go to where your safety is not guaranteed. It's like you're going to war zone. It's barbaric. Some of our people don't know. Some of this, like Igbo, will come. Oh, there's nothing now. Who told you Nigeria is not safe? I'm here in Ikeja. I'm here in this thing. He doesn't know that for people like us that knows what safety means, we never go there.
Because Ajale Koko, they can spot you immediately. Somebody like Ego, he knows the terrain. He knows how to move around Lagos.
Yes.
Somebody like you and I, we are going from memory from however long ago we were last domiciled in Lagos. They will see you coming now. When they are telling you that something that is 100 naira is 1,000 naira, and you are telling them take 900, and they spot you immediately now. They spot you immediately that this one is JJC, and they'll just
Ajale Koko, can I do something?
Yeah.
Yes, one of my friends here went to Nigeria. The guy said he's going from Ikeja to somewhere. He said he calls Philip Uber. When he enter one, he will say, "This is my destination." He will let him go. Call another one. Enter there. That one doesn't know that he's coming from the airport. So he will call another one. When he gets to Ikeja, he will say, "Thank you. This is my destination." He will drop before calling the last one that will take him to his destination.
For safety reasons.
Yes, because even the Uber now, they are given the most dangerous one now. They pick you from the airport. They know where they drop you. Middle of the night, they come and burgle you. So even calling family members to come and pick you, even for some people, is even dangerous because that person that come and pick you don't even know what is going in his mind. So
my goodness,
everybody. Somebody that you can't suspect is your mother or your father, even your brother. Don't trust anybody. You never can tell. That's what we are living there. Calling Philly Uber from airport in Kenya. He said, "Me here. This is where I'm going." Call another one.
You see?
Wow.
All right. It's a terrible situation in Nigeria. It is. And nobody can say otherwise because the examples are just too plentiful. You don't even have to go looking for it to see it. It's just all over the place. And it cannot be, of course, it's not a universal experience. It's not even the majority experience. But there's sufficient enough of it just happening constantly for it to be a source of worry. You are essentially completely out of the Nigerian loop and you don't know how the system works. And you hear all of these narratives, of course. You just stay where you are now. You are not used to. Can you
Even
imagine?
Here, say one man. Even here, say one man. I'm afraid to go with my family. I'm telling you.
Oh, you mean from Ghana to Nigeria?
Honestly speaking, because see, one man, a friend of mine came. I was talking to him today in Accra. He's from UK. He came. He is in Nigeria as we speak. He said since the time he came, I think 2 weeks now, he hasn't left Aba. He is in Aba, low key. He doesn't want even his cars. He can't drive them. It's my classmate when we were in school in the village. Then you see. He said he cannot even drive his car or let people know that he is around. He's in his house, low key, in that place. You do know how he got to Nigeria? He has to take he was even advising me on how to come to Nigeria from Ghana. That I should not come to Lagos. From Ghana, there is a direct flight from here to Lagos, then Abuja. And from here to Ghana is about 45 minutes. From here to Lagos, MIA is 45 minutes. He said, don't come there and take another flight, because he now begin to tell me the inconsistencies in the air ticketing and flight from Lagos to Port Harcourt, Enugu, or Calabar, or Akwa Ibom. He said he spent almost 2 days. One time he came there just to connect from Lagos to Port Harcourt. Do you know the advice he gave me? He said I should look for Ethiopian Airline. Ethiopian Airline will take me from Accra, Ghana, Kotoka International Airport to Addis Ababa, then to Port Harcourt.
God.
Just imagine. Just imagine. I told myself, how can I do that? That is an Israelite journey now from here to
all of this just to avoid Buhari's clansmen.
For just safety, for your safety. Because you don't want to ply on that road. Even if you are going to ply on that road, you are not safe. From that Lagos expressway to the east, you are not safe. You know, that was where they killed that Edo businessman on his way. You know, my brother, it's just pathetic. It's pathetic. It's pathetic.
The Nigerian tale is a sad one. Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts on that, and then I'll go to, and then we'll progress the conversation.
So that's it. It's just sad that you know, if you want to go to your country, you have to be thinking twice. Why should it be like that? I have many friends here that are from Korea. They are distant. Every time they take their vacation from work, they are going to their country. They don't spend it here. They don't spend it here. Boom, that country. They go to China, the one that is Chinese, the one that is Korean, the one that is some other country. They go to their countries. They will take their family there. But we cannot take our children there. What kind of life is that? But some knuckle-headed people will say, oh, yeah, they are destroying Nigeria. You are giving bad image of Nigeria. We have seen a lot of people that they travel home and something bad happened to them. A woman traveled, he just fell sick. He just needs oxygen. There's no oxygen. They rush her to UCH. That is where she died. They didn't even have oxygen.
That's very true about you said. They never have oxygen.
No oxygen. No oxygen.
Yeah, it was on news. It was on news. It was on news.
And she left here. She left America. Healthy. Healthy. A woman. She just went there to see the family. And she fell sick.
Imagine calling an ambulance.
No
imagine calling an ambulance in Lagos.
Where are you going to see ambulance?
No. Let's even imagine that there is one and you call it.
They won't pick your number. They don't pick up all those people.
By the time they get through the potholes and the traffic, it'll be 2 days later.
You already died in the vehicle.
Of course.
So one man I will invite you. He said, one man I will invite you to Ghana. I will invite you to Ghana to come and spend at least 2 weeks if your family will allow you to.
All right.
Then you will come there. If I'm in my house right now, I can call an ambulance and something is happening to me. I will call an ambulance. It will not take, no matter where I am, it won't take up to 30 minutes. They will be in my house with their GPS that they are using. The digital addressing system that we have here right now. They will come without even calling you, where is your place? They will come. And once they enter the road, our road is not all that big or wide. Once they enter the road and begin to blow that siren, everybody gives way for this ambulance to go without any stoppage. But I was in Lagos 2013. An ambulance was blowing. They were telling him, my friend, go and park somewhere. In Abuleba Junction. I was there. Nobody gave him chance to move. The patient was in that ambulance. But here, they will give you all the chances you need just to go with it because it's a matter of life and death. I don't just know. I don't know.
Ben, quick question.
I don't know.
Go on, Black Lady.
Does your loyalty lie with Nigeria or Ghana?
So that's the question, though. Who are you?
You see,
Being, who are
yes.
you?
Yeah, for me,
Why in
look,
Ghana?
honestly,
No,
Blackly,
he has to
what
address
kind of
that.
No,
question? This is
just
the
a
guy that has
question,
served in Nigerian army.
Allow the man
Let me answer
answer.
him.
Answer
Let
that.
This is the
me
guy that
answer.
served in Nigerian army.
Well,
Let me
I
answer
don't know.
you.
Yes, it's
No, let me answer you, bro.
go
Let
on.
me answer you.
No, I didn't say
See,
where you're from. I said, where does your loyalty lie?
And answer
see?
it frontally. Don't give us politicians answer. Give us proper.
One man, please allow me to express myself. Here we express ourselves.
Go on. The floor is yours.
You see, my brother, I served in the Nigerian army for 18 years, and I lived in Nigeria for almost 32 years before I realized I was in the army when my father died in Ghana, and I was told I never knew that I'm a Ghanaian. This is the simple truth. Because they try to keep you so that you will not feel marginalized, or what do they call it? Ostracized. Feel ostracized from the main body, family tree. I served. I raised the flag of Nigeria high in Liberia. I almost got killed in Liberia. I had my loyalty for Nigeria. That is pure and simple. I will not miss word. That time when you were telling me about Nigeria or other, in fact, in Liberia, when I got to Liberia, I was paid $35 US per day.
To the question,
they were paying Ghanaians. Right now, formally, they were paying Ghanaians $3. I was looking and say, how is Ghana so poor that they cannot pay their people, and Nigeria is doing this, paying us this way? So my loyalty was on Nigeria. Because that was where my mother came from when I realized that. And when I begin to have bad feelings about that country, it's now that things are beginning to change.
So you are no longer loyal to Nigeria.
Of course, I am not.
You are a fair weather Nigerian. You are a fair weather Nigerian.
I was.
So when things get better in Nigeria, you come back.
You come back. Look at this guy.
And when things are not good, is Accra.
You know me. I have
your loyalty has condition.
Blackly, I have 2 beds and 2 pillows. If I fall in Nigeria, I will not break my head. I fall to Ghana, I will not break my head.
That has no meaning, man. What Black League is calling you is saying you are a shifty character. Yeah. Where is your village? Where is your village?
I wrote it on the super chat or somewhere. My village is a place they call. My father is from Upper East region. Upper East region is
in which country?
It's in the northern part of Ghana.
So you are Ghanaian.
My constituency is Boku Central. The capital is Bogatanga. And we are very close to Burkina Faso.
Okay.
So my mother comes from Nigeria.
You are from upper Volta region. I mean,
that is towards Togoland. We share border with Burkina Faso.
Look at that.
So is that close to where the Hausas are in Ghana?
Yes, the Hausas, we have up to 5th generation of Hausa in Ghana. If that one is for another day, but you see, the reason why Hausa, we have up to 5 generations of Hausa, tribe in Ghana. So, and they came here.
Are they as wayward there? Are they as wayward there as they are in Nigeria?
No. You see, the fact is that
they obey the law in Ghana.
Yes, my brother, that is the different thing. You see, here, even Muslims and Christians, we practice what we practice what we call a liberal system here. Nobody feels, or maybe they are not as populous as they are in Nigeria. Because what I have realized is that once you see them becoming populous, they try to impose their way of life.
To overrun other people, yes.
That is because here we are more. The Christians are more. So we don't have no problem. Even you see a family, just like you see in Yoruba land and some part of Enugu state, you see a family divided into Christianity and religion, and they move together, they eat together, they do everything together. So here we don't practice that extremist system here. And the law take care of anybody that is going to do that here.
Oh, all right, thank you, Vin. So, Ajale Koko, let's go on to Black League because I'm especially keen to hear his take on PDP politics. So, Bukola Saraki now in play, and the person that has really brought him into play, we have to say, is Babangida. Babangida now, and anytime that Babangida speaks, he essentially speaks for Abdul Salami as well because that one seems to be his man Friday. So he follows suit. So all of the generals are now aligned behind Saraki. So how does that permutate? Because it looks as though the luster of Atiku is starting to wane somewhat. People are looking at his age, they're looking at his antecedent, and they're starting to consider him a man of the past. Well, Bukola Saraki 59, and then so that's in the mix, but Wike is still insistent that he's the best man in that party and power should transit to the south. So all of that, PDP politics, Black League.
Yes, where I do disagree with you is Atiku is not waning because wherever you see Saraki's name is interchangeable with Atiku's name. Saraki has always been loyal to Atiku, even though his political career started when President Obasanjo appointed him as a special advisor. But he has always been a huge supporter and a follower of Atiku Abubakar. So if Atiku gets sidelined on the basis of age or past antecedents with corruption and the likes, he can put forward a Saraki, and to him he would be satisfied because Saraki being there is as good as him being there. And out of all the generals that control and quote unquote own Nigeria, they are closer to IBB, both Atiku and Saraki. When IBB wanted to come back, I believe in 2011, the PDP told him to step down, and he stepped down for Atiku Abubakar. So they have that close political relationship. So that trio or pyramid of Atiku, Saraki, and IBB, interchangeable. You're talking about the same team here. They do have strength in the PDP. However, they do not control the party structures at the moment. At the moment, the party structures still lie within the South-South, and rightfully so, because South-South has been more loyal to the PDP than Saraki or Atiku's zone has. So it is going to be a power play. You were right earlier when you said it's the most unpredictable election we've had. Yes, so far it is the most unpredictable. But that force, although they do not have the control of the party fully, they do have political associations all over the country. Yes, we know Wike was instrumental in bringing Secondus, was instrumental in taking out Secondus as chairman of the PDP. He was also instrumental in bringing in Iyorchia Ayu through the Benue State governor, because Iyorchia Ayu, the former Senate president, is from Benue, who is the current chairman of the PDP. Wike was very instrumental in bringing him. But a backdrop to that is Iyorchia Ayu has been a loyal supporter of Atiku Abubakar. So it's hard for you to find a politician wherever it is in the country that does not have association with Atiku, him being a former vice president, the most powerful one, I dare say, up until this moment, with the likes of Saraki and IBB in his team. So it will be a tough fight for the likes of Wike. It's hard to tell who will come on top, but Saraki's backing comes from Atiku. So don't look at it as two different camps. It is the same camp. Saraki, Atiku might as well just push Saraki forward the same way people are advising Tinubu to step back and push Oshimbajo forward. So it might be a Oshimbajo Saraki in place of Tinubu Atiku.
Do you think he will? Do you think he will step back for Saraki? And how does Saraki strike you as a possible president?
Saraki would make a good president. I'm not going by his antecedents in Kwara because I don't think he did much in Kwara. I'm going by his antecedents. Go ahead.
The Senate. No,
Yes.
I was going to say, why do you not think he did much? And what expectations do you have of a space like Kwara State, which is just a satellite state? It's not Lagos, it's not Rivers, it's just a lower mid-level state. So there's not much to do with a state like that.
There's a lot that can be done with dynamic leadership. There's always a lot that can be done. Kwara State lies within the middle belt, known for very fertile land, putting aside the natural resources they have there. Yes, he did try to bring international investors to set up farms like, I think he called it Shango Farms. When he was governor, he invited Jay-Z, the rapper, named a street after him. You know, things like that to me are not enough. Because even the farms, yes, he did have his political son, Abdul Fattah, to take over from him. But still, his legacy in the farming sector with the Shango farm not sustained. And today is waning and is just a project of the past. So he didn't do much, in my opinion, with Kwara State. Him being a very young man who've been clamoring for youth to take over, Saraki would have been the prime example for the youth in Nigeria to rally on, being in his 40s as governor in Kwara State. But he didn't turn it around the way he was supposed to, in my opinion. However, when he got to the Senate, the story became different. In the Senate, he was able to prove his political worth and his loyalty to the country as opposed to the president, as has been seen with people who have occupied the Senate president position. So he made a difference there, and that's why he wasn't allowed to continue. The argument against him is it was done for selfish reasons because the APC did not take a lot of his people along with them and so on and so forth. But the country got to win at the end of the day because he was able to successfully check some of the excesses of the executive, and that is what the National Assembly was set for. So that I can give him credit for, but not as governor of Kwara State. Notwithstanding, I am giving him credit, and I think based on what he did in 4 years as Senate president, the most bills were passed under his leadership of the 8th Senate, and so on and so forth. I can keep going, but I don't want to waste our time here. I think he would make a good president, and I think Atiku is a very dynamic politician. He's able to read his cards before he plays the game, so he knows if he would get too much opposition because of his age or past links with, corruption, or him not getting along with the likes of Obasanjo, he can push Saraki there. Saraki is more or less a son to Obasanjo, and he might be able to get support from the former general. But I don't think Tinubu is gracious enough to step back for Oshimbajo.
Is that a fight you would like to see, Atiku Saraki versus Oshimbajo?
Yes, that's definitely more vibrant. It would be more engaging. It's going to pull the Nigerian youth more, they're going to be more interested. Because although they are older men, we still see them as youth because we're used to people in their 70s. Now, if we get to see people in their 50s to early 60s, with the likes of Oshimbajo, who's very endearing to the youth, you see him rallying around all those social media influencers, comedians, musicians and so on. SARAKI has shown capacity to do the same, and that's just understanding the whole economic industry behind entertainment in Nigeria. When harnessed properly, is going to give us way more than oil in the Niger Delta is giving us right now. And I think those two presidents will be able to look into it. And during the campaign, the Nigerian youth would step up and, really put questions to critically examine what their portfolios are and what their agenda would be for the country. It would make for very vibrant elections, not the old guard of Tinubu, Atiku. Babangida may as well come in the race if Tinubu is still there and Atiku is still there.
Sorry, Blackley, can I interject?
Go ahead, please.
You were talking about, what Oshibanjo has done, but can you tell me what he has done that the youth will be able to recognize, apart from Tinubu?
No. I'm saying what he has the capacity to do.
Okay, but
because as vice president,
what has been done, not capacity. Because me, I don't know this guy, and I don't think a lot of people will recognize him. Also, I think a lot of people will recognize.
Yeah. I understand what you mean, but I was just based on the question posed to me by one man. He was comparing the race with the likes of Oshimbajo and Bukola Saraki versus the likes of Tinubu and Atiku. So I'm not campaigning for Oshimbajo. I just think it would be more inclusive and more democratic, and the youth will get involved even more if Oshimbajo steps forward in place of Tinubu.
But why do you think
youth would feel? Yeah, I'm about to say youth.
Yeah,
the youth will feel more involved, more engaged. We've seen Oshimbajo
because it speaks their language. Essentially, is what it is. I don't know if you've heard Oshimbajo speak the language of now, contemporaneous language. Not
when Oshimbajo is speaking,
not going to the archives to go and look for amazing
Oshimbajo, when he gives speeches, he puts in the names of the likes of Bovy, Mr. Macaroni, things we've never heard of. We've never seen somebody that high in political position, even mentioning, entertainers and acknowledging that these people contribute something to the economy. We haven't seen it before. So I'm saying we've seen it in Oshimbajo, regardless to how limited his capacity and what he can actually do as vice president, because it has to be delegated from the president. So I'm saying him as president, we might be able to see a different Oshimbajo we haven't seen yet.
I somewhat agree, but I don't rate that guy especially. Yeah, let's hear from you, Enigmatic.
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of conversation here for almost an hour now, and this the guy who has been speaking, he's very articulate, and then I like how
Black
he's been
League.
able to.
Black League. His name is Black League. Yeah.
Black League, right? Yeah. I appreciate how he's been able to juxtapose his ideas and then put his points, fundamentally true to everybody who knows how to listen and who knows how to comprehend when they listen. First, Saraki's contest and Oshibanjo on the field would be an extremely interesting race, because we wouldn't want to speak to their antecedents now, or if we're going to be speaking about their antecedents, I wouldn't want to say more about Oshibanjo because, constitutionally he has a limited role to play as a vice president. That's what most Nigerians do not understand. They always want to question what is his achievement, what has he done. What can you do under a certain Buhari who has modernized the whole of the national political grid? How do you want to cope around that kind of position? Are they not seeing what Buhari is doing? if Osinbajo were to be your daddy or your father, do you want him to kill himself before he impresses you under a certain Buhari? Can't you see what Buhari is doing? Buhari is a nepotistic, despot that he doesn't care about nobody but his, northern people. Can't they see? So for you to even hear Oshibanjo's voice once in a while, that is some genius move.
Yes,
You
but
can
that is
rate
not what I'm asking. That is not what I'm
Of
asking.
course, I'm not. I understand what you're asking, bro. Let me just land this point. Whatever you want to ask me, I'll diligently answer you. But what I'm trying to say is, if you want to rate Oshibanjo as within the purviews of his achievement in office, check what he did while he was Commissioner of Justice and Attorney General of Lagos State, and check what he did just for the few days or for the few moments. He was holding forth for Buhari within the acting capacity. He's a man who can take bold actions. He's a man who can do great things. Of course, we understand he's smart, he's brilliant, and we know most of these things does not really endear the oligarchs. I mean, the real northern oligarchs. They don't like that, right? So, if you say, I don't understand your question about Oshibanjo, I don't understand what is your, yes.
My question is, I've heard he's good at talking. Okay. Yes, you may say that, but we are talking
His
about
question is that he doesn't have the name recognition or the
no,
political
not that.
cachet as
Not
Tinubu.
that. In terms of seeing infrastructure, projects, not just talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is he the president? Is Oshibanjo the president? Do you know the role of a vice president?
Can I finish? Is
Go
Tinubu
ahead.
the governor? No, I can say that too. But if you clearly drive
Okay.
around, you see works. You can touch it, you can feel it, you see improvement, you see infrastructure, places are
Because
transforming.
Tinubu was a governor
Wait.
of a state.
He's not a governor. Is he a governor now? He's not.
He was a governor of a state. So what are you are talking about Tinubu, right? Tinubu was a governor of a state. If you're able to feel anything that Tinubu did, he did because he was a governor.
Okay, but Oshibanjo is vice president. Nothing is stopping him from going to infrastructure and doing projects. He can
are you serious for real? Are you for real? Do you know? Hey, bro, okay. Let me answer your questions now. I understand your questions, but
does that?
Okay, let me ask you. Let me take care of your questions. Okay. Now you are expecting Oshibanjo to. Are you aware of the fact that Oshibanjo is the vice president?
Yes.
Are you aware of that fact? Let's start from there. Yes. Okay. Do you know the constitutional role of a vice president?
What is the constitutional role?
Do you or not? Okay. I'm not gonna be. You should be free to understand too.
All right, that's getting somewhat convoluted. So land that point, enigmatic, and then I want to get back to Black League.
Okay. Now, you do not expect Oshibanjo to act like a president. The constitutional role of a vice president, right, is merely, as they call it in Nigeria, extra tire. Like in the US now, it's like you are expecting Kamala Harris, right, to take the right of place of Biden. There's little except there are some assignments or there are some projects delegated to them or to him as per se Oshibanjo now. There's nothing he would do. He was supposed, where we could have seen Oshibanjo in action was he had been allowed to perfectly coordinate and spearhead the economic team as he was supposed to be. But what happened? What came out of that? Right? Peter Obi was there. I believe they had some economic team that Oshibanjo was supposed to be spearheading. But along the line, MALLAM and all of them are the cabal, so the so-called cabal, sidelined him, and he was ostracized. So, in an ideal situation, we could have seen what he could have done from there. And I believe he would have done a very, fantastic job. He's a brilliant man. He's a man who ensures strict adherence to details.
Same
But we
as
can see that.
wants to increase judges' salary.
You say what?
Nothing stopped him from doing that. Was he not the same person that wanted to increase some judges' salary?
I don't understand what you are saying.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Let me get back to Black League because I think that conversation is just going in a direction that's somewhat confuses. But let me get back to Black League with this. SARAK gives Buhari 7 days to stop. SARAK gives Buhari 7 days to stop government's move to access personal details of Nigerians using NIM number and SIM card linkage. So they've now asked that you streamline your national identification number with your SIM card so that both of them can be used to identify each other. And now Buhari has granted them the security agencies carte blanche to go into people's details and just access it. So Big Brother, spying on people outside of the law. Buhari strikes again, Black League.
Well, Sarap is right in giving that ultimatum to Buhari. But would it change anything? I don't think so, because in the world we live in, there's barely any privacy. It's happening in America, it's happening all over the West, it's happening all over the East. China.
No, that's not true. What you are saying about America is not true.
It's not true, bro. It's not happening in America here, bro. It's
not true. It's not true.
It's
not
unconstitutional. It's illegal. It's illegal. You are even breaking so many cybersecurity, rules like HIPAA. You can't do that, bro. Now Nigeria is being ruled by a despot tyranny, tyrannical. He doesn't care about nobody. And when you see the manner of his appointment, then sane, reasonable human being who can think should know what he's driving at. I'm not surprised he's doing this. When you have all your men in certain place. No, who is doing that?
The NSA was spying on all American citizens. It was Snowden.
Let me conclude my point.
So what are you saying?
You have the floor to disagree. So my point is, it's happening all over the world, including America, all over the West, all over the East, America inclusive. The Secret Service does have access to everyone's emails, everyone's phone logs, everyone's location, your GPS use using satellite technology. Sorry, my voice is echoing. I don't know. Okay, it's done now. Yes. So America does that. They do it on grounds of suspicion of links to terrorism and stuff like that. So when they have reasonable ground to believe that you're involved in any form of terrorist activity or any activity that is anti-government or seeks to take over power, they're going to go into your emails, your phone logs, everyone you have contacted, where you live. They could trail you if they want. They could do all that, all in the cover of they're trying to stop terrorism. I mean, we have technology. Satellite technology has gone really far, way beyond just putting satellites in the sky and having GPS. You can go to Harvard University right now, and they can show you your bedroom, wherever you are. It's hard to believe, but those technologies already exist. There's nothing hidden under the sun. As long as you have a cell phone, you have electronics in your house, they would show you what's happening in your bedroom from Harvard University. That's how far it is. Nothing is hidden under the sun no more. Now, does that infringe on human rights? Absolutely. They're going to say, oh, we're going to take it to court if we have suspicion of terrorist activities, blah, blah, blah. But it's really up to whatever agency in charge it is to make that call, to say, yes, for sure, we have to take it to court. But it's really up to whatever agency in charge it is to make that call, to say, yes, for sure, we have to take it to court. But it's really up to whatever agency in charge it is to make that call, to say, yes, for sure, we have to take it to court. But it's really up to whatever agency in charge it is to make that call, to say, yes, for sure, we have reasonable suspicion. Now, reasonable suspicion doesn't mean it has to be true. It doesn't have to be true. They just have to suspect. So, Mr. Olusegun, I see one man highlighted upon a comment saying I'm lying. I think with time, we're going to really understand how technology works and how there's really no privacy. We can go on any website we want. It's all tracked, it's all stored. And whenever, it's not like it's monitored. No, it's not monitored, but it is stored. Whenever there's a reason to go into the files, they will go into the files using the courts, which is part of the government too. So that's really how it works.
The holy way is to not use smartphone.
Okay.
They get you one way or the other.
There was this senator from Lagos State. He was a PDP member. Now he's a APC member, Senator Adeyeye. He used to be Minister of the Federal Republic. In one of his interviews, he actually attested to the fact that he was at Harvard University, and using satellite technology, they were able to show him his own bedroom in Lagos State. So they didn't need the courts to do that, did they? Or unless you say Senator Adeyeye was lying on national television. I mean, regardless of whether or not he said it, which you can find the clip, I do know of that technology. It is in place. Not just your bedroom, through your smartphones and CCTV cameras, through the satellites. Even if there are no cameras in play, there are satellites. Satellites are cameras. So that's why when I hear of terrorism somewhere, I hear of Boko Haram doing this, kidnapping, the government has to be involved. Because these things about tapping people's phones is gone. Even in government, it's been there through military regime. The guy Buhari boxed up in London and tried to ship in a box. Umaru Diko was in Amaechi's position. He was Minister of Transportation under Shehu Shagari, who Buhari took out of power through coup. And he was one of the most hated in that government. Why? Because Umaru Diko used the Israelis to tap into the phones of all the military generals, Buhari inclusive. So he got to know about all their plans for coups and all the corruption that was going on in the military, even without the president, Shehu Shagari, knowing. So Shehu Shagari found out later on and asked Umaru Diko, why were you doing that? He said, I was doing that to guard and protect my life and yours and protect the integrity of the country, because he knew what the soldiers were up to. It was the same Umaru Diko when Buhari was to be posted as GOC in Lagos. He prevailed upon it last minute with Shehu Shagari, told Shehu Shagari that Buhari cannot be posted to Lagos, which is too close to the seat of power. Buhari then was posted to Jos. And that's why Buhari has such a grievance against Umaru Diko and went after him after he took over power, because Umaru Diko knew exactly their plans using the Israelis. And that's why when Buhari took over power, in order to kidnap Umaru Diko and box them up, he hired the same Israelis to work against it. So it's been happening for years in Nigeria, whether you had the courts or not have the courts in place, whether or not you have court orders, these things go on all around the world. The Israelis do it, the Americans do it, the British do it, the Russians tapped the lines in the White House. This was headlines years ago. So it happens nationally, it happens internationally. Does it infringe on human rights? I believe so. Is that a reality we have to deal with? Absolutely.
The reason why Umaru Diko was hated was because he said Nigerians were not yet eating out of those beans. That was what damned him within the Nigerian space. So very much, but that Buhari has been at it for a long time, just kidnapping people and just acting outside of the law. It is unacceptable for government agencies to be surreptitiously listening to your WhatsApp something as you're asking some girl to show you parts of her body and whatever it is that you do.
One man, can I say this to Black League? because he said he gave a different narrative of
you know Barkley now he likes to make up
Umaru Diko's saga. I don't know where he got that from.
From Marvel comics.
Just tell me where I went wrong.
Hold on now. I'm not saying you go wrong, but just hold on. But the narrative was that Umaru Diko, I think it was he not the chairman or the MD of Nitel Nets then? And was it? I think, and he stole the money, and they burned down Nets. You know what I mean by Nets? Nigerian, whatever, telecommunication back then. The one you have on close to the State House there, across from State House, not far from this hospital, General Hospital in Lagos Island there. So I think he said they accused him of
around Broad Street you are talking about.
Yeah, I think around Broad Street there, but at the end of Broad Street there, close to race course when you're going to race course. Anyway, so I think they said they accused him of stealing money, so they want him back to come and account for those money. That was the narrative that Buhari was pushing then. That made them to go to United Kingdom and kidnap him and put him in a diplomatic bag and bring him back to Nigeria. But now you're saying that it was wiretapping, whatever. I've never had that story. I'm just hearing that from you for the first time. So
my brother, just say you've never had it. Don't say it's not true.
So where did you get it from?
Where did I get what from? Him wiretapping? Him wiretapping the military generals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wiretapping, is that what you said?
Of course, I said that and I stand on it because that's the fact of what happened. He was wiretapping.
And so is that why they wanted him dead? Is that why the Buhari administration military administration that back then?
That's one of the quote unquote sins he committed against the military. Is he was wiretapping. Now that's not the only sin, quote unquote. There's links to some oil wells, oil rigs in the Niger Delta, which he stopped them from getting, or how they were getting funds. Like he found a way to block it and stuff like that. Not only to Buhari, to the likes of General T.Y. Danjuma specifically, who was, I would say, the most powerful out of the military generals at that time. So those were the sins committed, and
what I'm asking,
it has been attested to publicly. It has been attested to publicly. Another top figure in that administration is still alive. His name is Tanko Yakasai from Kano State. He gave this narration talking about how Umaru Diko was spying on these generals using the Israeli company, and so on and so forth. So I can understand if you haven't heard it, but it is out there.
Okay, but you still have to give me the source. That's what I'm saying. What do you,
brother? What else? All these things I said is not source. You want me to carry your computer and type it? Like all these things I said.
Forget the source.
I gave you source. I gave you what people within that government have said. So it's up to you to go look up. The
fact that you have not heard it, rational mind, does not mean that it is not fact.
No, don't get me wrong.
The fact is not limited to your knowledge.
You say source. I gave you source. I gave you a person to go check whether or not you said it. You still say I didn't give you source.
I'm just asking.
So which sure you need sauce to eat, or what type of sauce?
Maggi sauce. Maggi sauce. You want Maggi sauce?
You want chow? Which other sauce you need?
Listen, Black Lake, I do a lot of research too. So if you have the source, maybe you have a place you've read it. That's what I'm asking you. I'm not trying to challenge you as such. I just want to know if, because this is new to me.
You came in specifically to challenge him.
No.
I'm going in there to take him down.
No. I'm not like that. I'm not a contrarian. Like you say, I'm not. I like to learn. To hear.
It's a typical Nigerian who always wants the source. So we understand.
Where is the antecedent?
I'm done.
Look
at
this.
But what you say,
there is nothing wrong in what Rational Mind is asking for now, at least for our knowledge.
Of course, but he has given him a clue of how to find it.
He gave you names, he gave you narratives, he gave you spaces, he gave you reasons. What
when
more?
you are doing even when
You want DNA? You want blood? I mean, is it blood?
when you are doing a paper, when you have all those when you have
Mm.
all those lead, that's what you need. But I understand what black face is actually talking about.
Is it blackface?
Is it black face?
Do you know what blackface is? Back in the day, they used to have this something minstrels, because they didn't allow black people to be actors. Then they used to then paint their face with
Faces, yeah, black.
black with shoe polish. That's what they call blackfacing. So blackface, black league, you've been renamed. Though. Let me rename you to blackface.
That's before plantation boys, blackface and Two Face.
Is it? Are you black list or blackface, please?
Black league.
Oh, okay, black league. Okay. I understand now. But
what? Yeah, go and ask your question, and I want to ask a follow-on one. So you ask your first one first.
Yeah, what he's actually saying is right, but my contention with what he says is that, of course, when you are comparing it with the situation in Nigeria, there are several cybersecurity rules or cybersecurity laws that you cannot openly or willingly break on account of trying to on account even of national security. When he was making his point, there was a caveat in that for reasonable suspicion. When you are, for instance, in the US, when you are, there are some certain jobs that when you are trying to take those jobs, you are supposed to have a certain level of security clearance. There are probably 3 of them. So even when you are going to the military, they will ask certain questions. They keep up those information and everything for use. But in what we are talking about in Nigeria now is that the government is unilaterally, and they've been trying to do that. Lai Mohammed has come out several times to condemn, and that was the reason they banned Twitter at the time. They've been trying to, filter what Nigerians can see, what Nigerians can say, what Nigerians can hear, especially in the twilight of this administration. And it's because of only one thing: the shambolic performance of the administration is inconceivable, and they can't hide it anymore. Elections around the corner. They have to get back to power, either by crook or by any way. And social media is a menace to them, to their ambition, to their plan. They have to find a way to do that. Like Ajanle Koko said, are Nigerians ready to fight for this? With Nigerians just take it like they've taken almost everything for the past 8 years or since this democracy starts? Because this is a big infringement on their even fundamental right.
All right. All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. It's a funny thing. Nigerians will take most things because they just take a beating down, and they continue to take a beating down. But how many people can these people crack down on is the question. Because we cannot live as we're living and not be critical of it. And you continue to shoot and jail everybody that is critical. The graveyards will fill, and
Showore is there for them.
Forget Showore, man. Showore is just
I know you don't like Showore. I know you have some things against him.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. I don't find him comical. It's just
it's not comical. He's doing what he needs to do, and the fact remains that
what do you mean he needs to do? He doesn't need to do anything. He does it for the attention and the.
So you believe that's an attention-seeking adventure he's doing out there?
Of course, categorically, beyond question.
No.
Beyond question.
On the contrary,
was in court. Showore was in the appeal court fighting one of his numerous cases just the other day. Midway through the appeal court, because there were no sufficient cameras there, he abandoned his own case in court and ran quickly to where Nnamdi Kanu's case was going because all the cameras were there and started to bang to make
No,
noise. To
That
say, look at me, look at me, look
I
at me,
don't
look
that's a
at
think
me,
it's
wrong
look at
that's
me,
a
look
wrong
I
at
just
me.
think he loves the
no, that's a
attention.
wrong
What man?
narrative.
I
That
It's an
don't
that's
attention seeker and it's
that's
just
a
a
wrong
poser.
that's a wrong narrative. But it's a
Well,
poser, but most that's it.
Peacocking, as
You are
one man,
making
as
it a
one man
poser
calls it,
now.
peacocking.
You are
It's
making
peacock.
it
Yeah,
a
it's just peacock. He's a peacock, isn't he?
no, you are
Oh
making
my
it a
God.
poser, but the people will understand it wrongly. They will take it wrongly.
Enigmatic. See, understand one man. These things is.
What man likes to be comical.
He
Of
is
course, I
bringing
know,
you
but
up. See, it is for you to bring the point to defend Showore. So that's what exactly he's trying to do.
I don't have any point to defend Showore. Showore, he has done enough to defend himself for reasonable Nigerians or for reasonable human beings who can see. It's yet to lose any case so far with the federal government, against the federal government.
Okay, Blackley, just permit this because we always land at this spot now, and you a new voice, but the same old song. So, what is Showore? What is his purpose? Because Showore doesn't have a following. He does not. He has all these internet rats that tweet. But apart from the tweeters, you know, who is this? He got 40,000 in the last thing. We may say
No,
they did him out of.
30,000.
Huh?
30,000.
Okay, so 30,000 even. So who is this for? Chowore campaigned the most in that election, over and above everybody. Every local government area he went to, the whole of social media was ablaze. Chowore would be doing live streaming. Uchenna from Abakaliki has donated $100. Thank you. And all this stuff.
Your energy, as you say, you don't have anything, but this your energy is actually it says different over anyway.
No. You know why I am energized. I object. I feel that people like Showore and Nnamdi Kanu, they are doing a real disservice to the space and to the struggle because they are doing it essentially for
Be
reasons of.
careful of what. Don't let those Igbo people catch you when you are talking about that. Be careful.
I've surrendered to the Igbos. You know, they've
Uh-huh.
put a fatwa.
Those people's their own case.
They put a fatwa on me in the East.
Enigmatic. Let me
Abati
say something.
Adanumaka.
Look at
Say
that.
what?
You see one thing about Showore is this. You may have capacity, but sometimes you should be able to know your limits. You know your limitation. As an activist, I so much appreciate that guy. At least where Nigerians are ignorant of some things, this guy is bringing the thing to our attention. He's making noise. He's actually setting examples of what Nigerians should be doing. Going to Nnamdi Kanu, try out all those things. I give him kudos for that because where I know the right thing that I cannot do, I give kudos to those people that are doing that. No problem. But as a politician, the guy has a lot to learn. That's the problem. The fact that he's a good activist doesn't make him a good politician at this time. Because it will take a juvenile.
Has he called himself a good politician yet or the best?
I'm waiting now. So he hasn't called himself, but I'm just saying this is my opinion. Now, there's a different, when you see a juvenile or a very naive politician that you are not even starting to even test the water, but you want the topmost job, is telling you that it's either you're serious or you are not being realistic.
There was a conversation that we're having maybe the first day I got here, maybe 2 days ago. You can say whatever you want to do, or you can say you can aspire for whatever role you want. So it is you now who will chart the course of that role for yourself. Showore is not doing anything different, from Daily Momodu, from all of them. But the only reason why a lot of people are having so many dissenting opinions about Showore is quite
Don't say dissenting opinions. Say they hate him. The reason why so many people hate him.
Okay. The reason why so many people, including one man, hate Showore is
I don't hate him. I just I admire him for one thing. You see all this space of resistance that we are fighting now. He opened that space up. Even he and Nnamdi Kanu, they really, because these two guys just with fist held, just punches, not even stones, so they stood in front of armored tankers and fought Buhari to a standstill. So they get, because all this space of criticism now, because Nigerians were about to be cowered completely and defeated and beaten down
They
by
are
Buhari.
already.
But
When you take
these two, hold on, these two guys, they gave them a voice. You
when
know,
you take your
but hold on. But once you have served your purpose, you know, sometimes you stay too long on the stage, you know, and then the applause starts to peter down. And then when the applause starts to peter down, it fades out. And then the crescendo starts to come in boos. So it's boo now to Showore.
You have to cover it so I can boil faster. When you
Can boil faster. Look at that. What is boiling?
Okay, I guess.
Please now, guys. Look. Let me just go straight to it. I don't want to hear anybody have. Hold on. I don't want to hear anybody having sex on this platform. Eh? We're heading there now. When people leave themselves on mute and they start to. Sorry. Yeah. Round of that thought. Enigmatic, and then we go back to Black League.
Oh, I think Black League is the principal today. So let's leave you and Black League then to hold the session.
No. Don't run from one man. He asked you about Showore. Don't run.
Well, I'm done talking about what I can say about Showore and Nnamdi Kanu is they change the narrative in this dispensation, at least in this Buhari's regime. No, Buhari himself wouldn't believe that there could be those two stubborn folks from nowhere who can put a torch, you know, under him for the whole world to see who he is. Take it or leave it. Of course, like you said, people hate Showore. Like 2 days ago when I was talking about Nnamdi Kanu's strategy, I was talking about his strategy in the wrong way. Do I hate Nnamdi Kanu? No. I like Nnamdi Kanu and I appreciate what he's doing, right? But I wouldn't say I hate him because he is doing the best to bring out a different narrative to let people see what most Nigerians may not see. He's doing this in a different way. Showore is doing this in a different way. We know Nigerians are cowards sometimes, and they can be so naive. They can be so scared. What am I going to eat? I have kids. I have wife. I have this. I have that, and that's what they see. But they are looking. What does this guy actually want? You have a family in the US. You are living a good life in the US. You have a good life in the US.
No. Why do people keep saying that? How do you know he's living a good life in the US?
One man.
Yes.
Whatever you have against him, tone it down now. Let me just land my point.
Don't personalize it now. It's nothing personal. He's a public figure, by the way, Showore, and he puts himself forward, so we can be critical of him.
By all standard, you say, how do I think he's living a good life? By all standard, he's living a good life. He's living the American dream. He has an Ivy League. He has an Ivy League education. He has a wife who has a good job, who has a career. He has a career in the US. So when you have a career in the US and you have something bringing money for you financially, your wife does.
Does it have relevance? Does it have relevance in US?
Do you have relevance where you are?
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm not a political figure.
Everybody else I believe there are so many people who are here
answer that question.
Several places. When you are talking of relevance in his field, does he have? Yes, he does. Who doesn't know Sarah Reporter? MacArthur Foundation.
In the US,
listen to me. For you to be on the list of MacArthur Foundation, you must have some relevance. It may not be. It's not a politician in the US. It's not a social person in the US. But within the purviews of his own field,
which is
very relevant.
Nigerian politics.
No, it's not. It's not Nigerian politics. It's considered. He runs Sahara Reporter and he runs a private business over here. So if that does not define a personal relevance or relevance to, if it's not relevant, senators, House of Rep members, congressmen in the US will not be taking up his matter when he had issues with the Buhari when at the peak of it. So
what is his relevance in the United States?
His relevance in the United States is one. that
Shall
relevance
I
was the
answer
reason.
my own question? Maybe it's the way I'm phrasing it that it's not coming across.
No, is relevance
Is only relevance in the United States or anywhere else pertains to the Nigerian state. It's nothing to do with America. Its relevance pertains to the Nigerian state.
You are right,
That's your you are entitled to your opinion, but not the fact.
No. That is okay. What holds contrary to what I said? Contradict
So
what I said.
if you throw the question around to say what is relevance of Nnamdi Kanu in UK, would you say the same thing as Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes, exactly the same thing.
Exactly.
Nnamdi Kanu's relevance pertains to the Biafran narrative. Hold on, let me have this conversation with Enigmatic.
Well, I believe Sowore has relevance in the US.
Yeah, what is that relevance? What is that relevance?
Well, he contributes to the economy over here, and
he's a taxpayer
now.
The countless taxpayers. So what
where
are you talking about?
Where he lives, his county, his senator, his congressman, his local congressman, even from the local county to the Congress in Washington, and even Bob Menendez, who is a high-ranking senator. They know Sowore. Most of them know him. Not just by his name. They know the family.
In relation to what?
To his activities within his community over there.
His activities.
He's also a respected journalist.
Apart from being a respected journalist, I will appreciate if you Google the profile of Showore's wife. I will appreciate if you Google Showore's wife's activities in the community over there.
But that is it. Sorry, repeat what you just said, Solly.
I will appreciate if you Google Showore's wife's activities, even in New Jersey over there.
Human rights activist.
So he has relevance.
No. Let's hear what DOG said, because what DOG said is what I've been struggling to say. Say it again, DOG.
Sowore is a Nigerian human rights activist, pro-democracy campaigner. It's nothing more than that.
And that is
his relevance. Online, whatever, Sarah reporter. That's
it's nothing to do with America. It's a Nigerian human rights activist. That is his relevance in America. That is his relevance in Nigeria, and that is his relevance.
So what do you want him? How do you want him to be relevant?
I don't even think this.
So what brings his relevance? What brings the question of his relevance to the question of him? Being somebody who has been able to highlight, the nefarious and the corrupt and everything that's going on with this government.
You are saying that Sowore left the comforts of the United States to.
Of course, he does.
Hold on.
How many?
Can you hold on, please, Enigmatic?
Okay.
You said Sowore left the comforts of the United States to go to Nigeria. And I'm saying that I said then, I retorted that Nigeria is where he has his most relevance, and is an ego-led person. He wants to be important.
Because that is your opinion about him, but your opinion may not really actually be the fact.
Is this not
that is your opinion? You have an informed opinion already about Sowore.
No, don't personalize it. It's a
trajectory. Woman, I listened to this before I joined this group. I see the way most people talk about, like, for instance, just a second.
Woman, let me interject.
For instance, just a second.
They will never. Is it like that? Remember that
Enigma, let me interject real quick.
No, for instance, just a second, Mr. Ajale Koko. For instance, a lot of people will say so many things about.
You've been elevated, Horizon, the mighty Ajale Koko.
Enigma, I want to thank you for the honor of calling me Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko is the godfather of this platform, and we hold him in high regard. So for you to call me Ajale Koko, I consider it a great honor. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Give me a second, please.
Land the point quickly, and then we have from Aizon. Land the point.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, for instance, most Nigerians, they try to bandy so many things around so many people, and I actually try as much as possible to avoid that. When most people come on air or to say, okay, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. My question every time is, what exactly do you know about Tinubu? Are you just saying Tinubu has done this by means of hearsays, what you hear? What exactly has it done to you? It wasn't the governor of your state. He has no influence in your state. people from Abia State, for instance, people from Kwara State, for instance, people from states that it's not even directly under Tinubu or has no business with Tinubu, they will say Tinubu is chief, Tinubu is this. What exactly is the situation or the problem you have with this man? What is the problem you have with Atiku? If they say Atiku is a thief, Atiku is this, Atiku is that, I could say, okay, why are you saying this is wrong about Atiku? Why are you saying this is wrong? If they say Buhari is this now, we all know what Buhari has done. We all know what we can say about Buhari, right? But do not jump on the bandwagon to say this person is bad just by mere saying that popular opinion, but you don't have the facts. So
but it is not popular opinion to say that Sowore is a yam head now. It
is your opinion that Sowore is a yam head. To somebody else, it may be an angel.
Well, yeah, okay? There you are. That is the beauty of it, isn't it? Let's hear from Aizon, who wants to chime in.
Yes, I salute everyone on the program. Thank you, Enigma. One man is on this Sowore campaign. I have no idea why, but it's already an established fact. It's going to be difficult to change his mind. Even if you have a video of Sowore doing something 100% altruistic, one man will find a way to say, well, he's doing it for the cameras, he's a show guy, and all those things. The fact of the matter is this: we can judge a man by his deeds, right? We can judge a man by his body of work. We can judge a man by what he has done over a period of time. Sowore has had the same stance for decades. For decades, as a student union leader, getting ostracized during a dictatorship, leaving Nigeria, starting a company from scratch, building it up, getting respected journalists like Jeremy Scahill and Amy Goodman to work closely with him in challenging the injustice and the human rights abuses in Nigeria, creating documentaries, and then coming back to say, you know what, it's not enough to be a human rights campaigner. It's not enough to be a respected journalist and to have a platform people watch. It's also important for me to get involved in the political process. And if a man decides that, look, I want to run for the top job in the country, that is his prerogative. No one can say to him, oh, you know what, you haven't become local government chairman or senator or this, so you don't have to be a good politician. For God's sake, by what standard do we judge a good politician? Is it the standard of Saraki? Or is it the standard of Atiku? Or is it the standard of Wike?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Clearly, those politicians they've done the same thing over and over, and we're in this royal mess. And people are telling you that, oh, you want to try the same people, and someone different is coming to say, look, yes, I don't have their credibility or their body of work. And that's a good thing, to say that I am not involved in the cabal that has brought Nigeria to its knees. And yes, I want to run. If you don't like him, that's a personal decision. That's fine. You don't have to like him. But one thing people cannot do is to try to tarnish the man's body of work. He has a body of work that extends longer than. You are choosing not to recognize it. Go and look up what Sowore has done over decades.
Stop asking questions like ignorance.
The man has risked his own personal freedom.
What is Saraki's body of work? What is Atiku's body of work? What are all these guys' body of work? But you guys keep behind them.
Hold on. Let me ask Aizon. Let me ask Aizon a question. Aizon, have you heard of a Nigerian artist called Goya Menor? No,
I haven't.
Okay. Go look him up.
You want to chill with the big boys?
This is it now.
Just say you want to chill with the big boys.
Yes, thank you. I know the song.
To bam bam. That he just wants to bam bam now. He wants to be amongst
one man. I have given up trying to convince you of Sowore because you made your mind up.
Just have some kind of bias against Sowore.
As serious as this conversation of this night, you are trying to trivialize it. It's quite unfortunate.
Don't worry, we have to infuse you more. We have to infuse you. That's the way we flow.
Now the battle when I did every day be that to Enigma take.
Now the battle when I do battle with one man every day. Be that.
I have a question for Enigmatic or
what is
Ahizon.
Saraki's body of work?
Don't keep it
What is
saying
Atiku's
it.
body of work? What is Kwakwaso's body of work? What are all these guys' body of work? But those are the ones Nigerians want. But the people who are actually on the street for them, they find a way to run them down.
Enigmatic, I have a question for you.
Hold on. Let's hear
How
from
many
Black
people?
Lake.
How many people get questions for me?
Yeah. If we hear one, can you all hold on? Let Black Lake put his question. Put your question, Black Lake.
Okay, so Enigmatic, personally,
Yes,
I do respect Showore. I've followed his trajectory from the 90s, like 1999, to where he is today. He diligently followed the footsteps of the likes of Ken Saro-Wiwa from the Niger Delta and his struggle for the liberation of the Niger Delta, which I support 100%. When Showore started, when he was in America, I had followed his channel where he was going to UN conferences.
Put your question, please.
Sorry?
I said put your question, please, because of time.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give him a background because it's like there's a notion here to where like it seems there's a Showore hatred. So I'm trying to give a background to see where I'm coming from. Because mine is just I see it as an objective criticism of Showore. So being that I followed him that long, I support his cause since it was a Niger Delta cause to where he evolved it into a Nigerian project, of which is a brilliant idea that I support. Anyone who supports development in Nigeria would support Showore. I was actually telling this to one of my friends who's a heavy critic of Showore. I told him, listen, you can be a critic of Showore. Your children would read Showore in history books. It may not be formal, but through the internet, the way the internet documents history, Showore would be very relevant to your children and their children. Why he opened up a space for us to really challenge status quo within the Nigerian government. That being said, seeing Showore as like a what do you call it? An activist. Showore being an activist, I would give him kudos on being an activist and bringing international recognitions to issues in Nigeria. That aside, running for president is different. It takes the right alliances. That's why people on this platform say he's not a good politician. I think they're referring to making the right alliances and know how to really have a team that cuts across the country, because you're really going for the highest political office in the land. It does require you to be not just a regular politician, a really good politician. You're not just gunning for any position. That, I repeat, is the highest political position. So to summarize my question finally, do you see Showore transitioning from that activist mindset to really a politician able to make the right alliances to win a national election and really sit at the highest political seat in the land?
Okay. Is the question to Enigma or just
anyone can take it? Enigma can take it. Ahizon can take it.
Yeah, let me go ahead.
Depending on what one man allows.
I would love to take that question, but Enigma, go ahead, please.
Okay, I would just first of all appreciate your sense of understanding too.
He has a big enough head. Don't big him up. You will get carried away.
Now I'm getting to know you, one man. You're a very interesting man. Okay, the
Enigma, you haven't seen anything yet. One man is just getting warmed up.
It's all right.
The mistake most people are making right now is the last time I checked, I didn't even mention anything about Showore's politics. I'm not concerned about his politics. If I'll be talking about politics, I'll be talking about the real Nigerian politicians. We all know them. In an ideal society, right? We shouldn't be talking about the likes of Atiku and others, Saraki, and then putting them on the same table as Mogalu, Shuore, and others, guys. But are we running an ideal system in Nigeria? The answer is no. No. Nigeria's democracy now, as they say, is quote unquote, since 1999 to 2022, is still actually considered very nascent. If it is not nascent, we wouldn't be making the choices we are making now. So to go to your question, if Shuore of course we know Shuore will not be president in Nigeria. We all know that, right? We all know that. But he has a role he's playing right now. And part of the role is what you've been able to, adequately articulate. But most people, the problem I have with them is when you bring Shuore, they condemn Shuore for one reason or the other. When you talk about Mogalu, they talk about Mogalu in one way or the other. When you talk about this, they talk about this in one way or the other. But when you are talking about the real, quote unquote, the real politicians, they will have one thing or the other to support them. But these are the guys who they've left Nigeria where Nigeria is now. They've preferred Nigeria, they've looted Nigeria, they've done everything bad to Nigeria. What are they giving back to Nigeria? Nothing.
Enigmatic, can I interject, please?
Right. Let me add to the question Black League was asking. I think Black League's question is operating on the premise that you have to fit the so-called Nigeria's definition of a politician to run for any of these esteemed high offices. And it's a false premise.
No. All I'm saying, just in one sentence.
And that was the reason I said in an ideal situation. But Nigeria is not an ideal situation. We all know that.
And I think the definition, as they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Nigerians are abused children, and they have a syndrome that abused children typically have, which is to form some sort of attachment to your abuser.
I'm going to say something before we finish this program, and I want everybody to put it on the mark. And 2023, you guys can ask me a question about that if it's right or not, and it will be right.
Yeah, and in this same context, Nigerians are clinging on, even the ones that haven't been bribed. At least if you have been bribed and given money by the likes of Tinubu, we know that you've mortgaged your allegiance to your country to someone who doesn't have the best interest of you. So you've sold out essentially, which is, if you sell out, then fine, you need money, you're a corrupted person, fine, I understand that. But you haven't been given any money. You have the opportunity to pick an individual who is not part of the cabal that has brought your country to this point. So he doesn't have to conform and transform himself into some kind of perceived politician by Nigerian standards. He doesn't. What he needs to do is find a way to get the best opportunity he can to get the office, which we all know, given the standards in Nigeria, is possibly not going to happen. But sometimes people run for office, not necessarily because they win, but because they have the opportunity to bring issues to the fore. And I think Shuore has successfully done that.
I hear your point. I understand it 100%. But I'm not saying become a politician in Nigerian sense. Before you can get to the highest political office in any land practicing democracy, you have to make alliances. There's no way around it. Be you a politician or not. Shuore so far has shown just that he hasn't mastered that yet. I won't say he hasn't shown capacity, but I'm tempted to say that he hasn't shown capacity to make the right alliances if he's realistic about his presidential bid.
Let me point out now. You mentioned the Niger. You mentioned the Niger Delta struggle, and you mentioned the Sarawiwa struggle, who is a national hero, by the way. You mentioned these things.
What do you mean a national hero? You mean
Sarawiwa is a national hero. He sacrificed his life for the greater good of that country.
No, he sacrificed his life for his people. for the Creeks.
Who are part of the nation, and you should care
Yes,
just as much as he
I
did
care about
about the
Serodua as an
about the pollution that was happening in Ogoni land, because that is part of
I'm from
Nigeria.
Oyo now. I'm from Oyo.
Yes,
so,
but you see, this is the fundamental problem. One man,
it's a national
an
hero
issue
in
in
a
Ogoni
sense.
land does
So
not
it makes
differentiate you.
I
See,
think we're moving to a different topic.
No.
That's a different topic entirely now.
for Black League.
But to actually
wait, Black League.
Hold on.
Black
One at a
League.
time. One at a
This is
time, and
important.
that voice should
This is
be
important.
eyes on. Yeah.
Black League, this is important. We're not shifting the
Yes,
goalposts.
I agree.
The point I'm mentioning to one man is, when an issue comes up in Nigeria, even if it doesn't affect your ancestral land, it is an issue in Nigeria. And if you keep quiet for that issue, today it is them, tomorrow it will be you. The people that kept quiet when the abuse was happening in Niger Delta and said that is a problem of the South-South, today they are the same people complaining when the Nigerian military has descended on their own person. In this case, it will be Sunday Igboho. The Yorubas are complaining that they attacked Igboho's house, they shot people, they did this. But those same people that are complaining now, when it happened in the Niger Delta, they were mute. So essentially, the point I'm making is that you cannot point to an issue in Nigeria and say, "Oh, that is an issue of a particular region." Wait, let me finish. It doesn't necessarily affect.
I agree with you on that, but not on your show point. I agree with you on Sarawiwa.
The point I'm making is that Showore, who, by the way, Showore is the jaw, by the way, in case most people don't know on this forum.
Yes,
Showore,
I keep telling people that is not a Yoruba man.
Showore, who, by the way, during the Niger Delta, as an Ijoman, Showore is an Ijoman. As an Ijoman, during the time of the Niger Delta struggle, he also felt that responsibility because he had his own people who were being affected by that, and he decided to take stance. But Showore went to University of Lagos. He was taking stances and following the likes of Gani Fawemi long before the Niger Delta issue even became a major issue in Nigeria. So he has shown that he cares about the nation as a whole, not necessarily when it applies only to him. So the point I'm making to you, Black League, is that the Showore campaign for presidency is not a campaign to align himself with the same people that have perpetrated evils in the country for a long time. So he might not win. Yes, that is a given. But what he is doing is bringing issues to the fore and championing the struggle of the voiceless. And you have to recognize that. That is the point I'm making.
You are now saying what I've been saying, that see, he's coming out, but he's not serious about becoming the president. There are two things.
How many, even those who are serious, to be president.
Don't be emotional about it.
Let's hear from Ola.
You are using emotional in a very wrong way. I'm not emotional about anything.
Enigmatic, hold on. Let's hear from Ola.
Don't be emotional about it. In this life, if you want to start a business, you have a process. If you jump the process, the business will fail from the start. You can't give birth to a child today and you expect the child from day one, for example, to become the village head, for example. So it will follow the process of learning and all these things. Look at what Awolowo was even trying to do before he was even trying to go to the federal. He was trying to educate the North. By educating them, even those people that were not wearing clothes, he wanted to give them shelter and everything to educate them so that they will be able to take the right decision. He was building the process for people to know. So the thing is this, anything you want to do in this life, if you follow wrong process, you can't expect the right result. Okay, you are you are saying we are supporting all these politicians, all these things. All the politicians you are talking about, do you know how long they've been underground? Even your process can be a wrong process. A wrong process, I mean that you can be a criminal or crook process. But the truth is that if you are able to get that process to where you are going to, it's a sequence. But you come from nowhere, you don't have processes, and you are just jumping. It doesn't work. It's like you want to become an engineer.
So your criticism of him is that he doesn't fit into the light of.
Sorry, let Ola get to the point. Yeah, Ola. Yeah, so land the point.
You understand? When we give credit to Showore being a good activist, he has learned the rope. He understands the processes. But political processes, he doesn't understand. Now, a person like me now that I'm a process person, for example, someone want to become president and is making noise. How do you want me to take him seriously?
Ola, I'm not sure if you are listening to what they are saying. They are saying Sowore is not essentially a political actor, but that at least this is what I'm hearing from Aizon, that his real stake, the real panache that he has, is to sensitize people to a different alternative. So not necessarily to get hold of elected or elective positions, but to sensitize the space, alert it to the wrongdoings, and then sensitize it to possibilities. So it's just opening up space for a different paradigm from what we are, and not necessarily looking to become president. I don't think Sowore himself is.
One man. That's precisely
what Blackley. Just hold on for 2 minutes. If that is what Sowore is doing, then there's no problem. We shouldn't be fighting. You can see the follower as they are fighting that Sowore is doing this, for example, and we are not voting for him.
Ola, have you heard do you know the name Jim Jones? Have you heard the name Jim Jones before?
No.
In American history. So have you heard of the Jonestown massacre, the Guyana massacre?
No.
So it was.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it was okay. Do you know it's a cult following just decades ago in America? A religious cult following led by one man called Jim Jones. They claim to be Christians. And then he was talking about, I'm just remembering from memory now, he was talking about the second coming, and it has corrupted people's minds so much that on a fateful day, he made them all, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, he made them all drink poison. And they drank the poison. And the next day, people turned up and they just saw bodies quietly on the ground, just spread all over the place. So Sowore is like a cult following. You know, the people who believe in him, there's absolutely nothing you will say that would deviate them. They will even slap you if they can see you physically talking ill of you.
I agree with you.
These are James Jones people. These are James Jones people. So they are cultists. Are you a cultist? Aizon, are you a cultist? This is cultism.
One man comparing. Wait, just a second. Comparing
you guys have been talking.
Comparing Sowore to James Jones is. That's a very, very low blow.
Not Sowore, but the Sowore movement is a fanatical movement. It's fanatical.
The Sowore movement is garnered by people that want to see change in Nigeria, that understand that you need this sort of voice rising up, saying these things and challenging these people, which is why they've tried to concoct all these charges against him, which, by the way, have all failed. Can't you see what is going on? The system is fighting him. And for some reason, Ajala Koko says it all the time on this thing, that, it's you people that will not support him. Meanwhile, you will go and support these same people that are bastardizing your community.
You have said here that Sowore has no chance of winning. Sorry, Sully.
You and I know Black League that he doesn't have a chance of winning.
Yes,
there's no question about that. Yeah.
Okay.
And one man went further to summarize your point and saying that Shore's mission is actually to bring to limelight the real issues surrounding governance in Nigeria. Am I correct to say that?
Yes, he was accurate. Yeah.
Yes, that's precisely my objective criticism of Sowore. You don't want to be president, or at least your followers don't even think you would get there. Your precise objective is to bring to limelight issues surrounding governance in Nigeria. Why carrying us on this merry-go-round with presidency, forming your own political party with no national reach and all that? When you have done, you are doing, when you are already, let me conclude, please. Because when you are already performing, when you're already performing the job description of your objectives perfectly, in my opinion, Showore has been doing that even before Sahara Reporters came into being. He has been doing that in his days in the university. He got rusticated. He left the country. That didn't stop him. He kept on with his objective to the point where you and me know Showare's name through Sahara Reporters mainly.
And that is
He has been
precisely my
exposing.
point.
He has been exposing the rot within the Nigerian political system. Now Showore is coming to tell me he wants to get involved in politics and he wants to seat for presidency. I'm like, okay,
Yes.
that's a good idea because I've been with you the whole time. Through you, I was able to see a lot of loopholes that some I knew about, some I didn't even know about. But you've done incredible job with your investigative journalist platform, Sahara Reporters. You've done that and you're doing that. And Sahara Reporters, in all honesty, has been lacking ever since Showore came and said, oh, I want to be president of Nigeria. We have not seen any revelation of good standing from Sahara Reporters in compared to what they were doing in Jonathan's regime, in Obasanjo's regime, Yar'Adua's regime, when he even came out and said the president was brain dead. Years later, it came out to be true. So those are bold revelations. Showore has been leading the country in terms of that. Now my man says, I want to be president. Okay, we'll follow you to that. There's no alliances across the country. Showore has not even challenged his senators and House of Representatives in Ondo State. Showore has not challenged his let me conclude in one sentence. Let me conclude in one sentence.
Okay, one voice at a time.
You're failing to recognize
Let me conclude in one
at
sentence.
the end of the day,
Hold on,
movements are not
now.
started.
Let me conclude in one sentence, my brother.
Let him land, Aizon, and then you have a quick retort, and Tony is quite keen to put a question. So Black League lands, Aizon retort, and Tony asks his question.
My man Omoyele Showore says he wants to be president with no alliances, both politically and socially within the country. There's no way to win presidential elections like that. You want to engage with the system. I've never seen Showore engaging even with his House of Rep members or senators in Ondo State to be like, okay, they are suggesting 3% derivation for us oil producing states. How did you vote for that? How would you vote for 3%? It used to be 13% minimum. Now and there was a lot of agitation then. That's when men and boys were in the creeks, busting out pipelines and sucking it dry and all that, crashing the economy. Now it's 3%. It's getting worse. I have not seen Showore engaging with specific issues like a politician or an activist who's now transitioning into politics should be doing. And his Sahara Reporters has been lacking ever since he said he's contesting for presidency. So that in turn is his main objective is now has just been distracted by this presidency run. Because Sahara Reporters is nowhere as relevant as it was before Showore decided to contest.
Can you just round up? We have other people who wants to speak.
My brother, I'm done. Aizon. And
so Aizon,
sorry,
okay.
Sorry.
Let me
I'm done.
I'm
done.
Yeah. Okay, you know that Rational Mind is getting impatient, so Aizon very quickly do it. Otherwise, he'll come and beat you.
I'll just poke holes in some of the things he has mentioned. One. You mentioned that he's not engaging based on this new PIC or Petroleum Industrial Bill or PIB or whatever you want to call it. That is false. He has engaged on it. I've seen several times he has spoken out against it. The second point is this.
He has spoken out to his House of Representatives. I haven't seen that. I have followed Showore. I have not seen that.
Well, that is you. I have seen him speak out against it. You're saying he's not
on social media to his followers. I'm talking about
now. You made your point. Let me go ahead and poke holes in every single point you made. So you said that, and that is false because I have seen him mention the issue with what they're trying to do with the PIB. I have seen him go ahead and talk against it and speak out about what they're trying to do and how they want to rig the system in their favor.
This is clear. He has said it, and he said this is the same tactic that they have used previously, that they are engaging in again, that they want to now make Bauchi and all producing states. Okay, so he's pretty much exposing the same. He's been consistent in what he's been saying about the modus operandi of the Nigerian state. Two, you say Sahara Reporters is suffering and hasn't produced the same level of content that he's producing. My brother, again, I listened to some very powerful and revealing interviews on Sahara Reporters. The other day, I listened to Dele Faro to me speak on Sahara Reporters about things that you would not hear on mainstream news. So that, again, is your personal perception of what Sahara Reporters is doing. That is not true. He's engaging, he's having thought-provoking interviews with people that are of his ilk, that are fighting for change, that are calling for constitutional reform. These are the things that he wants to do. As a matter of fact, Sowore was invited to come and work in the Jonathan administration. He turned it down. So, this is before he even turned around. After being offered, he turned around and criticized the Jonathan administration for not taking the necessary steps. So these things are all subjective opinion based on your own perception. At the end of the day, he's taking the necessary steps. He has spoken against the PIB. He has spoken against what the Nigerian state is trying to do with that bill, and the fact that they're trying to add states that have nothing to do with becoming all producing.
It's not the satellite little commentaries on national politics that
no, it's not the satellite.
Hold on.
I can respond to every single point.
No, because you can go, you end up going back and forth, giving us a headache with your big grammars. But the point that Black League was making is that the Sowore space and his organization they are not as punchy and as potent as they were outside of him turning to politics. So he has turned to politics and is not making any meaningful inroad. And where he was most sharp, where he was most potent, i.e. being an activist, he has somewhat abandoned that space a little bit to thrust at politics.
I'm saying that's not true, because even the NSAS protest was brought about by Sowore.
It wasn't brought about by the
protest. Yes, it was. The people that ended up bringing up NSAS credit Sowore. Credit Sowore for he did not join. My brother, go and look up the history of it. The people that were really involved in NSAS credit Sowore for actually initiating the process. Look, go and look at it. This isn't me saying it. Go and really look through the archives.
Well, can I say something? Wait. Me, I wanted to say something before. This kind of things that you say, that it was Sowore that did the answer, is the kind of cult following thing.
I said he initiated it.
Wait.
He did. Let me answer this guy. Listen. He initiated it. When he started the revolution now, when they picked him up, the revolution now was supposed to be for what the NSAS was doing to protest against the Buhari government, of the tyranny and everything going on in the government. And so after that, after he was incarcerated, not quite long, so a few months after then, that was when the NSAS began. So how did he not have a role in this?
So if you go and meet somebody that was at the NSAS, they will tell you that it's Sowore that made it happen.
Well, not directly.
You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. When someone challenges you on what you say, you cannot back it up. When somebody tells you to bring your source,
he's backing it up. What are you talking about?
Wait.
Can I come in, sir?
Wait.
He has clearly given you the historical context of how the whole thing began, and you're choosing not to accept it. There's a difference between not backing it up and you vehemently choosing not to accept a simple fact.
Anybody that went for that NSAS, would you be confident that will say that they will say it's Sowore that started it? All these things you are saying, will you be confident that they will back it up?
Yes, no. I have seen people I have seen people that led the NSAS protest come on a platform nationally being broadcast and have given credit to show the likes of Sowore.
When Sowore wanted to join they chased him away. They chased him away.
Exactly, something that I saw live.
And he said he did not want to be involved because at the time he did not want to distract what was going on with the NSAS protest in Abuja. That's the one he went
and they forced him back. See, we saw it now.
When you are this
I think this is a function of not just wanting to accept that this person, the revolution now protests kind of more.
And by the way, I also credit NSAS to Sowore somewhat because, like I said, he opened up that possibility.
Okay,
that's the point we're making.
Sorry. Let's hear from Tony, who's been keen to put a question, but has been waiting for that space. So, Tony, you wanted to put a question to Black League.
Yes, sir. Good question and answer. So I just want to let Black League know that forming political alliances does not mean that that you have to go and meet the Babagidas, the whoever to go and be forming political alliances. All you have to do is to form political alliances with the people, with the grassroots, at the grassroots, which is Sowore is rightly doing. So therefore, the answers, the answers, protest came about when one guy was shot at Ureli, and then so the caller Edokbaye started the answer process, process in Benin, and then it spread like wildfire. And then later, Sowore was supporting them, and then Nnamdi Kanu also indirectly also supported them. You know what I'm saying? So then Black League. So what do you mean by political alliance? Forming political alliance is with the devils, with the people that put us to this problem. That somebody can just spring out from nowhere to be a president of Nigeria, like it has been done in most European countries. Those people that develop where we're having comfort today. We're developed by the people, unknown people, unknown elements. They just came out somehow and then they participated in politics. That does. Tell me, what do you mean by forming political alliances?
Yeah, what I mean by forming political alliances is not to go to the IBBs, but is what you said, to go to the youth, which is Showare's main demography, really. And we happen to be the majority. So go to the youth in Niger State, make them know you and your plans for the country. It's essentially the plans they're looking for. They also have been misled. It's just that there's not enough publicity and enough reach from Showare's crew to areas like that. I know Sowore has a fairly large following in Edo State. So yes, in Edo State, I could give him that. But beyond Edo State and Lagos and Ondo State to some extent where he's from, I don't see it going beyond those regions.
What alliance does he have in Lagos State?
Because I mean in Lagos State, I know he has alliances because he was in the university there. Most of the past students.
What year?
I don't know who's responding. But yes, to Tony's question precisely, I'm not saying if he goes to IBB, I personally wouldn't. That would be a criticism. Another criticism I have of
Thank you very much.
He should definitely not go to the likes of IBB because they are the old guard he's seeking to take out. But go to the people who are victims of IBB in Niger State, where IBB is from. They speak the same language as you, pretty much. That's what I'm saying. I really admire Showare's courage and all that. So I really want him to succeed. And I just have criticisms of him, of which I believe anyone that does should be allowed to.
I got you, my
the great Ajale Koko, thank you for coming. Without calling us yam head, just because we disagree. I got you. It's not a yam head. Sowore is democratic enough,
Yam head is not even a party.
Hold on. You have been speaking for a very long time, sir. Hold on, please, sir. I'm sorry. So Black League. You have said it, well said. You know that that is what now bring us back to the whole political process, presently, that everything is wrong because all of them are going to IBB or going to Abdulsalam or going to Atiku or going to Obasanjo. It means that the country need a total recalibration. So there's nothing we can do that to form a political alliance abroad. and then see what we can do to take back our country. Because nothing, no election, because the election will not, see, the vote will not count, and will never count. And then it's all about money, 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 money. If people like Sowore cannot just come out, or Donald Duke, whom you people have been speaking about, earlier on, is a nice guy that you can just pick up without any clowns or whatever. We can say, okay, please, like Kunje Iweala, come and help us out in this country. So nothing is working without these two guys. You see, without those kind of guys, So that's what I'm saying.
Let me say something. Let me say something. The reason why most of us are criticizing Sowore is because of the faux pas which he committed. I will call it a faux pas in the sense that by starting the revolution immediately after an election, it's like you're calling for problem, you're calling for trouble. I'm not saying the revolution is not something that should be taking place, but if he had not been incarcerated, I tell you, the dynamics would have changed. The whole political dynamic right now is because the guy is incarcerated. That is why all of us are criticizing him.
Revolution, that kind of revolution.
No, but Sowore have no power to do that.
No. If you see, this
rational mind, to be fair to him.
Time for him.
Hold on. Enigmatic. Hold on. The only guy that has got the power to do that. The only guy that has got the power to do that.
Please.
Hello, rational mind. Hold on. The only guy that has got that power is Nnamdi Kanu. That could have changed the whole, the whole political space today. Not Sowore. But Nnamdi Kanu, going to look after, going to look for that woman in Kenya is the problem we are having today.
Tony, please. So try to talk about what I'm trying to talk about. If this guy has not been incarcerated, perhaps I'm sure the whole political calculation in that country would have changed.
Hold on. In what way?
Yeah, I'll tell you, because this election would have been one of the easiest election for him to really campaign the way he did campaign last time when he was back in 2019, because right now the incumbent, listen, the incumbent, which is Buhari, is not contesting. Only somebody from his party will be contesting, and now it would have been a good opportunity for him to really start that campaign in a way that it will be accepting, perhaps, and maybe possibly even form alliance at this point. So
that's what we are saying.
Incarceration.
That is what we are saying.
No, hold on. No, don't run away.
Let me finish.
No, don't finish. Don't stop. No, you are trying to gloss over something that does not cohere.
Does not cohere with you, to you, or what?
No, with logic and reasoning, that's what it doesn't cohere with.
All the time.
Hold on. You are saying this would have been an easy election for Sowore to campaign for, but to what end? To campaign to achieve what? To
campaign to become a president. I'm not saying he's going to get it. Don't get me wrong. To campaign,
really.
Yeah, to campaign. Hold on. To campaign,
right,
and reach out to people,
right. Why so?
And
why so?
You said what?
Why so? Why would that be the case?
Well, from what I'm seeing, APC is a total failure.
Right.
This would have been a nice opportunity for him to really prove
they were not in 2019. Were they not in 2019?
Well, the 2019 election is we know how it went. There was no election. That was no election.
But in 2023 there will be.
Well, I mean, the narrative right now in that country, the dynamic now in that country, the insecurity, the hopelessness, the despondency, and everything, it will be a good time for him. But
was that not in situation? No, don't run away. Don't gloss over. Stay where you are.
What am I glossing over?
No, you are trying to run away quickly because you are saying something that's somewhat weak in his standing, and I want to hold you to that space.
So what is the weakness?
You are saying that this upcoming election would have been an easy election. In fact, you didn't even say easier. You said easy election for Sowore to campaign for. I said to achieve
easy. I said easy election. That's what I said. If I use the word maybe easy, okay.
Yes.
I mean, to campaign to prove his point that these people are total failure. You get it? That's what I'm saying. Because the incumbent is not.
Forget the incumbent. What opportunities are present now that was not present in 2019?
The tempo of 2019, because Sowore came into that space. People were looking at him because, in fact, I got interested in him. Was it around March or another time when he came? He gave a speech at one of the maybe OAU or whatever. That was why I got interested in him. The way he analyzed the whole problem, what is wrong with that country.
Right? Yes.
So, with that kind of tempo, if he can repeat that again at this time that the country is in a total mess now, I'm sure you will get a lot of
I have a question for you.
What was the?
But because it's incarceration.
No, forget the incarceration. Don't run away now.
No. I'll take you back to that. But
forget the incarceration. Nobody is interested in that. No, you are building on a very weak foundation. You want to build on a weak foundation.
What is the weak there? What is the weak? I just keep going around in circle.
Yeah, let's go around in circle until we land at a spot. So you're saying that Sowore has a better opportunity in 2023, but pretty much all of the same set of circumstances, apart from Buhari being on the ballot box, are exactly almost the same as 2019.
No, it's not. It's a different narrative.
The insecurity is deep-rooted.
It's a different narrative. It's not like a level. It's not a level of
right now. I have a question.
All right, describe it. Hold on. Can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? Describe it.
It's not a level we're seeing right now. The banditry we're seeing, spreading across everywhere. Then it was just the Boko Haram and maybe few.
We did not have kidnappings and
there was. It's not the level of what we're seeing right now.
Right.
The economic shape in which the country is right now. It's not as the level as what we saw back in 2019.
The economy was not bankrupt in 2019.
It was. Naira was not. Was not so bastardized right now.
Look at that.
Right. Listen. You might want to argue.
You're not saying anything.
Here. But what I'm just trying to make, the point I'm trying to make here is this. My point is this: that this will be the better time for him to campaign.
It will not. Because the same.
Sorry, guys. Can I tell you how?
Can you hold on? Okay, you go on. Sorry, you go on. Yeah.
Let me tell you how. You see, we come here and we talk about these things and we don't even really think deep about it. I get what Rational Mind is trying to say, and to go back to people saying one man hates Sowore. One man doesn't hate Sowore.
I don't care about the guy one way or the other.
I'm on the same page with one man on it. Sowore didn't do any groundwork till date to give him that chance because there are loopholes now. I think that's what Rational Mind is trying to say. There are a lot of loopholes for him to base his campaign on and actually have a chance to tackle these people. But he didn't do that groundwork politically. He's just doing radical and all this revolutionary. And that was the mistake he made. When you contested, you didn't win. You should have just started doing your groundwork. You don't have to form alliance with all these big names. You can start with all those small parties, bring them together. Likes of, for example, Banky W lost his election. He has the party. Bring people like that. Start doing those groundwork. Having contact with grassroots people. By this time, where there is all these loopholes, he would have had a chance. So that is why, for me, I'm thinking he should have just focused on his Sahara reporter and being an activist, or put it aside and stop all this revolutionary nonsense and focus on how to gain grounds, how to build your political structure, form alliance with people.
Are you saying that he's doing revolutionary nonsense, or what are you saying?
Of course, he shouldn't.
Who is that? Who is talking? Already. Is it Soli or who?
Can I land?
Who is that?
Enigmatic. Now be that.
It's not enigmatic. Who is that?
DOG. Can I land my point, please?
You got to watch your word, man. You say revolutionary nonsense.
It's revolutionary nonsense. If the guy
that is fighting on your behalf is fighting for the future generation, and you say he's doing nonsense, we have to be careful, man. It is wrong.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Listen to me. What I'm saying is, if he had not contested as a president and is doing revolutionary, I understand. But you consider as a president and you have Sahara reporter and you've been doing all these things, we get it. So once you've come out and you've contested as president, I think your next mission...
What is the big deal in contesting as president? Hold on. What is the big deal? The big deal that you contest... for the fact that you contested for president does not mean that you cannot talk or stand for the people.
I mean, I don't get it the way you guys
can't
talk
beat
sometimes.
these people like that.
Thank you, Ajani Koko. Thank you.
You can't beat these people like that. They will lock you up.
I mean,
That's
what
the
is
point.
what is wrong in standing for the
You have
people?
to be strategic with these people.
What strategic what strategic do you want to have in standing for the people?
I'm not here to change anybody's mind about anybody or whatever they believe. I'm just trying to make a point. How I see.
Don't mischaracterize him.
I'm not mischaracterizing anybody.
I mean, don't rubbish this guy. I mean, this is what I don't like in the way you guys try to describe this guy. It is wrong like that.
I'm not describing it anyhow. What I'm
you said
saying,
revolutionary nonsense. He's doing revolutionary nonsense.
Yeah, of course. If he wants to do revolutionary, he should have not even contested for president.
Just tell me what revolutionary. Tell me what revolutionary means.
DOG, you know, I agree with you when you said. I agree with you when you said he should have made. He should make.
From where Rational Mind was trying to pinpoint something like a lot of loopholes now. Even both parties that are the strongest parties are not stable. There's a lot of ups and downs. They don't even know what they want to do next. Both of them. And if he had built on that campaign then and started doing grassroots work, meeting with people, he would have had upper hand now in some areas. Even their party would probably win maybe some electoral.
In which environment?
Hold on. Do you know that after that election, he started his grassroots work? I saw him in
grassroots work?
Places like Mushin.
You know, if he tried very hard, he could have been a counselor or something.
Just go about shouting revolutionary. These people, we know these people. Look at this guy. What's his name? Igbo. Who did they send to him? DSS. These people have machinery on ground. They have devices to tackle people like that. So if you've come in the name of politics, it's hard for them to start, even if they try rubbish with you, they will still leave you. They won't really tackle you that much. But if you want to start all those revolutionary, so you've come out, you've contested as president, you lost, fine. But people are following. People, you know, people, a lot of people develop interest because of the things you've come out to say to us. And we thought, this guy seems like he knows what he's doing. So I would have expected him to now build on that and start forming alliance, thinking about the next election, not now coming out to start bringing out placard and doing revolutionary now. Because with these people, there is no way you will survive it. A lot of people have tried this thing with these guys. Look at Fela. Fela struggle with these people, even though he didn't back. They keep saying, but they will arrest you, throw your mother, kill anybody, burn your house down. Look at Sunday Igboho. Look at his property. Where is he now? He's been locked up. Look at Kanu. Where is he now? So you can't tackle these people. The only way you can tackle these people if you have done your groundwork. And 2023 would have been a great chance for whatever alliance this guy has built up till date. If he has started the work from them. Maybe some House of Assembly, they would have gotten some posts. Maybe even gubernatorial in some state, they would have got some. Because people really followed him then. But he killed that vibes, switching back to revolutionary now. Then they've locked you up. You've actually even lost the ground. People, this guy, they will just lock him up. They will lock him up. So I think he should have just.
You the fear. Look, let other people talk.
I think he would have more grounds now if he had actually built on that campaign.
DOG, I have a rebuttal. I have a rebuttal to what you said about Sure.
DOG, they don't want to listen to logic. They want to
No. Logic about it. I do agree with you.
That's the logic.
Where you said
Nigerian politics is different from US, it's different from UK, it's different from wherever, anywhere.
DOG, just give me a minute. Give me a minute.
When you say they don't want to listen, what do you mean they don't want to listen? What do you mean?
Because it's here in Shogure fanatics.
Yeah.
Nobody's a Shogure. I criticize Shogure.
You don't want to face the reality of the playing ground.
But the thing is, I'm very objective in my criticism of
political games you are playing in America,
not just,
in Nigeria.
Put them in a box and generalize everything about.
Are we not human beings?
Nobody.
You don't say our camp is expanding now. Leave them. Rational mind.
It is delusion. It is delusion.
It's illusion. What is the illusion there?
Delusion.
You want him to practice
rational mind.
We just throw out words here and then we just want to
no.
Rational mind. Let me ask you a question.
When somebody brings an illogical rebuttal, you want to
just box him in
give
one
it back with emotional rebuttal that you cannot even follow back with any logical statement or sources, or you want to add something emotional.
You say hold on, sorry.
You
You say box him in something. You have to stand for something, and people, especially when you're a public figure within the political space, you have to stand for something, and people then make that decision if they are standing with you. But nobody knows where Showore stands. Is the question. He stands as a revolutionary. He stands as a politician.
I have an example.
He stands
I have an example.
Sorry,
I have an example.
I believe the problem is not solely Showore as DOG.
Hold on, let's hear from
I agree with you to some extent when you said.
Hold on. Let's hear from Black League.
DOG, I agree with you to some extent, especially when you said Showore needs to make more alliances, which is essentially what I've been saying. With the likes of Banky W, it doesn't have to be people who are big, people who have a following and are trying to do what you're trying to do. People like Pat Utomi. In the north, you have a few. If his views align with that of the likes of Ribadu of EFCC or the likes of the guy with that, people just extend your reach. But where I don't agree with you is where you said he contested elections, lost, and called for a revolution. I think what he was calling for. Yes, he did lose election. I agree with that part.
And it called for a revolution quickly after that.
I believe what he was calling for was a protest, which is constitutionally guaranteed.
It was on the streets, defacing public property.
The protest was called Revolution Now. So I don't think he was calling for a revolution. He just chose Revolution Now as the name of his protest because he gave specific dates, he gave specific times. A real revolution.
But it wasn't. What are you talking about? What double dodging?
You see what I'm saying?
For example, Governor.
Well, I think he was just calling for a protest that didn't go well because I don't think he did enough groundwork. Because right after he was taken away by the DSS, right after he was taken away by the DSS, Revolution Now became Free Showore Now. So I think there wasn't enough groundwork into even the protest itself.
It never does.
So that's to your point, but just dismissing the whole thing. Showore is just one man, and the problem is not him; is he doesn't have enough support. I keep on saying he doesn't make alliances, but it doesn't stop.
Voice at a time, please. Go
ahead. I keep saying he doesn't make alliances, but that doesn't stop some of us, even on this platform, who support him from making alliances with him, because the greater good is about the country. It shouldn't be about the personalities. But I also believe a lot of people who support him didn't even vote for him. So I don't even see that belief in him. I think if you ask most Showore supporters, did you vote in the election Showore contested for, and did you vote for him? Majority you hear no. So most.
Can I say something? You see, when I was saying to one man that this would have been the right time for him, it's all of what you guys have just said. Which, if he had started back in 2019, immediately after that election, started building that alliances, which I've also speculated to that on this platform many weeks ago. So that if he had done that, the likes of the Banky W that you mentioned, and also maybe even like what Stacey Abraham did here in America, like, okay, now they're doing some kind of like what is called indefinite voters registration. Try and just get money from the diasporans or from people. I mean, kind of in each state.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me land this point, please.
No, you might want to flow with this question. What makes you think he didn't?
What makes me think that he did not? Or is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
He did not what?
He didn't go through all those alliances. He didn't go to maybe the Banky W's and all that. What makes you think he did it?
Well,
you don't know.
From what we can see, I can deduce he did not.
No, you don't know. You don't know how he's been working hard towards it.
Hold on, my friend.
Do you know? If you know, tell us.
I stand to be corrected in anything I say. But whatever I say because of the public perception, what is in the public domain that we know of in the public. That's all I always speak to. So now talking about what I'm talking about now, in each state, put some kind of like groups that will be encouraging people to go and get their PVC, especially the youth. That is how you can start a grassroots movement. I know people in the diaspora will support him. A lot of people within even the diasporans will support him. That this is what we're doing in each state. We want to open offices whereby the youth will be helped to obtain
That's
PVC.
the thing. Poverty elevation programs.
No, let's just forget that poverty elevation. Get your PVC. That is where your power to vote, your block is. So when he does that, I tell you, I mean, he would be able to, if not
since 2019 till now, he would have achieved something.
That's just what I'm trying to say.
And secondly, to buttress your point, look at this guy, the governor of Oyo State. That guy has been contesting for governor under Labour Party for almost God knows how long. But he was building on that. He was building on that till he got a ticket at PDP and he won. You know? So these are the things I'm saying. Nobody is sure he's doing the right thing, but he's doing it in the wrong way. That's how I say it. Nigerian politics is not US politics. It's not.
And that, my brother, is a subjective opinion which you are entitled to. It doesn't mean that it is normal. It is your opinion.
It's my opinion.
That is your opinion that you believe. You believe that this is the way to attain it, right?
How it would
exactly, and I'm not knocking your opinion, by the way. I'm not knocking your opinion. Your opinion, you're entitled to. And by the way, you're not an expert. You're not a political strategist expert. So your opinion is not even proven to be sound.
How do you know I'm not a political strategist expert?
Well,
how do you know that?
Are you?
Friend, you don't talk like that. I'm saying
okay,
my point.
You're not. Okay, so the point I am making is that you don't have to agree with his. You don't have to agree with his. You don't have to agree with his strategy. But the fact of the matter is, he is doing something, and the fact of the matter is, he is fighting for the likes of you. People criticize Gani Fawemi. People criticize Gani Fawemi. Gani Fawemi was fighting the Nigerian system, and then even when Gani Fawemi ran for office, people did not support him. So you can say, oh, he should go and make alliances. Alliances require compromises. Alliances require compromises, and that compromise requires you giving up some of your ideology.
Have you seen in his court cases? How many public figures have you
seen? What do you mean? Which court cases? Court cases that he won? Are you referring to the court cases he won?
He will leave his own.
Are you referring to the court cases he won?
How many
public court cases
has gone to?
They tried to take him to court over using the word revolution. He won that court case. They now came up with trumped up charges to take him to court over something else.
I'm not talking about.
At the end of the day, listen. At the end of the day,
would you allow somebody?
At the end of the day,
let them address you.
Your opinion is your opinion, which is fine. Nobody's criticizing your opinion for how you should do that. It's fine. Your opinion. Everyone doesn't have to agree with the method Sowore is using to try to attain whatever he's trying to attain. Okay, so but
I'm not condemning what he's doing. I'm just saying things he could have done better, which I think would have been the right way.
My brother, listen, that's fine. Everyone can say that. Yes, which is fine. I think Rashama, just one quick second. I just think that, a lot of times we all look at the situation in Nigeria. We complain about the situation in Nigeria, which is fine. We say all these things are, and then we talk about the so-called candidates, because at the end of the day, we say we want something different, but we're not choosing to pick something different that will champion our cause. People have said it before. And people have not come out to support him. But you are the ones that are claiming. You are the ones claiming for saying you want something different, but something different. Now, who do you want to pick? You want to pick Saraki, and then you claim that you claim that you want something different. The truth about it is, if you really want something different, you will pick someone different that doesn't fit into the narrative of the same old politician that we have. But you're not choosing to do
something different. Doesn't mean someone will pick carelessly.
Exactly.
It's not that is your
Buhari-
opinion. It is
Buhari
your opinion
was
that he's
something
careless.
different. Buhari was something different. I
And
would
look
know
at
the
when
information
Buhari was
today.
not something different. Buhari was a former dictator that took over government by force, and you people elected him. And your so-called champion in Tinubu was the one that campaiged for him and put him into office. And look at where we are today. And now you want to go. Now you want to go and vote. Now you want to go and vote for the same person that got Buhari into office. You want to put that same person. Is that not madness?
Aizo,
That is madness, my brother.
Like
Is that not madness? How else can you describe it? And then you have someone that has a proven track record of fighting for human rights, and you are choosing not to support him because you don't agree with his strategy, because you think he should go and form alliance,
Nigeria, we are our own problem, man. We are our own problem.
We are mad people in Nigeria. We're a country filled with insane individuals. And you will come here and you will complain that you want someone different. You do not want someone different. You're acting like an abused child who wants
I'm telling you, from Buhari, you want to vote Tinubu. It doesn't even make any sense.
All right, can everybody hold on? Can everybody hold
Nobody
on?
wants to vote Bukola Saraki. But it's just like somebody said earlier, that it's sure that people that were supporting Showore didn't even vote for Showore the last time because they know their vote to be wasted, because they know Showore has not done any work that is effective for you to say that, this guy is making wave. And that is why.
Sorry, when I say everybody hold on, that means everybody, not somebody excluding you. Everybody. Look at your screen. Look at what the people listening are saying on your screen. So this is what I'm saying. So let's just hear one voice at a time. It's still going. No, it didn't even know I've taken him off the screen. Is that not exactly the point? It will still be there. Listen.
It's fighting for everybody.
Oh my goodness.
You see?
Voila.
This is the thing.
Even the party that has come together would have probably won some things. Probably local government chairman.
Sorry, brother, you be generator.
It's annoying, but you people make it feel as if we hate Showore. Nobody hates Showore.
DOG, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you know I've taken you off the screen twice, and I bring you on, you just continue talking, and I took you off again. If you look at your screen, look at what somebody is saying on the screen. Can you read that out for us?
Everyone is just talking.
That person that said that was even before I was saying what I was saying.
No, that was you were not even aware of anybody when you were talking, because I took you off the screen and you were still going. But it's the passion that brings people here. But sometimes that's passion. It comes together all at once. And then nobody really hears it. You think they are hearing what you are saying above everybody else, but they're not really hearing it. But let's DOG now land this point. DOG now, let's hear you now because we're off the screen for a good while.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, people say, we keep saying Tinubu, we keep saying Atiku, we say Bukola Saraki. They say when the desirable is not available, the available becomes desirable. And the person that is meant to make himself available is not doing the right thing to put himself there to be available for us to have a choice of him. So what do you expect people to do? They will look at, out of the people available, who can we now choose that is desirable now? Then you look at one of them and pick them. That's the point. Nobody hates Showore. But I think if Showore had started his groundwork since he lost that election, and he has built on that momentum of people supporting him, a lot of people that didn't vote for him but like what he was preaching to them then, or the message, would have had the change of mind to support him and look at all the work he has been doing till date. And now,
you know what? I think we discussed Showore too much for his value.
Exactly.
It's not a real entity. It's a non-entity politically.
But people think we hate him when we say all these things, and that's why they always bring him up every time. They always bring. We don't hate him.
I don't believe what you're saying though. If I can say something,
yeah, go on.
You said he's not available. How do you know he's running for presidency?
How do we didn't know he's running for president. Has he said anything anywhere that he's running for president? Rather than us
I think
seeing
he
him
said, yes, I think
in
he said.
Nnamdi
Is
Kanu.
he running for president? Is he doing it
Tell us if he's
secretly?
running and what
It's secretly
Okay,
running
so
for
we don't
president.
even we don't even know he's running for presidency. Then there's no
12
point
months
then.
away.
But when
Election
it
is 12
comes
months
out,
away.
yeah, so we don't even know he's running for president, so there's no point. But when he comes out and says, like in 2019, when he came out and was running for president, he came out. He was
When would that
available.
be? When would that
He
be?
was,
At the 11th hour? The election
That's
is
what
in
I'm
12 months'
saying.
time.
You
let's
see,
see
that's
now.
what we
Let's
are
see what happens.
saying.
We still have
So from
time, right?
2019,
We
he
have
could have
time.
started
The
on that,
election is in February.
build on that his campaign then. Then people would have changed their mind. He would have formed alliances with some other people. Some people would have even taken him serious and give him a call. We want to join your movement. We want to do this with you. Let's do
Well,
this.
so
But
sure, I've not
you are
said
leaving
anything
that
yet.
job
So let's
into
just
different things.
keep mute on Shirley for now. You know,
I'm
not saying
telling you,
anything.
it's
So
the
that's
best.
it.
Jafar, they laugh now. He say we Satanas are useless. Jafar.
You know, it's quite funny you should mention Jafar. Even off
Uh,
screen in the comment section, Jafar and Ajan Lekoko, they continue their fights to finish. You know, I don't know what's going on there, but if you look at the comments, it's Jafar versus Ajan Lekoko just battling it out as ever. You know, I don't think that space will ever change, you know.
now with me last time. But in the fear me now.
I just don't like when people think we hate Showore when we are just trying to make all this point. I don't hate him.
Mr. Wama, please, can I make a little
Can I say,
contribution?
Wait, let's say from, is that Omorui?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's say from you.
I greet everybody, everybody in the house. Please, I just want to make one little contribution based on my observation. I stay awake every day listening to this program. I think you are making waves, but like I said the other day, we might not like the person of Showere, we might not like his character, but look at the things he stands for, look at the things he's fighting for. Are they not the ease in our society? Are they not the things we all sit down here to discuss every day? This thing called politics is not a love affair. It's not a romance affair. Let's remove emotions and sentiments and deal with the issues at stake. Is there anything Showore is fighting for that is selfish and based on personal aggrandizement? Is it not for the interest of everybody? When we say Nigerians are not supporting Showore, who are the Nigerians that are supposed to support Showore? He's not making inroads. Who are the people that will? It's just one man like every one of us here. So what are we doing in our own little way to be a Showore in our own little corner, so that we can propagate the same gospel and the same spread?
Omorui, let me ask you a question. You said it's not for personal aggrandizement. So
it's not.
Let me then paint you a picture, and then you tell me what is going on there. So Showore was in court last week at the appellate court to fight a matter. You know, he's fighting so many things, but an important matter he was fighting. On that same day, Nnamdi Kanu was appearing in court. Showore abandoned his case to go to Nnamdi Kanu's case and then start to fight the DSS and then claiming that they were trying to kill him.
Why do you keep repeating this?
No. He's saying it's not for personal aggrandizement.
Are you asking me a question? Are you done? When you're done, let me know.
Yeah, I'm done. So you address that.
Okay. Please, Mr. Woman, I want to believe you don't have personal issues.
Just call me one man. I don't have personal issues with Showore.
Okay.
I actually like the guy. I like him somewhat, but I don't buy into his act.
Let me answer your question. Back to your question now. He went to his own court. Probably for one reason or the other, he was done. He came to the other one in solidarity with. Is there no common ground? Don't you see common ground between what Showore stand for and what Nnamdi Kanu stand for?
Is Showore fighting for Biafra?
He's not fighting. He might not be fighting for Biafra.
No, right.
Both Showore, Ugboho, and Nnamdi Kanu, they are products of the evils in our society, of the injustice in the society. These are the products of what Nigeria has, come to be. So they have something in common, no matter how we try to see them. But my little understanding, today we all see Mandela, let Mandela as a hero, right? If you go back to history to see what Mandela did, you will praise Showore. So we are wired differently. Mandela will go underground, come back in the night, launch atrocities against authorities. He will go behind again. They kept searching for him. So Showore is not using that method. In America, for example, there was a Martin Luther King that believed in a peaceful protest. There was another guy, Malcolm X, that believe in violence.
Yes.
That believe in violence. You know, kill me, I kill you. See, we are wired differently. If we begin to attack Nnamdi Kanu for being violent, for trying to be a secessionist, and we're also attacking Sowore for using peaceful means. Peace, he might call it revolution. Revolution does not mean violence. This is one thing I want us to get. Revolution, like, we call it, we have industrial revolution. Revolution is changing our way from the way we have been doing it. You know, you could call it revolution. You could call it another name, like we think that we want to change the narrative. The term Sowore use revolution, he's not holding a gun against anybody. It's not into gun. So why we start castigating Sowore?
Let him finish. Is talking correct.
What exactly do we want? Please, in my own little advice.
What do you mean by castigating?
If we don't want violence, we don't want peaceful, we don't want to support people like Sowore, what exactly do we need to pick these people out of power? And again, like what I said the other day, my appeal to everybody, can we begin to, instead of coming here to assess Atiku, Tinubu, Saraki, we are already aware of their antecedents. We all know everything about it. We believe they are looters. We believe they are all criminals. We believe they have held Nigeria in bondage over the years. Coming to the less evil among these people is tantamount to we doing nothing, because our effort here will be effort in futility. If at the end of the day, the best here we come here to discuss is to select between Atiku, Tinubu, Saraki, who else again? Odi Kalu. Maybe is
that not the reality of the Nigerian political space?
Can we remain in this reality? Must we continue to see that grace may abound? What else are we doing differently? What effort are we making our own way to be a Sowore in our own way to correct the mistakes?
I want to ask you a question, sir. Can I ask you a question?
The mistake Sowore is making, it's just a mic. Cannot operate in isolation. It's not an island. How do we support Sowore? How do we support Sowore to correct his mistakes, to make a better Nigeria? We cannot continue to talk of less evil. There's nothing like less evil. If you give it to less evil, once they assume that power, they become a
Can I interject? You said, when you made your statement, you said we should not be emotional, and exactly what you are saying. When people are speaking to the realities on ground, you are saying we should deal away with that. That's the reality. With all the capacity of Sowore today, can he get there in 2023? And we have the options on ground, and that's what we are discussing. But you place the fact aside and you go with emotions. See,
I wanted to ask you a question quickly.
Let me laugh.
I want questions. I'm not afraid of questions. Can I get the question, please?
Someone can
I have a question for you too, but
someone can be very efficient in doing the wrong thing. You see, you are doing the wrong thing. You are so efficient, and people will be hailing you. And like Baramameru, that's what you will call it. You are doing the wrong thing efficiently. You have to do the right thing effectively. What Sowore is doing the wrong thing efficiently, and we are clapping for him. Let us be real.
Okay. Can I just ask a question, please?
What has it done wrong?
I just wanted to know something. Sowore have not said he's running for presidency, has he?
No.
No. So what are we?
I think he did.
So what are we?
I think he did.
What are we even? No, he has not. So what are we even talking about? Maybe he's
he
even preparing for.
He has not stopped running. Since the last time he started, he has not stopped running.
No. What we are talking about is Omori is saying that we keep coming here to permutate about the
speculate.
About the old stalwarts of the Nigerian political space, and we look at the permutations and we try and calibrate amongst just the traditional recycled names. So he's saying, why are we not having a different narrative? But that is good as just an exercise, just an intellectual exercise. But in actual reality, the names that we are discussing, it is amongst those names, almost likely 80% that the next Nigerian president is going to come from.
If we allow them.
If we allow them.
Yes.
What do you mean if we... Okay. What if we don't allow them, what will happen?
Okay, can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
Omori.
Sir?
I just want to, just chip in something. Okay, so if Sowore comes in for the presidency, okay, you need to understand something. All right. Now, I might be able to. It depends on where you have grounds on. I will vote for Sowore for sure, 100%.
Did you the
You
last
know?
time? Did you the last time?
No, the last time I wasn't in Nigeria anyway, so there's no how I would.
I
Right.
don't think any of
So,
us here voted for sure.
anyways, anyways, I would vote for Sowore. But what I'm just driving at is how would Sowore be able to, like what we're talking about, political alliances and all that, going to the north, to the east, to be able to get. Nobody knows him over there. So how he needs to work extra hard to be able to get all these places. I'm okay with him. I understand Sowore pretty much well.
My brother,
but nobody knows him.
He went to
in the
every
north.
local government, almost every local government in this,
They
this
don't
country.
they
He went
don't
to
know
every
him.
state.
They don't know him there.
He went to see the Sultan of Sokoto. He went to all these places.
It was
when he was
rude to the
campaigning.
Oni of Ife.
He went to all these places. So this is what I'm saying. People are criticizing without having the full fact of what this man has done. If you're going to speak, please speak from a point of knowledge. Okay,
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
I'm not.
And I'm not saying you're criticizing him. What I'm saying is that sometimes people say, "Oh, he should do this. He should have done this." Everybody's a political expert, but he went to a lot of these places and he went to see a lot of these people. The fact of the matter is, he didn't have the political resources, which is money, or the clout to really make, which is fine. You don't have to have those things but you don't have to have those things to compete. You don't have, and everybody knows a lot of times when you compete on this platform, this sort of thing, you don't win the first time. You don't win the first time.
Yes,
and he can continue if he wants.
Done from the first time that what work has he done? What has he done?
He can continue if he wants, or he can say he doesn't want to continue. Well, the man has been fighting. He has been fighting his own trial. I think this conversation has shown the reason why we continue to have the same problems in Nigeria.
When did he contest?
That are fighting for the greater good.
When did he contest for the first time? He
One man is
contested in 2019, right?
Hold on.
Yes,
you're welcome.
Okay, so he contested in 2019.
Can you hold on? Tony, you are welcome to go to bed. But thank you.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, so there is free will, isn't it? You're not here by compulsion. But I wanted to ask Ahizon a question. Ahizon, what is the political reality for 2023?
In what terms?
What is likely to pan out presidentially in the presidential space and Nigerian politics in 2023? Not what do you wish, but what in your speculation to reality is likely to pan out?
I can't make that determination now. It's too early in the game for me to make that determination.
Okay, let me narrow the question. Is it all this Moghalu Sowore narrative? Does it have space in 2023 politics, or is it the traditional stalwarts of the Nigerian political space that are going to re-evolve and re-emerge in some form? So what's more likely to happen?
But that is not the point I am making, though. It's almost like saying, let me give you an example, one man. It's almost like saying during the last US election, okay, the Democratic primary, let's use that as an example. There was a time where Biden was losing badly. There were people that were actually beating him. Even Kamala Harris was beating him. And there were people that were picking the people they were going to support based on things they stood on that were going to act as the betterment of the country. A lot of people weren't supporting Biden. Now, if we go by the point you're making, is that, the likelihood is that the likes of Biden and the rest will come to the fore. So therefore, those are the people we should put our ideas on. I see it differently. I see it like, if you have someone that is championing a cause that will take the country in the right direction, that is the person you support. It doesn't have to be the person that it fits, that has the most resources or is the most notable name that you then clamor for based on that perception. That is the way I see it. So in terms of a political landscape and what's more likely to pan out, everyone talks about the names that, the so-called looters who have all the resources, who are again clamoring, who, by the way, are trying to increase the bar for people to compete by increasing the amount of money you have to put into politics. I don't see it that way. I see it as you pick someone that can take your country in the right direction. You pick someone that doesn't belong to the same cabal and you support that person. And if Nigerians thought that way, we would have a different country today. The problem is, as you can see clearly from this conversation, is people don't think that way. People think of it like, oh, you know what? He doesn't have a chance. Therefore, I'm not going to put my stock in him. And that is the wrong way of thinking about it. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Why do you think people think he doesn't have a chance? Why do you think people think he doesn't have a chance?
People think Moghalu doesn't have a chance. People think Sowore doesn't have a chance. Because they're not big names they're not big names in politics, in Nigerian politics, in the political landscape. But just because they're not big names, they have the ideas, they fit the mold of actually trying to take the country in a different direction. And if Nigerians thought that way, they would support those people. They would come out to vote for them.
You are wrong. Sowore is a big name, and people broadly know Sowore's
Sowore is not a big name in Nigerian politics.
No, Sowore is a big name. Is a big
not
name
in Nigerian politics.
No, he is a
not
big
in
name
Nigerian
in Nigerian
politics.
Sowore has been Sowore has been a political actor for 30 years. And we all said
it on this platform. He's
not.
This is his first foray into politics. He has been acting in different roles.
Hold on. Can you hold on? This is not his first foray into politics. This is his first foray into seeking an elected position. But he's always been in politics.
But that is my point. Like all these other people are all well-known names with the big political parties, and they're always in. If SARAKI comes out tomorrow and says he wants to do a press tour, all the national press agencies and newspapers will cover him fighting for interviews, right? Mm-hmm. We all know this. We all know that these people have big names in politics, and that is what Yes, Sowore has been fighting for a long time, but not in this role. Not in this role, though. That is my point to you. He has been fighting as an activist for.
But that is my point, because it is interchangeable. Sowore has been active in politics for 30 years or more.
He has been active as a campaigner for human rights, for the betterment of Nigeria, not as an individual. Not as an individual seeking the highest elected post, not in this role. That is the point I'm making. But
that is the point, though. That's the point that I want to hold steady to. That I want us to just interrogate a little bit. Sowore has been a political actor within Nigeria for the last 30 years. Do you concede that? Not somebody seeking he has not been an actor in politics.
No, I don't. Because if you follow his trajectory and what he has been championing, he's not someone that has been championing it simply for getting elected into political office.
That's a secondary to what I'm saying. But what I am saying, I'm not saying that Sowore has been 30 years seeking political offices. I'm saying he has been an actor in the political space. Has he been an actor?
I think your definition of actor, my definition of actor are two entirely different.
He's been active. He's been a participant in politics, and that is. You understand enough to know that.
I understand what you're saying.
That is not to say he has been seeking offices. This is the first time he has sought office, but he has always been active in some form in politics for 30 years.
He has been someone involved in championing a betterment of Nigeria through campaigning as that is not politics, my brother. No. That is not politics. That is not politics. You know why? That's why I said we have to. That is why.
I thought you understood.
That is why. No. That is why.
That is politics. Even student unionism. It's also politics.
Now it's politics. He doesn't understand.
No. Politics to me, that's why I said we have two entirely different definitions of what it means to be an actor in politics.
Right.
A human rights campaigner that speaks out openly, consistently against the government position, I don't consider that person as a politician acting in the same role as someone who has
politician. You see, you are conflating. This is where the confusion is. It's not a politician, but a political actor. A political actor is somebody that is active within the political space. So somebody that is an activist waging against government in terms of the policy thrust or style of governance is an actor opposing the government.
You would classify Aisha Yusufu as a political actor.
She's a political actor, of course. She's active in the political space. Is she not active in the political space?
Someone that speaks out against the establishment, I don't consider that person as a political actor.
Is she
because that person is not?
No, you keep conflating a political actor.
No.
With
I think we have two.
It's different.
A political actor, in your definition, is someone who speaks out against the establishment is considered a political actor in your definition.
No, that's not the. Let me give you my definition, and then you see if you disagree with it. Politics is a broad spectrum. I think you can say you agree with that. So within that broad spectrum, you have the politicians, you have the fifth column, which is the journalists, etc., reporting on politics. You have the opposition party, and then you have the left of right center movements that are active, agitating for one thing or the other. So all within that whole mix, that is politics. The politician, the opposition, the journalist, the activist, the special interest group, they are all within that pot that is politics. But how they act within that space is different. So not only the politician is seeking an elective office, but all of them are political actors.
See, and I disagree with
because
that
they're
in the sense
active
that I think
they're oh god.
I see it. Okay, you said the special interest groups. You mentioned the journalists. You mentioned some other people that are acting as political actors. I see it as people that act in the political sphere as political actors are all doing so for a specific reason, which is usually selfish in nature. That is the way I see it. I see someone who is independent, who is holding the political actors to account as not being part of that sphere of political actors. And I feel Sowore in his history up until recently was outside that scope because he was holding them to account. He was holding them to account. He was fighting against them. When you are part of the system, you do not fight against them. And that is where I think you and I differ. And for me, I think
we don't differ. You miss the point. Is more the case. We don't differ because where it is consistent. It's just that you are not there. Because you missed the point.
I think up until recently, to the last election, that is when I think he actually became someone who risked his life and had to flee the country. Fighting against the military junta. I don't consider that person as part of a political as a political actor. I don't consider that person as a political actor.
Where is that person active? Where are they active? Where are they active?
That person is an independent individual.
But where is he acting? Where is he active?
He's active as a human rights campaigner.
Yeah,
he's active as a human rights campaigner, not in the political sphere. Okay, let me give you an example. Not in the political sphere. Let me give you an example. Sowore going to campaign against the human rights abuses in Niger Delta. Would you consider that political?
That is a political act.
No, it's not a political act.
It is a political.
It has nothing to do.
Aizan, how about this one?
You don't seem to understand the word politics.
Sorry.
I think you guys are extending the scope of politics into a number of different areas. That's what I think.
And I think that is it. It's not just going. It's not election that is politics now.
It's not. No. It's not all politics. If you have an independent individual fighting for the betterment of a particular society, a societal issue, that person cannot be considered as part of a political sphere. You can't say, the person is part of politics because he's championing a cause to make the lives of people better. I can give you so many different examples. Okay, let me give you an example. Before Al Sharpton in the United States decided to run for office, which he did a couple of years ago, when he started and he was championing human rights, would you consider him a political actor? Or the rapper that went to Ferguson, Missouri, that went to go and protest because people were being abused by police officers.
He's a political actor if he's carrying out a political act.
No. See, that kind of situation, I don't consider it a political act.
All right.
I consider it an act for human rights. Different.
A
Big
human
difference.
rights activist is a political actor. Do you not know that?
A human rights activist. So if I get up
It's a
today and I
political
go out
actor.
and I campaign against people being abused in a certain part of wherever it is in the world, you're considering me a political actor.
No, that's a political act. Is that not a political?
No.
Hold on, Aizon. Rational Black League, do you understand what I'm saying, or am I completely off skew? Am I off piste?
I don't think you're off. I just think just a little misunderstanding here. But I think what you're referring to, and I'll put this to Ahizon, would you regard someone who, leads a group to a presidential candidate to throw his support behind that candidate? Would you describe that as a political act?
Yes.
Okay, well, Showore did that in 93, 94, when he led the student union from University of Lagos to Abiola's house, MKO Abiola. He happened to be interviewed by Tony Momo, who's the owner of Channels Television. Back then, he was
then the military junta. He wasn't for campaigning for Abiola.
He was campaigning against the annulment of an election.
He was in the forefront in regards to student union activities. He was in the forefront of bringing back a democratic government. That is a political act.
What are you debating about that for?
That is a political act.
It's a political, yeah, it is.
Yes, but they annulled
an election.
Because I gave you a first. I gave you the first question just to know your definition of political act.
I don't think Aizon gets the point.
No.
From your own definition, I gave you an example of what Showore.
You gave me the question of a brother. You said if someone threw his hat behind someone in a political sphere, would I consider it a political act? I said yes. Now, in this particular case, there are nuances to it because an election was annulled by a military junta.
Everybody was agreed.
Is that political or
so
not?
in that case, wait. I was in Nigeria at that time when it happened. In that case, if that is the case you are making, then everyone who spoke out against the military junta was a political actor.
No, everyone is a political actor. So I think
there you have it. If that's your definition of a political actor, in which case that means everyone is a political actor.
Yeah, but
Showore even more than us, because I don't think you've met a presidential candidate and you've led the group to throw your hat behind the presidential candidate in his personal residence. I don't think you've done that.
All right, thank you, Black League. Let me pick it from what Aizon just said and land it on what Black League is saying. Everybody is a political actor. Every single individual is a political actor. I think I've used this analogy before, the etymology of the word idiot. The word idiot, a Greek word, etymologically, it means idios. And idios, because you know that democracy came from Greece, So anybody and they considered it a civic duty for you to be active in politics in Greece back in those days. And anybody that was not active, because politics impacts on your life pretty much from the air you breathe to everything. So you have to be active in politics in some form, even just casting your vote. So the word idios, which people think is a stupid person, etymologically, it actually means non-participant, somebody that sits outside of politics, which was an anomalous to the paradigm of that time, was considered an idios. So somebody that abstains, that is the word. And it's the foolishness of it that evolved that word into the corrupt English interpretation of the idiot that we know. So everybody is a political actor, every single individual. But when it comes to people like Showore, their politics is publicly known because they display it publicly. So he is a public political figure and he is a political actor. Because when you act against politics as it obtains, offering a different paradigm, then you are acting within the political sphere. So he has been politically active for 30 years. But the point I was trying to make is that he has been active politically for 30 years, and he has been active nationally, politically for 30 years. Every political actor for 30 years, every person that was of political interest in Nigeria for 30 years or longer, know Sowore and they know the politics that it stands for. So Sowore is a big political name within the Nigerian paradigm. So if he now from activism goes into active politics and presents himself as a candidate, and it doesn't then get any backing from the people, then that means that it just does not chime. This is the thing. So when I land on the point that I said this guy is a yam head and a poser, it's essentially that is how people see him: a yam head and a poser.
See,
to add to what you said, one man, I actually got what I said from Sowore himself.
If you look
Sowore himself came out to say he has been part of politics for a long time. And Sowore gave the example. Let me just conclude within a few seconds. Sowore himself spoke to when people were accusing him of taking money from Tinubu. Sowore came out clearly to say, when it comes to politics, he is ahead of Tinubu. He mentioned when he went to Abiola, he said at that time, Tinubu was in political oblivion. Sowore went ahead to give details of political meetings they would have, and his seat as the leader of the student union will be in front, and the likes of Tinubu will be at the back seat. These are quotes from Sowore himself. So he himself has come out to say he has been a political
scientist. According to political scientists, in democratic countries, people with that are considered political actors include all elected leaders, candidates who are running for election, and relatively high-level policymakers who have a significant impact on the formation and execution of policies that have an impact on society or foreign affairs or foreign affairs. Now, this is a political scientist saying this, not me. So when I look at it from that standpoint, and I say a political actor,
sorry, Aizon, can you read that again? Read that again. Sorry, yeah, read that again.
In democratic countries, this will include all elected leaders, candidates who are running for election, and relatively high-level policy makers who have a significant impact on the formation and execution of policies that have an impact on society and or foreign affairs. Now, in my analysis, this is based on some political scientists. In my analysis, Sowore does not fit under that umbrella. So he being a human rights campaigner, and I think as someone pulled up his definition of what he is, and it was defined as a human rights campaigner and whatever. But if you look at our political actors, based on that definition, he does not fit under that umbrella. That's why I asked you the question. Our definition of who a political actor is different from Jump, because if you look at it from that standpoint, he has no kind of high-level policy making which has given him the power. All these other people we're talking about who are running for office now, they have been at some point or currently hold some level of policy influence, and some of them still do. This man never did up until recently when he ran for office. He has always been known as a human rights campaigner, and that is what he has demonstrated, fighting against injustices across the country.
So how about if he himself has come out to say he is a major political figure and has been?
He said that when he was campaigning.
That definition you read is incomplete, by the way, but to Black League's question.
Okay, but he said that when he was campaigning. Did he not say that when he was campaigning?
No, my thing is whether he said it or he didn't say it.
You didn't answer my question, my brother. You didn't answer my question. Did he say that when he was campaigning?
To debunk the allegation that he was fronting for Tinubu.
Thank you. And that's why I want him to put things in context. Don't just say things just to say them. Put it in context. He said that when he was campaigning.
Why he said it or when he said it is immaterial. He said it is the thing. So
okay, but he said it when he was campaigning. Okay, well, here's the thing. You want to define him as something. His own definition, according to what the world sees him as, is a human rights campaigner up until recently. He said that when he was campaigning. So you can't pick out a sentence he made and use that sentence. Wait. You can't pick out the sentence he made and then use that sentence as a justification to define who he is. Up until recently. Now, my point is, my main point is, up until recently, when he put his name in the hat, that is not what he has been championing. Okay? Now, if we have different definitions. Now, one man said Aisha Yusuf is a political actor. According to my definition, she's not.
Well, she is.
Okay. Well, I don't think she is. I think she's someone that
I don't know what you've been reading from whoever wrote.
I've been reading from political scientists, people that are well versed with this more than you and I. I think those people know better who are political actors.
You are either reading that out of context or incomplete, or whoever is writing that is just a yam head.
Well,
somebody that is active in politics is a political actor. That is just as.
And how active in politics? To what level, though? One man. You see, this is the thing. Anyone, if that's the case, we're all political actors. If that's the case,
I'll give you to one level.
Political actors, but if we politic publicly,
that means I'm a political actor. You're a political actor.
Yeah, I just gave you the definition now from the Greek.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. We have two different.
Publicly political, then you're a political public figure.
Mr. Woman,
well, I guess listen. I guess we have different definitions.
I mean, you can see it since the early 90s of his participation in the highest levels of politics in the land. So, and he himself has come out to say he is a relevant and has been a relevant political figure. So I think, and we can also see the track record, as I said, since the early 90s. Just like you, Aizon, your name is Aizon. I cannot call you out of your name if I can see proof that your name is Aizon, and you have told me your name is Aizon.
Okay, so what was his role in the 90s when he was a political actor? What was his role?
His role, I will tell you his role. He was a student activist. Then is when we had a real student activism. And he was vocal in removing the military and bringing in democracy.
What's the bone of contention here? I'm not getting it. What's the bone of contention here? Whether he has been an actor, an activist, a catalyst, or what? What is the bone of contention? What is wrong with that?
But they're trying to say that. So the point I was making is the people they are championing have been in this political space looting our system. And are the same people coming back, and those are the people that they want to ride on.
I think it was
saying that.
Sorry, Aizon. Somebody was asking what is the bone of contention, because all of these things
that is what I'm trying to explain.
That is what I'm trying to explain. Okay, go on.
And I was giving the origins of this
debate. Oh, okay, we lost him somewhere. So let me take on that question. I was bringing Aizon to a sport. That's what those half an hour that just went was all about. And that sport that was bringing Aizon to.
Because you asked me how the political space to play out, and so I was answering that question based on the fact that he does not belong to the clique of people.
Hold on, Aizon, because you're
for office this entire time.
Yes, but and that is where I was going to. He might not have been part of the people that were running for political offices all this while, but his politics has been known to the Nigerian space all of this while. Because he has been a political actor. So hold on, let me land and then you can disagree. So he has been active in the political sphere for 35 years. So everybody knows Showore's politics. They know his leaning, they know his ideology, and they know his philosophy. And he has that body of presence spanning 3 decades. So when he takes a ticket, it's not a greenhorn as a politician, because we already know his politics. So he's not trying to sell us anything new other than to ask us to buy what he has been advertising for 30 odd years. So, and the upshot of all of that was just 30,000 votes. So this guy now is not the quantity or the quality that some of his adherents would have us believe. It's just not it. You know, it's an activist. like Black League said, and it should stay in that space.
Can I respond?
Go on, Ajale Koko. And then after that, we'll start to round off. We're in deep hours now.
I want to agree with
Aizon
with his definition of political actor. If you are a political actor, that means you are a practical politician that is jostling for political offices, one way or the other. But one man said he has been political actor for 30 years. That's not true. When he was a student, he was a student student union leader, student activist, and that does not make him a political actor. And Black League misrepresented his statement of Shore. The way Black League said it, it was quite different for what Shore said, and the context he said it. He was responding to people saying that it's no match to Tinubu, and he told them that, look, this is your Tinubu that you are championing as a political leader today. When Abiola was contesting election, he as a student leader supporting Abiola was always in the front row. Why your Tinubu will be at the back? So that statement does not mean that he has been participating in politics all this while like Tinubu. No, it was just referring to the way he supported Tinubu, and as a student union leader, the role he played. That was what he was referring to. So
just a minute, sir. Just a minute. They even came up with an allegation against Showore, saying that he collected money from Tinubu to come and deceive the people. What have they not said against this boy?
There's a lot of things they said. There are a lot of things they said against him.
He left his comfort zone in America, came to that hell of a country, taking risk every day for everybody. We are here castigating him every day. I don't understand. I'm not getting it.
It's we Southerners that are enemy of ourselves. We
what do we want?
When we see somebody that is fighting, so that is the person that we will stand against as enemy. So
that is why people like Jafar can laugh at us now.
Instead of spending our money, spending our time to support this little boy, to make him, to give him the backbone he needs, we are here castigating him on what he has failed to do, on his mistake. We are looking at his errors. What are we doing to fill those gaps? We come here to talk because we can afford that.
Nobody's castigating him.
Please, let's move forward. This thing is not by emotion. Let's build the reality and place the fact in place.
This guy just came into politics actively in 2019, isn't it?
It's a kind of circumstance because of the evil situation.
Yeah, so you can start to describe him as a political actor since 2019. Not 30 years. He never been in politics. He never been participating actively. He was not even known by Nigeria.
Student union president for University of Lagos. And that
how
was
many people know him? He was known among the students. Hold on, Ola. It was only the students that know him. Nigerian people does not know Showore.
It doesn't matter. It's a political position.
It's even a crime that he has been fighting. He has not succeeded. It's because people like you have not supported him. Who are Nigerians that will support him? Myself and yourself.
The fact that you are not into partisan politics doesn't mean you are not a politician.
My brother, no matter how you get Showore, do you like his policies? Do you like what he stands for? Is there anything Showore stands for that is wrong? That is not wrong with our society.
I like what he stands for.
What are we doing to support his cause? It's not our girlfriend. It's not your girlfriend. No romance. It's not a romance affair.
Mr. Omori.
Even if you don't like him.
Mr. Omori, let me address Mr. Omori. The point is this: we are not here to bash to Showore. the only problem I have with one man and some other few people here is that sometimes they overdo it. Sometimes. One thing about Sowore is that if we want to criticize him, he's a public figure. We can criticize him objectively. We want to give constructive criticism. Like some of us have been saying here that, okay, he needs to rethink and change his strategy. If one way you are going about this whole thing, you want to achieve a Nigeria of your dream, and you're not seeing being achieved that way, could it be that there are other ways you can achieve it? I mean, maybe by forming alliances. We don't say you should go and bow down to people the likes of Obasanjo and Babangida and the rest of them. But then it could maybe at least, I mean, use a little bit of introspection and maybe, you know, change tactics. Maybe that will help him to get to where he's going.
I'm not against that alliance you're talking about. That alliance is very to form a formidable force against the establishment, against the cabal. That is very good. But my point is, that is where people like us come in. Like this program we are having now. We stay 2, 4, 3, 4, 5 hours, 6 hours sometimes. People are sleeping. You know, you wasting, we're spending our time. You're spending your data, everything. Those efforts should be geared towards preaching the gospel of, you know, it's no longer business as usual. Not here to select who is the lesser evil between Tinubu and Atiku. We said Fulani, we said
we are also using the platform to tell Ure to do the right thing, and whosoever that want to come to politics to do the right thing. It's
can
not
we
the
come in there and fit the gap, the little mistakes Ure is making.
The supporters do this. You need someone to go to that supporters to teach them the right thing. If those people that to teach them the right thing are doing the wrong thing, it's not going to work.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Omori just said that. Hold on. Look at that. Rational mind, you must mute yourself when because we hear some funky stuff sometimes. Mr. Omori was just saying that we're coming up to that 6 hours that is said now, so we must now start to round off. So if we hit that 6 hour mark, then I might just have to shut it down because I don't want to be going past 6 hours. I wasn't even wanting to be going back 4 hours. So I'm just going to take like very rapid closing remarks. I know everybody still has a lot to say, and apologies to the people who have not really had the chance to speak, especially Thomas, who came in first, but we didn't even hear that much from him. So we start to wrap it up fairly sharply, and we start from a rational mind.
Okay, no problem. Let me just do that.
Do you want me to
I think we've argued a lot of things here. We try to talk about who Sowore is and where he stands and all this kind of a thing. But I just feel we just need to be constructive in our criticism of that guy. He's a political figure in any way you look at it. If anybody wants to argue otherwise, it's up to them. For me, I just want to talk about the issue of SARAKI. SARAKI, Johnny, I know I already said he wanted to run for president, but I'm seeing another despot in the making here. If I thought he becomes the candidate for PDP and he clenches that, clenches the ticket and maybe becomes president, it was a simple guy who was trying to gag some media group in Nigeria from reporting certain things about him. So we're going to see another version of Buhari when he gets there. No, he carries himself like, oh, I'm a funky guy, I'm a pro this, I'm for the youth. I tell you, guys, when that guy gets in there, in fact, we need to look at this antecedent in Kwara State when he was there. He rules that state with absolute, control. When his father was there, when his father was still alive, and with his influence of his father, the guy, I see him as a little bit despot. Who, when he gets power, we're going to see another repeat of Buhari, or if not in a more cruel, more. So I don't know why we're talking about. Well, we talk about him because he says he wants to contest. But let us not route for him. I'm not saying I'm not going to change anybody's view here. I'm only appealing to my like folks here that we need to think objectively of the personality of those people and their antecedents. I like what Blackley did when he talked about what he did in the White Elephant project he started in Kwara State when he brought some Zimbabweans and some South African farmers, white farmers. He brought them there, and then where's the project today? A lot of them are no longer there. In fact, the project is dead. So is it the same person we want to bring? Is someone that has been said as been accused of being corrupt? We talk about the Panama paper that came out and all of that. So all of us should think about that. If you're thinking about SARAKI being a gentleman kind of president or a man that is devoid of, let us think about it going forward into 2023 election. And that's all I have to say. And good night to everybody.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So just as swiftly and as succinctly as Rational Mind, let's hear from Tony. Tony, your words.
Thank you, sir. So anyway, so it don't scatter. So the whole country don't scatter. You see, I was trying to get Omoroju's point of view. Though he came so late, but I got his message. Let's wonder because. His state is burning right now as we speak. That's why I was trying to, you didn't allow it to speak. I know because he was trying to go into that space. How they are, they are dealing with us, and then why the Northerners, why we are fighting ourselves here with the Southerners. Jaffa is happy. All the Northerners are happy. So let us change our strategy. So let us channel this, our power to, let us encourage the Southern unity and tear the country apart immediately so that the Fulani, the Northerners cannot continue to occupy our space. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm not even going to say thank you because somewhat I'm not keen on that. So Tony, just again, and hopefully for the last time, we're not really doing just ethnic attacks. And also, I don't really want people singling out individuals because everybody entitled to their opinion. Because I heard you reference Jafar, and I've heard Rational Mind reference Jafar. Jafar is entitled to his opinion, and Jafar, you must come on screen because I see you in the comment section all the time. You must come and stand up for what you stand up for. But no, don't reference him. He's entitled to his thoughts, as we all are. You hold a contrary view to him in some instances, and you share. But no, let's not individualize it. So somebody that doesn't individualize, let's go to Ola.
Thank you, everyone. What I just want to say today is that we are well educated people here, that we learn a lot in the university, in the polytechnics. But today sometimes we may be misapplying what you learn. In the business, if you need to go to a terrain to challenge some businesses that are mainstream already, you need two strategies. Either you want to be a disruptor or you want to challenge the mainstream of this thing. If the barrier is high, the only thing you can do is that if you have your money, you find capacity, you look at those small players, you buy them up, you form a big capacity to challenge the mainstream company. That is when it's just like you want to challenge Walmart now, for example. You just think you go there and shout. No, you look at the small groceries and you combine them together to form a very big pool to have the economy of scale and challenge Walmart. That's the strategy. Or you come slowly just to challenge it. That's the way this thing. The same thing that applies to politics applies to business, applies to politics. I keep asking people here that give me an example, 3 examples to show the consistency of what Sowore is doing as work. Just 3 examples. Give me the countries, give me the years. It's a challenge. Come tomorrow and tell me. See, when you want to capture something, to capture the mainstream people, you need a lot of strategy. You need people to back you up. You need to go to where you have some grudges. When you want to fulfill market needs, the market thing, you go and look for unfulfilled market, where the needs are yet unfulfilled. You gather them together. You use that one to shock the major competitor in the industry. That's what you do. It's not what you go do overnight, or you just come from somewhere and you say you want to overtake. People are making example of Obama, Jesse, all those people, they belong to the mainstay party, Democrats. The structure is there to fight for them. You can't use that for to read that from his own party or know somewhere or know to the grassroots. I want to take over. If you want me to vote for that kind of person, I'll be wasting my time. That is why I said Sowore is doing the right thing if he's doing the wrong thing efficiently. You need to be effective in the way you approach matter. So go and form alliances with those people that are still there, that they're looking for political opportunities. Capture the grassroots, build your capacity, get your crowd, and challenge these people. Because you don't have capacity to challenge them. These people can even run the entire country down. That's the way to do. So when we are saying things here, let us use the fact on ground. It's not as if we are invited to know about this thing, but we are talking to what is realistic. That is the reality in that country today. We can't just be doing some wishful thinking when the capacity is not there. It doesn't work that way. So as we are, it's not as if we are telling people to do the wrong thing. No.
All right.
So now that they are talking, even the like of Chobure, Mohalu, and those people that want to contest, they can learn from us too that they are not doing the right thing. So let them do the right thing, and people will follow them. Thank you, everyone. Good day wherever you are. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. And sorry I had to push, but it's just the time. So mindful of the time, still, we go to Mr. Omarui. So, Mr. Omarui, to you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to speak based on my observation here. There's one thing I've discovered. No matter the name, I'm not here to. I don't come here sometimes. I don't listen to your program just because of Shogore. I don't even know if Shogore is going to run. So that's out of the matter. But one thing there's a consensus here. No matter where we belong, no matter where we come from, north, south, east, and west, we all believe there is a problem. We all believe the way we are being sustained as a people. We all believe that our political rulers, the criminals ruling us over the years, have not really done us any good. These are the things we all believe on. So if we all believe in this, and these are some of the things this gentleman has been fighting against, I think I want to conclude by saying we have forgotten the power we have as a people. We have forgotten that power belongs to the people. We have forgotten that sovereignty belongs to the people. We have forgotten that no nation can rise above the consciousness of its people. So if we continue to say, castigate, make no sense of what other people are doing that we don't even have the courage to do, it means we don't want to move forward. I see Nigerians, most Nigerians, as a beautiful bride, as a beautiful woman, that have been so abused over the years, that has been in an abusive relationship for too long, the low esteem, we feel we cannot do anything. She will still be, in the front of her mirror and be saying, what is wrong with me that this man does not like? Am I actually that ugly? You are not ugly. It's just that because you have been so bastardized, so traumatized over the years, you begin to reason below your capacity. We have failed to realize that power belongs to us. As far as we fail to realize who we are as a people, the cabals, the politicians will continue to take us for a ride. And will continue to wail and wail every 4 years, continue to complain. I think that is what we know how to do best. I should advise that we use the opportunity we have now, no matter this short period. It should be concentrated on how to change the narratives. Not making permutation and speculation about Tinubu, Atiku, Saraki, Rotimi, Amaechi. At the end of the day, when they are sworn in, when they have won, they have sworn in, we start complaining again. Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, Nigeria is bad. They are killing people here and there. Economy is bad. There is no light. What are we doing in our little way to change this narrative? So that there can be a political paradigm shift. This is my concern here. Every time we have your place, we should be more interested in how to change the narrative. Even if it might not be a Showere, how do we come together? How do we organize the people? How do we galvanize our people? How do we educate the people? How do we spend our time, money, our resources, everything at our disposal to challenge this critical situation? Because every critical situation all deserve desperate measures. How do we do this to achieve a change? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Omori. A real delight to hear from you. The passion alone was what they listened. So thank you, Mr. Omori. So from Mr. Omori, we go to the new dad today. Sorry I couldn't come to you fully, but that's the way, the session, it takes on a life of its own. But to you now, the delectable tones of the OG.
Firstly, I'll just thank the platform for the gift. and I appreciate Mr. Gomez too. I would just want to say one thing quickly. People see us on this platform, maybe some people, let me put it that way, like we are condemning some people. It's not about condemning. We are just pinpointing the things we see, not like we hate them. For me, for there to be a shift in that country, you must form alliance with people. Same thing Tinubu did with CPC of Buhari. And Buhari saw that it makes sense and why he joined them. And they actually succeeded in chasing PDP away. You can't come in the platform of I want to be president, from that switch to you want to do revolution now. Fine, revolution now is nice, is a good initiative, but how well are you even doing it? So why not focus on building a momentum? Because you can only build these people. The only way you can build them is by doing this thing gradually and building the momentum. And you need time. It's not what you now come out again as Showore and tell me you want to go and contest 2023 and you expect people to vote for you. That must be groundwork. Tinubu wants to be president today. He has wanted to be president for several years. And not like we want Tinubu, but if the reality is telling us this is the thing on ground, we can't change that. It is only if somebody like Showore has been doing his ground, then we support him. We keep clamoring for him, Showore. But he has not done anything that actually worth us clamoring for. We don't even know whether he's contesting. That's the honest truth. So I think we should just all wake up and know that it is time and there are loopholes everywhere in these both two parties. And we should just look at the right candidate and vote for them. Forget where they come from, where the party they are. Look at the competent people and let's vote for them. There is a chance now. 2023 seems like a chance to me to at least put some few people that have the people's at mind. So that's all I could say for now. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. God bless. And please click the like button. One man is doing a lot and he deserves the thumbs up, please. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, DOG. So I'm going to put my Instagram something on the comment section. If you're able to contact me, so I can pass on Alexander Gomez's gift to you.
Okay.
So we can discuss how I can pass it on to you. So that's my Instagram thing right there. So thank you, DOG. So now go change some nappies. So DOG, the new dad. So good of you to join us. So from DOG, we'll go to Solly. Solly, to you.
Okay, yes. So I'm not gonna lie. I was actually angry a bit and I left the platform. But I came back because I know one man's platform is not a platform where you can easily get away with or you can't even get away with sensational support or non-factual or non-backed up support or speeches. So that's why I just came back, because there was a lot of sorry going on, and when you ask questions, it's silence, So, and what I come here to look at is the current view, who are the contending players? That's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to argue. It's not as if I hate Sowore. I just don't consider it like a topic because it's not on the table. So for me anyways, and you say, someone can't even criticize him, quickly, you are already told that you are hating him. Or don't you criticize Tinubu? You don't hear me saying you hate him. I don't even care if you hate him because I know he's doing his work, whether you like it or not. You don't see me shouting. If someone is doing his work, you don't need to defend him, But yeah, I feel all this thing is backed up with emotions because you support him emotionally also. But I'm not trying to judge. I'm just saying how I see it. You seem to try to want to force people to support him just like that and just give it to him. When I say vote Tinubu, I'm talking based on facts, on what I have seen with my two koro eyes. I don't have time for someone who wants to come in brand new and come and bring new promises and whatever. I'm talking about actions, real results is what I want to see. That is my backing because I have seen all this and I'm still seeing them and they are still happening. Structure, infrastructure, let's talk works. It may not be the best, but at least there's something consistent and progressive going on, especially in that country. Look at transportation. It's also being revamped. There are solutions. They are coming up with solutions and they are putting it to plans. Even if they don't finish it, they start it. You complain about healthcare. What has Sowore said about healthcare? This Lekki Atlantic that they are going to build, Tinubu is the only one talking about first world, first class healthcare. Is going to be there. I've not seen any other person talking about any healthcare. Yes, he's flying to UK, but he's coming up with solutions and they are building on it. They have the plans, they have the architectural plans, they have the videos that they are making also. These things they are making plans.
Have you been to General Hospital? Which healthcare are you talking?
No.
Have you been to General Hospital?
I was not talking about General Hospital. I was talking about the one that they plan to make now, a first world-class hospital. They want to go in on the healthcare tourism. These are plans, and they have architectural plans laid down and ready to go. Even when you talk about all this Omo-Onile in Lagos, there's no more Omo-Onile in Lagos. They are now put down as criminals. If anybody comes to come and meet you and say they are Omo-Onile, you just need to go and report them.
Are you sure of what you are talking about?
I am sure. I'm telling you what is on the ground. Can I finish?
What is the practicality on the ground?
Sorry,
Okay, now,
Ajanle Koko, we are taking closing remarks, so let him just run through, and then if you want to disagree, you do that.
If you want to get land,
because
now
I want to, the time.
Yes, I'll soon finish. If you want to get, you go to secretariat, you go to Ministry of Lands, you check for the land that you want to buy. Government knows all the land in Lagos. That's why they know which one to destroy and which one to leave alone. So you check if that land is truly the owner, and then you buy your land. So even up down to that state, they've started removing Omo-Onile, and things are being put into a structure where you can confirm things and get things done faster and more secure. Like I said, he may not be the best, but I don't have time for anybody's rubbish promises. Behaving like Agbero up and down in Abuja. Okay, sorry about that. But you're arguing about somebody you are not even sure is saying.
No, you are right. If you think he behaves like an Agbero, you are not too far from yeah.
So we already have Agberos in Lagos. We don't need, and we have a structure that is working. These are, seeing it with your eyes. This is what I want. This is what I feel like it may not be the best, but for the average poor Nigerian citizen living, you say, what are they giving back? This guy is giving back infrastructure. This guy is giving back solutions to their daily problem. Yes, he may be stealing, but at least he's doing something. I'm just trying to be factual. So this is all I have to say because, I don't want to spend too much time. But thank you, guys. Like, share, and subscribe. This is 4:51 a.m. And I'm up and I'm still watching it, and you guys don't want to like. It won't cost you much. One man doesn't like to beg for it, but me, I will beg you. Just like
call them yam heads. I think it's because I call them yam heads. They are doing
because if you enjoy it, because you are staying here for 5 hours, 6 hours, that means you enjoy it, and you want to see more people that enjoy it like you. Maybe more people that you support, that support your views, can come in and give their support also. But if you don't like, they won't come in, and you just be shouting in the comment section. So
all right, thank you, Solly. The passion, you see, you got angry and you left. I didn't know the senses were being jarred to that level, but so the sense that it's never jarred are his on, always steady. So let's hear those steady words again. His on to you.
Yes, one man. Thank you for having me on to debate political things and issues. What I will say is this: the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. I repeat, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. We demonstrated insanity when Buhari ran and people voted for a former dictator that ripped up the constitution and took the government by force. We put him into power. Here we are today. All of you are crying, including those that supported him, including those that championed him into office, crying and complaining. He's censoring the media. He's banning Twitter. He's championing, different forms of dictatorship. He's keeping mute for, herdsmen that are murdering people. Well, what did you expect? Insanity again. You did the same thing. You're expecting a different result. Here we are now on the eve of another election coming up. And what are we hearing?
people out here clamoring that if you don't belong to one of the same group of people who have brought us to our knees, then they're not going to support you because they're not employing the strategy that they like. How is that not the same definition of insanity? So again, I repeat, insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Sowore, you may not like him as a political, whatever you want to call him, actor, whatever, campaigner. You may not like his tactics, but he's bringing something to the table that is different. He's trying to champion, he has refused to join the cabal of people because he understands that if he joins them, they will make him compromise immediately. That's the first thing they will make him do. He has to make a compromise. And that compromise will require him to let go of his values and his beliefs for making the country a better place. So therefore, he has chosen to stand, win or lose, stand and champion the true beliefs that will make the country better. And if we only supported him, if we only rallied around and mobilized and said we're going to stand with this guy to choose to make our country a better place, we'll see the difference. We don't have to vote for someone that belongs to a big political party. We don't. We're not obligated to. Our vote is ours, it's sacred. We choose for who we want to support. We choose whether that person comes from the nooks and crannies, does not belong to a major political party. We choose them because we believe we want something better. And that something better cannot be the clowns that are currently parading themselves saying they want office. None of them. None of these major political party individuals are the people that we should stand behind. And your vote is sacred. Your vote, you can use it for something. Not criticizing someone because you don't like his strategy, because he has not made alliances, because he's running around and campaigning and fighting for human rights and calling these people for what they are, thieves, which is what he calls them. So, I digress. I'm going to leave it at that. Let us restructure our thinking. Let us stop having low standards saying that he might be stealing, but at least he's doing something. How does that even come out of someone's mouth? He's stealing, but at least he's doing something. A thief is a thief. Doesn't matter what he's doing. And you want to give that thief your country to make things better? It's something for all of us to think about and go from there. I digress. One man, thank you for letting me on. I always like the minute I come on. Everyone should do the same. The platform is a good place for people to exchange ideas and have debates. Whether anyone's opinion on this platform, I don't have to agree with it. It is your opinion. You're entitled to it. My job is to try to help you see a different perspective, a perspective that I will back up with facts. If you choose not to accept it, that is your prerogative as well. Thank you, one man. Good evening, and God bless.
All right, thank you, Aizon. Look at the way he's speaking like some grand patron of something, but that is Aizon, a superstar with a super brain. So thank you, Aizon. So from Aizon, we go on to Black League. Black League, to you.
Yeah, one man, thank you for the show tonight. We've gone past the 6-hour mark, so I'll keep it as brief as possible. I think we should start to get involved more. We could all talk about it, supporting or not supporting Sowore, but the fact is, majority of us don't even vote in general elections or whatever elections in Nigeria, period. So we need to at least get to the point where we are showing support, not necessarily only by voting, because personally, I believe we just need a total restructure of the whole system, because we can talk about PVCs and supporting candidates, but the honest truth is rigging takes place at every level in Nigerian politics. There's no way you can get to become a president without rigging your way in. And if you don't rig your way in, you will be rigged out and you end your career in court. So we do need to start coming up with ideas and strategies on how to overhaul the current corrupt system. And we can see and witness a lot of progress once we do that. Thank you for the show tonight, and have a good night, everyone.
All right, thank you, Black League, and thank you for spending the time. So we're hearing more and more from Black League, and I know that people enjoy hearing more and more from Black League. So long may that continue. So the final word as ever to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, try and condense it just as succinctly as you can, so we can shut it down just fairly swiftly. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank everybody that came on the platform today. We give kudos to Aizon for standing tall among everyone, and standing tall to stand by the truth. Sure, whether we like it or not, has been an issue in our politics since 2019, and it's still going to be an issue going forward towards 2023 and maybe beyond. As long as Nigerian nation exists, and as long as we have misgovernance in that country, Showore will not stop fighting. I want you all to get that right. He won't stop fighting. He will continue to fight for justice. I will continue to fight for what is right for the people. So you may not like him, or you may dislike his way of politics, but I want you to know what that guy is doing on the ground in Nigeria is fighting for you directly or indirectly. Is fighting for your right. We are here, we are talking, we are in America, Europe, and wherever we are outside the country. We are second-class citizens. We don't even have the right to vote. What have we done wrong? That we are outside the country, we cannot even vote for candidates of our country. But the people that the people in charge of governance in our nation doesn't want to give you the right to vote, because they know that you outside Nigeria are well enlightened and you can change things. So they will not allow that to vote. Some people have made that move to fight for us to get the right to vote outside Nigeria, but they did not make it happen. They denied, they fought against it, they didn't let it even they didn't make it happen at the National Assembly. Are those the people representing you? Are those the people that you are urging Showore to come and form alliance with? Fraudulent people? I mean, we need to get it right. We are well educated, we know things right. We shouldn't be championing these people and saying that we should align with those people. Aizan said it right. We should think outside the box and not vote for these people. We have to vote against these rulers that does not represent you in any way. So in 2023, I've been saying this, not these two people, the country, not these two parties, the country is badly structured. How can two parties represent the interests of 200 million people? 200 million people, over 200 million people with over 400 or 4,000 ethnic groups. Are you serious? Two parties to represent us is a fraud. It's a fraudulent political structure. It cannot work. So I just want us to know that 2023, think outside the box. That's the only way out. Other than that, let me thank Mr. Omorui for speaking in support of Shore as well. We have to stand for Shore. We have to stand for every other person like Shore that are fighting for us. Those are our people, and not this criminal we have all over the places. Atiku, Abubakar, Saraki, Tinubu, all those people. I'm surprised when somebody is talking about Tinubu is building hotel, is trying to build a hospital somewhere. The existing one, there's nothing there, it's not working. And you're saying they are trying to build world class. Is that world class will be meant for you, the people, or they want to build it for themselves? Let them build it first. Don't worry about that. What is on the ground? Does it work well for the people? That is what you should be concerned about. Don't be saying they want to build a world-class hospital. So I thank everybody here today. Those of you that are chatting, I thank you. Listeners, please like, share, subscribe, and click on the notification button so that you can get notified anytime One Man When Tomorrow is going on live. I thank you, One Man. Good job. Tomorrow it's another day. We continue the struggle. Thank you, One Man.
All right, thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Always a delight. So that was Ajan Lekoko, as ever, the voice that brings our proceedings to a close. And so things have come to, the session has come to an end. So thank you for the company. And thank you to the people who've thumbed up. And another word ending in you to the people who have stuck the duration but have not thumbed up. So thank you if you've thumbed up, and then one word and then you to the people who have not thumbed up. But I say that's in jest. So I leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section over here. I say peace.